Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work such as a mashup and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statements, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we're going to enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we're going to move into a 30-minute Q&A. We're going to drop a Q&A in the chat for you guys there, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, and Rumble Rant questions will get priority. And if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get answered. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. Once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors to a chaos and chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless. Today's debate prompt: is National Socialism the superior form of government? Representing the affirmative... oh, fuck. What just happened to all my stuff? Can you guys still see me? I'm here?
Yep.
Okay, I hear you. What just happened? Okay, I don't know how that happened. I apologize. Um, representing the affirmative, that's where we were. Is Tareyak, all right, a man who thrives where controversy meets comedy. Okay, known for tackling the hottest cultural flashpoints, throwing down in political debates, and making frequent appearances on open panels across the platform. All right, Tareyak brings a sharp take with a twist of internet chaos. An aspiring professional memester, he's mastered the art of turning viral moments into conversation starters. And if that's not enough, he also hosts a spin the wheel show where viewers can pay to roll the dice and ignite some truly fire discussions. Okay. Whether it's policy, culture, or panel madness, Tareyak comes ready to stir the pot and keep the chat alive. And you can find his links in the description below. And for the negative, all right, making his debut on the Swords of Reason, we got political Shankfest. Self described as deathly anti communist and violently American, he's built a reputation through frequent open panel appearances and diving headfirst into the controversial topics that many may avoid. Whether you agree with him or not, one thing is clear: he doesn't shy away from the conflict. And tonight he's stepping into the arena ready to test his ideas under the pressure. So make sure you guys go give him support. You can find his links in the description below as well. With that being said, we're going to move right into openings. You're up first, Tareyak. Whenever you're ready to start your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, illustrious host Speakeasy. Today we're going to go through a little bit of political philosophy. Okay. Now, I've done a stream on how I built this argument by critiquing Marx. And a lot of right-wingers particularly understand that communism is essentially a delusion, but they never actually engage in with the critiques of capitalism that Marx puts forward. So today, I present a political philosophy designed for the 21st century and beyond. One that aims to be the strongest, most durable, and most effective system for a sovereign nation. Aristocratic National Socialism. But first, I need to be crystal clear from the very beginning. This is not Nazism. Nazism was a specific extreme version known as fascist National Socialism. It was totalitarian, centered on one all-powerful leader known as the Führer principle, obsessed with racial mysticism, aggressive territorial expansion, and constant warfare. This version was very, very bad. Aristocratic National Socialism is fundamentally different. It's a rational, merit-based, constitutional, and focused on peace through strength, long-term prosperity, and national survival. It rejects totalitarian dictatorship and expansionist wars. Instead, it emphasizes competence, evidence-based decisions, and strict limits on government power. So what is aristocratic National Socialism? It's socialism with strict limiting principles. Regular socialism and communism seek to give the government ownership and control of nearly everything in the name of equality, or more specifically in communism's methodology, equity. They believe that the state should run the entire economy. Aristocratic National Socialism is the opposite. It applies socialism only where it is absolutely necessary for the nation's security, strength, and long-term survival. Everything else remains private, competitive, and fully capitalist. The guiding rule is simple and strict. The government may only intervene in areas that are critical to the nation's defense, cohesion, infrastructure backbone, and ability to survive as a sovereign people. All other areas must stay free. And anybody who's watched any of Ryan C. Mullally, this is what he's been screaming from the bell tower from. You need a limiting principle, especially all these liberals, because he points out that you liberals are going to end up like Hassan and communists if you don't have any limiting principles. This national limiting principle prevents the endless expansion of government we see in regular socialism. The nation, its people, culture, security, and future always comes first. Aristocratic means rule by the best. So think of Plato, like the whole Philosopher Kings, the Council of Philosopher Kings, or King Arthur and the Knights in the Round Table. Leadership is earned through proven talent, character, competence, and results, not birthright, popularity contests, or wealth alone. One key thing that we would have to address straight off the bat is responsible citizenship, voting as a privilege, not a right. We reject universal suffrage because unlimited democracy often leads to short-term promises and national decline. The right to vote in national election is earned through two main areas: the stake in a nation and civic competence. Stake in the nation is either citizens must own residential property with meaningful equity or have completed honorable military or national service. So that's the first clause. So one of those two, you either own a house or you serve in the military or some sort of national service. And second of all, civic competence. Voters must periodically pass a natural test or neutral test on English fluency, basic mathematics, logical reasoning, and critical thinking. So again, the way you'd structure a test is mathematics, logical reasoning, and critical thinking, and it would all be in English or whatever the primary language of the country is. So you're basically testing for all four areas there. This ensures that those who vote have both investment in the country and the skills to make informed decisions. Non-voters keep all other rights and freedoms. The governance structure would be a House of Representatives elected by qualified citizens, a National Senate, a merit-selected upper chamber filled with proven leaders from business, military, science, engineering, and law, serving long terms on strategic national issues, strong but limited presidency, clear authority on national security, defense, and execution of laws, and an independent judiciary and strong federalism. States remain powerful laboratories of policy and innovation. So if anybody, any of the noticers in chat would realize that's pretty much the same structure that America has today. The economic vision, sovereign market economy. We fully embrace capitalism as the best engine of innovation, efficiency, and wealth creation. The vast majority of the economy stays private and competitive. So shops, factories, restaurants, tech startups, your barbers, housing, entertainment, services, and most manufacturing. So pretty much everything in your regular day-to-day would still stay capitalist. It's just key areas that you need to socialize. Profit and competition are encouraged and rewarded. However, the state provides strong direction and limited socialization in the critical backbone areas essential for national strength and survival. So first of all, national defense and military technology, so basically warfare. Full state oversight of weapons production, advanced R&D, cyber weapons, nuclear capabilities, and dual-use technology like semiconductors and AI. Private companies can innovate under contract, but critical capabilities remain under national control. You do not want China controlling Lockheed Martin. That's a key area here. You don't want your enemies doing business with your production companies for military. You don't want the latest tech or latest weaponry going to China or Russia. The second area would be core infrastructure and energy. State direction or ownership of the national power grid, major roads, railways, ports, airports, water systems, and strategic energy reserves. Long-term resilience against blackouts or sabotage takes priority over short-term profits. Again, you don't want China controlling your energy grid because then on the flip of a switch, they could basically send you back to the Stone Age. Education, this is a key area as well. A national duty of a nation is to educate its citizens. A rigorous national core curriculum emphasizing mathematics, sciences, engineering, honest history, critical thinking, and physical fitness, discipline, and civic duty. Merit-based tracking identifies talent early and prepares the best for leadership. Private schools and choice are allowed under national standards. So long as they have a curriculum of mathematics, sciences, the real sciences, not the pseudosciences, engineering, honest history, critical thinking, physical fitness, discipline, and civic duty. Money, finance, and banking. Strong oversight of the central bank for sound currency and low inflation. Strict rules against reckless speculation, dangerous derivatives, and debt bubbles that harm the nation. Think of the 2008 financial crash. Want to avoid that. Food security and agriculture. Protection of prime farmland from foreign ownership like China. And development, strategic reserves, and support for domestic production of seeds, fertilizer, and key staples. You do not want, again, you don't want China or Russia controlling large swaths of farmland and then all of a sudden they send you into a famine. Trust me, I know the importance of a famine being an Irishman. Justice, police, and internal security. National direction to ensure fair, effective law enforcement and equal justice. You can't have private justice, essentially. Even Milton Friedman conceded at that point. Borders, immigration, and demographics. Strict merit-based immigration with cultural compatibility requirements. Aggressive pro-natal policies, so tax incentives, housing aid, and family support to maintain a stable and growing native population. We don't want to see mass immigration and these motherfuckers just trying to replace the nation through mass immigration. Cybersecurity and digital infrastructure, national standards and protection of all critical networks, data sovereignty and defense against foreign cyber attacks and influence. So again, in terms of like the way the internet, like there's large cables under the ocean, all this kind of stuff, you need to make sure that you're protecting that kind of stuff. They don't hop onto your network and then again, all of a sudden take down your internet. And then foundational scientific research, targeted funding for long-term basic research, biotech, material science, and AI foundations that provide that private markets often neglect because returns take decades. And again, like think of this in terms of biowarfare. That's why you have to include this one. In terms of healthcare, a smart hybrid system could be put in place. Mandatory health savings accounts, catastrophic insurance, and private delivery for most services. The state ensures basic access and runs core emergency hospitals while competition keeps quality high and costs reasonable. You have to have the hybrid. You have to have private competing with the public. The key supporting policies for this, as well as I try to rush through this. No, I'll actually leave that for the rebuttal section. Try and get you all that kind of stuff. But that's so far the key areas that we need to socialize.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Political Shankfest. So, Political, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, you can go ahead and hop right in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Sounds good. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone, for everyone out there tuning in at different hours of the day. I'll hop right into it. I am Political Shankfest, and National Socialism is bad. Doesn't matter which way you flavor it, which way you dice it, which way you add any type of adjective to it. National Socialism is a failure, and it will always be a failure, just like communism is a failure and will always be a failure. National Socialism is a government fundamentally authoritarian in its nature, forced upon critical social systems, colluding big business with bureaucracy, is doomed to corruption. And that is a fatal flaw in National Socialism, just as it has been in communism. Everything a National Socialist government touches goes in this exact way. A system that should benefit the people is entrusted to the hands of very few with very little oversight and enforced by the state's top-down authority. This is inherently oppressive by design. You can't get around it if you're doing a top-down system. And it cannot resist corruption over any reasonable length of time. Eventually, one bad apple will get in. Time, entropy demand that this will happen. And once one bad apple is in, there is no way to correct that system. So that bad apple will select more bad apples to join them until the entire tree is full of rotten fruit, collapsing it into an authoritarian or communist system. Particularly good examples lie in the National Socialist Germany, which our leprechaun here has decried as not what his system is, even though he failed to provide any real delineation between his system and that system, except for maybe the racial application of it. A recent example is Venezuela, which we have only just rescued from the trappings of its National Socialist system, or countries that have collapsed into communism, like China, the USSR, North Korea. The options on that one are pretty much limitless. You always see that happen. All these countries fail one of the key pillars of a governing body. They need to be long-term, stable, and reliable. If you can't provide that as a government, your society will fail. The next failing of National Socialism is its inability to balance itself. Those rotting apples I talked about earlier each rotting branch will soak up more and more of the tree's resources to keep its cancerous fruits alive. To buttress one failing system, the National Socialists will have to steal from three others, causing it to hang decrepit and emaciated. Like you can see this today in Europe with their military. It's pathetic. It's lame. The British Navy can't even get out of port half the time. Or you can see it in their immigration policy. It's awful and it's destructive and it's clearly bad for Europe, but they have to keep doing it. Why? To support their dying healthcare system and their aged out entitlement programs, which are just unsustainable under a National Socialist format of regime. Or, sorry, not format of regime, but these are National Socialist styles of policy. The added authoritarian load on top of a top-down system is inherently more costly than an uncontrolled system. That is just definitionally true. If you have to put in effort to make a system, that is going to cost more than to just not have a system. This cost, in the long term, will always be outcompeted by a free system like the USA has done with Germany and the USA has done with basically any other country to ever exist, and has done so repeatedly. The only way for a National Socialist country to exist long-term is either to oppress its own people, to oppress other people, or to exploit other people, as our leprechaun here has well said with Nazi Germany as well. Again, Germans and the Russians have done this by oppressing their own people and other peoples, by starting these offensive wars to conquer lands, to steal resources, to buttress their dying social systems because they're out destroying their own people to try and maintain this top-down enforcement. And you can see it today, most notably in Europe's exploitation of the goodwill of America, using our defense budget so that they can kill their own defense budgets in pursuit of protecting these entitlement programs that are clearly failing at every turn. Any example that the leprechaun presents to the contrary to these facts will be just like the pot of gold at the end of his rainbow. It'll be a fantasy at best and a cruel deception at worst. It will come riddled with caveats, held up on conditional struts, and most likely a smoke and mirror rebranding of non-social National Socialist systems. I expect that the leprechaun will try to equivocate declaring military defense as a National Socialist interest, which is incorrect. Every tribe and nation from the dawn of time has had a military force, long before National Socialism existed as a concept. Even if you try and apply presentism to the old world militaries, those weren't National Socialist institutions either. Old world militaries were almost exclusively privately funded, not for the benefit of the state or the benefit of the people, but for the benefit of the generals of the people that raised those militaries. Officers were nobles selected for their position in society. They were the aristocracy. And they were not selected because the aristocracy was competent. They were selected because the aristocracy was in charge. They were the leading arm of that system. They were the end of a long line of corruption that National Socialist policies would produce in the end. Roman generals were wealthy landowners. There was no business and state collusion per se. There was wealthy families pursuing their own interests, whether or not it benefited or hurt the nation. And you can see the same with borders. Outside of select examples like, say, the Great Wall of China, nations didn't have hard lines with fences protecting them. They didn't have guard towers. They didn't have regular militias stalking these choke points. Excuse me. And they weren't National Socialist in nature. They weren't businesses colluding with the state for the interests of the people. They weren't selected upon some aristocratic sense of the greater good to society. They were selected upon, this guy was rich, his grandfather was rich before him, his great-grandfather owned this land before him and was also rich, and so they get the charge. And that is what all corrupt systems devolve into, and that is what any National Socialist system will devolve into. So if we apply presentism to these old ancient systems, maybe they are National Socialists, but they're not National Socialists in any way we would describe as good. There's a reason why we moved away from feudal systems. There's a reason why we moved away from tribal systems to democratic societies, to societies that we have today, and of course to the greatest society in the world, America. Again, we can apply this to justice in a more modern context, moving away from the ancient world and back to today. Justice dispensed by a jury of your peers is the cornerstone of Western society, and a jury of your peers is not a top-down, authoritarian enforced system. In fact, one of the worst things you can have in a court of law is a single judge with absolute power, able to decide whatever he wants. Because anytime you see a court case decided by a single judge that has absolute authority, that was selected supposedly on his aristocratic, merit-based system, we hear nothing but all of these atrocious stories coming out of places like California, with kids being taken away from their parents because the parents won't affirm their identity, and other atrocious things destroying our society. Things courts blocking Trump with a sign of a pen, no court, no jury, just these merit-selected judges, supposedly, of course, merit-selected judges. I could go on with crooked judges for a long time. We have no shortage of court cases in our modern day, but I'm running out of time. So now we can go on to infrastructure. Back in the early to mid 1900s, infrastructure was built privately. You had a man that wanted to build a steel factory. He wanted to build a skyscraper. He wanted to build any number of buildings. And what did he do? He took out a loan, or he used his wealth. He acquired his capital, and he built the building. And they were magnificent. They were beautiful. They were works of art and architecture that have lasted hundreds of years. Many of them have been cemented as historical artifacts, too beautiful and too important to our history to remove. What do we have today? After decades of building regulations, these top-downs, National Socialists, the interest of the people say we must restrict you in how you build your buildings. Why? Because, we have to do this environmental impact study and see if your skyscraper will harm this shrub by putting it in too much shade for an hour or so. So it's turned into this modernist, postmodernist, brutalist style of dull, bland, gray, soulless, offensive to God and beauty buildings. So even at the infrastructural level, things have gone downhill. Our power lines are falling behind, not moving ahead. The general electrical output of Europe is struggling to live without evil communist Russian oil. Why? Because their top-down, nationally directed energy programs have been a complete failure because they've restricted to the expert opinions of what energy we should be moving to. I could go on with every other system we have here in the world. Education, America used to be leading in the world, and then the Department of Education appeared, and now we struggle to do the same things we did 40 years ago. Not because anything has changed, or not because the people have changed, but because the system has become a top-down managed system, a authoritarian, a national socialist system. Financial systems, military technology, agriculture, cybersecurity, scientific research, even the police. There are countless examples of how we can go into a national socialist system becomes worse and worse. And I yield back my negative seconds.
Thank you for that opening statement. That's going to wrap up opening statements, and we're going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is 5 minutes for each debater to directly respond to their opponent's opening. There's no interjections yet because this is uninterrupted rebuttals, and then after we'll have the open floor. So we're going to hand the mic back to Tareyak. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So to see what I said, chat, like as soon as they hear the word socialism, they're like, "Oh my god, such a bad idea," all this kind of stuff. But like I kept saying, like it's a limiting principle to the nation. Environmentalism, like this whole globalism, environmentalism, that's not National Socialism. And like I said from the very beginning, this is not Nazism. So the fact they brought up Germany is basically showing me that he doesn't really have much in the tank, because Germany was fascist National Socialism, not aristocratic. And then he went on to complain about this is going to end up authoritarian, but the governance structure I listed was a House of Representatives, a National Senate, a strong but limited presidency, and an independent judiciary and federalism, which is what America's current system is. So I guess he thinks that America's current system is authoritarian. But anyways, to get back to my opening, key supporting policy. So you'd need targeted tariffs and trade, so smart limited tariffs to protect strategic industries like steel, technology, the automobile industry, farming, from unfair foreign competition, especially from subsidized or slave labor economies. So what happens when you have these global capitalists that are using China as slave labor, and then they basically pump all these products into your economy and undermine your own economy? National preference and supply chain security. Domestic companies get priority on government contracts. Critical goods, medicine, microchips, and military parts must have a minimum domestic production requirements. You should not be producing your semiconductors in Taiwan. You should be producing them in the heartland of America, baby. And then anti-monopoly enforcement, so break up or regulate cartels that threaten competition or national interest. And then foreign ownership restrictions, heavy limits on foreign control land, media, and key industries. So again, like think about amount of land China owns, think about all the stuff they say about the Jews running the media and key industries as well. You cannot have them as globalist. Why this system is superior against regular socialism and communism, which is what my opponent outlined. We reject total government ownership. By strictly limiting socialization to national security and backbone needs, we preserve private property, profit incentives, innovation, and individual freedom. Against uncontrolled global capitalism, which is why you see all these open trade or free trade policies and all that stuff, and this mass immigration into America. This is from the global capitalists. This is why I started my statement by saying We understand that communism is a delusion, but we don't merit Marx in terms of the critiques, the valid critiques he has about capitalism. We prevent corporations and international finance from hollowing out our industries, offshoring jobs, and eroding sovereignty for profit. The nation is protected, not treated as a mere shopping mall. Against pure democracy, we correct the flaws of mass voting by requiring competence and skin in the game. Aristocratic National Socialism creates ordered freedom, a dynamic, innovative private economy guided by competent leadership and protected by strong national institutions. It builds a secure, cohesive, prosperous, and sovereign nation focused on long-term flourishing of its people. This is a practical, reason-based third way, realistic about human nature and the challenges of the modern world. So again, the critique study that's going to happen is this: we mentioned socialism bad, and to avoid that in the debate, another way to define this political philosophy would be aristocratic national republicanism. Because like I said, the key industries that I mentioned there, you don't want, for example, China and Russia doing business with Lockheed Martin, getting the latest military tech and weaponry from Lockheed Martin. So that industry has to be nationalized. Core infrastructure and energy, that industry has to be nationalized. You don't want China having control over your energy supplies or your core infrastructure. Education as well. We've already seen how bad the third level education has been in America because of foreign influence. These gender study course and all this kind of stuff. And again, food security and agriculture. You don't want China buying up all your farmland and then sending you into a famine. So with that, I thank you and I look forward to your questions and the debate.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Political Shankfest. Political Shankfest, whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Awesome. Love to be here. I'm having a great amount of fun so far. So the first thing I would like to address is, obviously, I spoke my opening statement second, and that was not my rebuttal. This is my rebuttal to your opening statement now. So the first thing off is you complain that I, again, related it back to Nazism or the Germans of the 1940s. And you clearly said that it's not Nazism, but you haven't really delineated how still. You've said it's not racial. You said it's not a complete control, but then everything that you've described about your system can only lead in one direction. Once it starts becoming state controlled, it doesn't become less state controlled over time. It can only continue to become more state controlled. And that's the main issue. This is the slippery slope that all communist utopias run down, is that they are just going to interfere a little bit, just clear up this one issue, and then it never goes away. And then 50 years, it expands and expands. And that's the slow death of a country. And that has actually been the slow poison of America for the last 50 some odd years that we are trying to now reel back away from. Now, you also said that it's aristocratic. And that's the same thing all these other same failed states that you try and run away from said. They said that the communists decried that they were selecting the best people for the best job, to each man according to his ability, so that each person was getting what they needed so that they could do the job the best they can, and that they were selecting the best scientists in the world to do the right things. But what ended up actually happening? Sure, maybe early on you got some good scientists, but then the bad apples came in. And what did the bad apples want? Did they want good scientists that would show them up? Did they want good military personnel that would show them up? No, they wanted cronies. Cronies that would do what they say. Cronies that would give them more power. And so, again, down this line we go, where corruption begets corruption and it kills a system. As soon as the government interferes and meddles in the affairs, it's only downhill from there. You talked about limiting suffrage to people that can prove that they're valuable citizens to society. Another issue that I have with everything that you said is you call a lot of things a national socialist policy that aren't national socialist policies. That's just good citizenship. That's just good policy in general. That's the way the United States was from its inception. Are you saying the United States was founded as a national socialist country 150 years prior to the invention of National Socialism? That's the same thing as I said earlier. If you're talking about it, the Romans were National Socialists because the generals were private people and supposedly they were aristocratically selected. So just because something exists and is national in nature does not make it necessarily a national socialist policy. That would be like me just calling it a Republican policy because, well, it's representative. So again, these are word games that you're playing, not in your own favor as you might think they are. It's actually against your favor because you're just changing around words. That's not real communism. That's not real socialism. This is my actual national socialist policy, aristocratic republicanism. It's just a title to make things sound better, but the end result's the same. As soon as you meddle in these affairs, you go downhill as a country. Yes, some of them are good, but these are the ones that are not really national socialists in their own nature. Because another great thing that you brought up is national socialists have the best interests in the country. What most countries are incapable of doing is deciding a time frame for the best interest of their citizens. I would argue that, yes, this European energy policy is in fact national socialist. It's a national interest. It's controlled at a national level, directed by supposed experts. But what time frame are they caring about? Are they caring about today when people freeze to death? Tomorrow when people have to go without their lights on because they can't get oil or energy? No, they're caring about 150 years from now when they're all replaced by Pakistanis and Indians, so that they have green energy and solar panels aplenty and windmills aplenty for them to live off of. They can't solve the time frame issue, and so their country will die. A capitalist system will simply let people build power when power is needed. Obviously, a capitalist is going to want the best source of power because that's the best profit motive. A national socialist system is incompatible with a profit motive by nature, because a government contract, which would fund all of these national socialist policies, is incompatible with a profit margin. You can see that in any system we have today here in America. Again, the systems that are bad about America. In American military contracting, a bag of washers costs $10,000. Is that because it's a national socialist interest? No, that's because it's a government contract, which is corrupting the system, which is allowing these bad negative aspects. It's hyper abusable. And then also, just to finish up, I thought when you said about China and them stealing our secrets, tariffs obviously are good. That's not national socialist either. But it made me think of a Chinesium F-35, which is just hysterical to think of. I yield.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. That's going to wrap up the rebuttals. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open floor, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters, okay? Their links are in the description. And also, we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy this format, make sure you stay locked in, because we have a lot more coming for you. And also a reminder for the live chat, after the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. The Q&A is already up there for you, but the super chats, PayPals, Rumble rants, and Cash Apps, these will take priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free questions. So if you have something you really want answered or really want to say, send it through one of those options, and we'll make sure it gets read. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start this open floor exchange, go ahead and jump in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
So the first
So
thing
we
I'd
can
like
start
to-
with
I'd like to
the
pin down
aspect
more
of
on
like
what
this
national
kind of like
socialism is.
power kind of like aspect you're saying, where it's like, oh, it's just going to naturally devolve into, you know, Nazism, all this kind of stuff. Like the formation of like the power structure in Nazism was based on the Führer principle, which is like one totalitarian leader. Whereas this is why I listed off the basically the same form of governments that America has today: House of Representatives, National Senate, strong but limited presidency, and then an independent judiciary. So these mechanisms, these are the checks and balances. That's why
Do
it's
you
not
think
fascist.
Nazi Germany had no
aristocratic.
House of Representatives? They
Do
didn't
they have the
any
same?
other parliamentary or
Did
judicial
they have the
system?
same? Did they have the same structure as America does today? Because what I'm outlining is the same structure that America has today.
They had a comparable structure to what America has today.
They did not have
America
one
today
all-powerful
doesn't have
leader.
what America had.
They
50
did not
or,
have
sorry,
one
100
all-powerful
years
leader.
ago. Sorry, what was that?
They did not have one all-powerful leader.
You're
Or America
saying
does
Trump's
not have
a
one
single
all-powerful leader.
all-powerful leader?
Yeah,
He
the
declares war
judiciary,
without
the
any-
judiciary can overrule the
They
president.
certainly tried. How far have they gotten on that front? There's many famous cases where presidents have ignored the Supreme Court of the land and just done it anyways. There's a famous quote saying the
Yeah.
Supreme
So
Court
are you
has made a
saying
ruling, and now
that
let them enforce
America's
it.
current structure is authoritarian?
No, you're saying it's National Socialist.
No, you're the
I'm
one that's saying
saying-
that, like, because again, National Socialism is the economic policy. The Aristocratic is the actual form that it takes, like the power structure. So you're saying like the power structure is inherently corrupt because all it takes is a couple of bad apples or a bad apple to get in, and then all of a sudden he just gets cronyism, all this kind of shit.
No, the American
in
system
America's
is better
current
than
system-
a National Socialist system because it's inherently built against allowing corruption in. It's inherently built not against.
Okay, how would
having
you define
national interests
America's
aligned
current
with the
structure of government?
representative republic?
Yeah. So again, like that's just saying that we have a constitution.
Yes.
Like
Germany
in terms of the
also
actual
had
power
one,
structure,
and they also
do you
had
think
an
that
actual
America's
House
one
of
sec? Do you think that
Representatives. They had
America's
a
power
system
structure is
administrative.
fascist, or do you think that it's aristocratic with checks and balances?
It's democratic.
Again, that does not
Yeah,
describe the form of governments.
We vote en masse in America. We do not vote based on this person contributes more. And they
Not
get
what
more
I'm. It's
votes.
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the structure of the government.
The structure of the government is entirely based on the masses.
Aristocratic.
No. Aristocratic is not voted on. Aristocratic is the cream rises to the top. The capitalist system is aristocratic. Successful capitalists rise to the top.
Okay, so it seems like you're getting bogged down in the economic. So in terms of, like I said, the whole like structure of the government does not need to change. When Adolf took power, he had to reformulate the whole structure of the government and then do the whole Führer principles where he had to take ultimate authority and all this kind of shit. Was ultra-authoritarian, ultra-nationalistic as well, where it's like they didn't want any immigrants whatsoever, and it was kind of built in this kind of racial mysticism and all this kind of shit, the whole like Aryan kind of mythos and all this kind of shit, right? But in terms of like the capitalist system, you do realize that like the vast majority of day-to-day life is still fully capitalistic. It's still private property.
Of day-to-day life today or day-to-day life in Nazi Germany?
Day-to-day in terms of the system that I'm proposing.
Yeah, my problem is not that you say it's day-to-day. It's going to be the same day-to-day. My problem is that you say that, but I dispute the fact whether or not it actually will be. I don't think it's going to be the
shops,
same
factories, restaurants, tech startups, housing, entertainment, services, and most manufacturing are all fully capitalistic.
Okay, saying that it's fully capitalistic and it actually ending up being fully capitalistic are two different points. Venezuela said it's just going to nationalize oil and everything else is going to stay the same. And then that fails.
Yeah, so
what do they have to do? They have to expand.
Can you explain
government
how
control to the next step.
the government taking control of restaurants is of national interest?
Because when food lines start collapsing and they have to enforce price controls, that's them taking control of restaurants.
Of restaurants.
As the system becomes authoritarian, that forces the authoritarian regime to enforce more control, and it spirals. That's the death spiral of a authoritarian system.
Yeah, so you realize that like any system, someone could just turn around and say, well, that'll become authoritarian, and then that's a shit system. Like you're not really presenting a valid critique. Like,
Well,
is there another
all
form of government that you would put forward, saying no, this is clearly better?
Well, the question is not what is the best form of government. The question is whether or not National Socialism is a superior form of government.
Yeah.
You've taken the affirmative. You have to prove that
So,
claim. All I have
yeah,
to prove that it's
which
not.
I did. I outlined the form of government.
Yes,
that
and
is
I've
clearly
outlined
superior.
every parallel to that government has been a colossal failure. So, like for instance,
So
you
what-
talked quite a bit about
What is the
tariffs.
better system? Because you keep saying
I don't
capitalism,
have to. I don't
but
have
like,
to
are you
say any
saying
system being
unbounded
better.
capitalism?
You've taken the
Like,
affirmative of it.
are you-
is that you have to.
Are you
prove
saying that
global
global capitalism
all
would
other
be
stuff.
better?
What would be better?
Are you saying that global capitalism would be better?
Nope. I don't have to prove whether or not global capitalism would be better. I have to prove that National Socialism is inferior.
But you're
And
not
it sounds a
proving
lot
that
like
it's
what you're
inferior.
trying to fight for
Because
is
all you're
actually
really doing is
all
saying, oh, it's going to end up an authoritarian, ergo it's bad. That's all you're really saying.
historically it has. Can you point out one system that became National Socialist in any aspect and did not become more and more National Socialist until it collapsed?
Yeah, one could
Free
argue that like the current
USSR.
structure it takes, although no one wants to say the actual name of it, like that in terms of like America, for example, the example you keep using, but you can't really define what America is, that like I said,
Does
I outlined the
America
key industries that
today-
need to be nationalized. So, for example, like Lockheed Martin, they produce all the weaponry and the tech for your military. Do you want them to be able to sell to China and Russia freely the latest tech equipment, the latest weaponry?
Again, you
The, an-
failed to
the answer is
tell me
no.
how that is a national socialist
Yeah,
position.
because
That's
if you
that's
go, yeah,
military policy. That's policy
yeah,
that we've had
if
for
you
thousands
do,
of years.
yeah, it's
All
policy
countries
set
have a policy of
forth
not
by the
selling
government. Yeah,
military
One
secrets.
sec,
because of
boys. One at
national
a time,
security.
or else the chat can't hear what you guys are saying.
All countries
Yes.
have had a policy to not sell their military secrets to another nation. When black
Yes,
powder was
be-
invented, it
why?
was a guarded secret. That's
Why?
not national socialist, is the point.
Why do they not sell to enemies?
For military advantage.
For national security.
Yeah,
Because
strategic
if you're a
advantage
global capitalist,
over
if you're a
adversary.
global capitalist, there's nothing stopping Lockheed Martin from selling the latest tech and military to China and Russia. You see the
I'm
flaw
not
with capitalism
advocating
now?
for global capitalism. I would advocate personally for an isolationist system, which apparently for you goes like into this whole thing of, no immigrants at all is bad, even though all you've talked about is how everything involving foreigners is bad. China's bad, North Korea's bad, Russia's bad, immigration for the most part is bad.
Americans should-
Somehow racial purity is not the thing that you're going for, but every time you talk about any other foreign nation, it's in a negative light. So why would we import Chinese people, import Russians, import foreigners if we wouldn't do trade with them? If we don't,
Yeah, so
trust
again,
them,
that
our
stands
state
to
secrets are our military secrets,
nationalism
why would we
being the
trust them
limiting
with our military?
principle to the socialism. There needs to be certain industries that you agree they need to be government controlled. Otherwise, if Lockheed Martin selling to China and Russia, in terms of the immigration as well, it's a merit-based one. So, like this whole thing of like brain
There's a
drain that
difference
happens in
between
countries where all the
government
brightest,
limiting private business
all
and
the
government
brightest
controlling
and
private
best
business.
students, they go abroad, they emigrate out of the country, and then the country's left like as a shithole because there's like literally all that's left is the low IQ individuals.
There's a difference between a government limiting industry or a business and a government controlling an industry or a business. A government controlling an industry or business controls it in its majority. Limiting something, saying that you can't do A or B, is completely different from saying there's a government official
means you have
of
control.
the party that is going to tell you what your projects are going to be, who you're going to do business with, what you're going to produce, when you're going to produce it, how much you're going to produce, who your suppliers are going to be. This is complete delineation between control, and every system has some sort of limitation. I'm not talking about unbridled anarcho-capitalism.
Let me run down through it. So, like in terms of national defense, military technology, we agree that should be public. The core infrastructure and energy, we agree that should be public. Education should be public. Like in terms of control,
Public
final
as in-
say. Yeah,
As
final
in the
say.
government gets the final say.
Yes. Money,
No.
finance, and banking, that should be public.
No. Lockheed
Okay,
Martin should be free to develop whatever weapons they want to develop. That's
Yeah, and sell to
Lockheed
China.
Martin as a private industry doing whatever they want.
Yeah, they're a private company
No.
now. They're allowed to sell to China
Being allowed
and Russia.
to- Having self-determination and having some limitation on that is different from being controlled. And this is again where you seem to
Yeah,
have some
final
sort of-
say rests with the government.
If
So for
I-
national,
if
so you're
government
saying you
if
want
government restricts one
just
single
to
right of an
clarify,
individual, does that
do
mean
you
the government
want
controls the
want
individual?
Lockheed Martin operating off a profit margin? Whatever gets them the most profit, because that's what capitalism is. Whatever gets them the most profit, they're going to sell.
That's how we won World War II.
But by your military companies selling to the Germans.
No, by our military companies selling to America for a profit margin. They came to
Yeah, no,
the
but
government came to us
when
and
you
they
look
said,
at capitalism,
they said, "We
like
want you
China
to
and
use
Russia will
contract."
pay more than the American government.
First of all, they couldn't even if they
Yeah.
wanted to. Military budget of the United States is greater than the rest of the world combined. Second of all,
So
again, putting a limitation.
can you answer the
on an
question?
entity- There's a difference between telling a company.
can
it
you
can't have
answer the
lead-
question?
No, I am answering the question. There is a difference between telling a company it can't dump its lead acid batteries in the ocean and controlling the company entirely. Do you see the delineation here? Restrictions to some extent exist everywhere. That doesn't mean you control it.
Yeah, so in terms of like, I have final say over this whole marketplace, not just a particular company, but the whole marketplace, this industry. If I have final say over it, I have ultimate control over it.
Yeah, and I agree
Yes.
that the United States government should not have final control over anything.
Yeah, so you want anarcho-capitalism, which is globalist capitalism.
No. Some limitations is not the same as final control,
Final say is control.
which they should not have. So I don't want them to have
Yes, so
control. I
you
want them
want
to be able
you
to
want
set
Lockheed Martin to be
standard
private
boundaries which
and
have existed
operate
for
based on profit. So if
So
China and Russia
the
pay more
government-
than the Americans, your own American company
Says-
is going to give them the latest military tech and equipment.
If the government says that I can't shoot someone in the stomach, is that the government controlling me?
That's
Am I a
yeah,
slave
that's
to
the authority.
government under that
They
situation?
have authority because if you do shoot someone in the stomach, that means that you're going to jail or whatever punishment the
So,
government sees
By
fit.
your definition, I'm a slave to the government because the government
How?
controls me. I have
How?
no agency.
You're the one that's adding in the word
government
slave.
has ultimate control over me, then I'm not a free citizen.
Your government has the authority. You do not have the authority.
To defend myself, yes, I do. I have a lot of authority. I have the most
What are
agency
we
in my life
talking
out of
about?
anyone else here. We're talking about you
So,
saying control is literally anything at all.
Yes, what I'm saying is the government has
I
to
hate
have
your
final
speech.
say over national defense and military technology, core infrastructure and energy, education, money, finance, banking, food security, and agriculture. Like, do you want China buying up all your farmland and then all of a sudden you go into a famine? How would you protect against that?
The same way I've said we would protect against it on the military side. Having simple guardrails in a society is not the same thing as it being controlled. By your definition, the government controls absolutely everything, and we already live in an authoritarian dictatorship because in the end, the government does have the final say on
Not a
every
dictatorship.
aspect of our lives.
When did I mention that I wanted a dictatorship?
I didn't say that's what you wanted. I said that's equivalent to what you're asking for now. You said that the government has
No,
final
you're the one that's
control
critiquing the
over
American
basically
system and
every
saying that the
aspect.
American system is ultra-authoritarian. It's just
No,
like the
I'm
German
saying that
system.
did not say that at all. You said that
When you critique my position, when I clearly outlined that you have a House of Representatives, a National Senate, a judiciary, and a presidency,
and
you
I
are
simply
critiquing
pointed
the
out
American
that
system.
Germany had similar systems. This is a very common
No.
system of government that has existed.
They had the
all
Führer
over.
principle, which means Adolf had ultimate control. There was no one that could
Even
overrule
when
Adolf.
he was in ultimate control, they still had a chamber of commerce, or not chamber of commerce, sorry, a House of Representatives and a representative body. They still held elections.
Yeah, but could they overrule him? No, there wasn't a constitution.
Historically.
They
don't
could not
have a
overrule them,
constitution. It's not
right?
the
So,
same
for example, in the House of
constitution.
Representatives, if you
Same
get
way
a
have
2/3 majority, if you get a 2/3 majority in the House of Representatives, you're able to, like, essentially pass an amendment.
No,
Yes.
you're able to pass it through the House. You still have to pass it through the Senate. Or
When you have
the
the checks and balances, right?
Yeah.
What do you think that means?
That's
that mean that the
limited on
president
the
has
government,
totalitarian
not
control?
limited on the society.
Yeah, but does the
Constitution
president have
requires-
totalitarian control if there's checks
No.
and balances from the houses and the judiciary?
No, but that does not mean that Nazi Germany did not have any type of representative body. It was a bad representative body.
There was no checks and balances. Correct?
Eventually, I believe for the most part, they signed away all of their duties to the president, the Führer, in that situation.
Yes.
Which we've
So
seen
there was no checks and balances.
happening today. More and more power is being centralized
there's
in the
no
office of the presidency,
checks
which
and
is a
balances,
bad
correct?
thing. What was that?
With the Führer principle, there's no checks and balances, correct?
Yeah, that's a dictatorship at that
Yes,
point.
so
On a result.
fundamentally different to the system I outlined, which mirrors or copies the American current system.
Okay, and you understand that Germany went from a system like the American system to a system that you detest, correct? In just a few years. It went from having
So this
a
is not
representative body to
Nazism.
having
How many
zero.
times must I
not
say
saying
this
it's
is not
Nazism. I'm
Nazism?
telling
This
you
is
that
not
you're saying
fascism.
this-
This is aristocratic.
I didn't say it was Nazism or fascism. I am simply showing you the parallels between you say
It's
it won't
fundamentally
happen,
different.
but historically it has always happened. It's like saying if you have sex.
Well, then
that doesn't mean
America's
it's
going to
happening.
end up that way
It always
anyway,
happens.
right? Well, America's just
The
going to end
more
up in a
you
dictatorship
centralize
anyways,
power,
right?
the worse it gets, and that's the situation we've been getting into in America, which is actually bad. The more
Yeah.
national
So
socialism,
even the American
the worse
system
it's
is not
gotten.
yeah. So even the American system is not preventative of what you're trying to, the critique you're trying to outline, correct?
It is better than National Socialism.
National
It's superior.
socialism isn't economic policies. That's got to do with the
then
economy.
Let's throw
Yeah.
it back to the
So in
economic
terms of like this whole authoritarian rule, preventing authoritarian rule, the critique goes based both ways. It goes on my thing, but it also goes on the current American system.
Well, I don't have
So
to
it's
prove
an
that the American
invalid
system's
critique.
the best. I have to prove that yours is not. I
You have to prove that
I just have to
something
prove that
else is better.
No,
And like I said, if you're to put forward the American system, alhamdulillah habibi, because the governance structure is the exact same. You do not need to change the governance structure.
Okay, so if we don't need to change the government structure of America to have a system that you're proposing, why is it called National Socialism? Why isn't it just called the American Representative?
Because you socialized with the limiting principle, key terminology
America
here,
supposedly
limiting
already
principle
does, which America supposedly already
of
does. is that
of the
representative
nation,
democracy.
and you prioritize or you develop policies to benefit the nation. So, for example, you have a bunch of Democrats now who want illegal immigrants to be able to vote. How is that beneficial to the nation? It's not.
And what does that have to do with any of the policy we've talked about so far? Democrats
Yeah, because you keep getting caught up on the word socialism. And then you like point, there's like, well, environmentalism, and then you start pointing to like all these like globalist policies where it's like free trade, mass immigration, all this kind of shit, which is what National Socialism would be fundamentally against.
Well, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pin down what your actual views on what differentiates your ideal system from what systems we already have, because you gave it its own name, you gave it its own principles, and then you keep coming back to that. Well, it's just the American system. So if it's just the American system, why not just call it a
form of governance? Yeah, because as you've demonstrated in this debate so far, you hear the word socialism, then you try to say, oh, well, it's communism and all this kind of shit, which it's not. And then you hear like National Socialism, and then you start comparing it to Germany, which it's not. It's aristocratic National Socialism, not fascist National Socialism. National Socialism is socialism with the limiting principle around the nation, meaning you don't go for communism, you limit the socialization to the nation, which is like you agree, you don't want Lockheed Martin just saying whoever pays us the most, that's who we're going to sell to. You want them to have a limiting principle saying we're only going to sell to the nation. We're only going to benefit our nation.
They don't just sell just to America, they sell to our allies as well.
Yes, allies to the nation. The limiting principle is nation.
Again, we've circled back to you've failed to distinguish any of this. All right, let's take a turn. Let's try and look at the economic policy more closely, because we keep coming back to this kind of government limitation system. Is that the critical point that you're on here? Government should be able to limit things if it's important.
National
governments do.
National defense. Oh no, because replacing the populace, like the mass immigration that you're seeing, the free trade policy that you were seeing before Trump got back in and done the whole tariffs thing, like that was clearly not benefiting the nation. Illegal immigrants voting in the elections, clearly not benefiting the nation. This environmentalism that you pointed out, which is a globalist movement, clearly not benefiting the nation.
Well,
the deindustrialization that you saw and like offshoring all the jobs over to China, not benefiting the nation.
Well, according to you, that was done by a merit-based aristocratic system. So
no,
how do we? Again, this comes back to the what timeline, because for that day,
it's fundamentally
it was good for them
opposed
to ship off stuff to China because it was
it's
cheaper
fundamentally
for that,
opposed to
long-term
the
it
nation.
fails. What was that?
When you have globalists that come in, open up the border, do free trade with China, that's a detriment to the nation.
It was certainly good for some people. I know a lot of people got rich. I know we got a lot of free, cheap stuff. Or not free, but dirt cheap stuff.
But to the nation, it was catastrophic.
Short-term, so what you're saying here is short term we had a benefit, and long term we've had a catastrophic failure.
Yes, in terms of the nation.
These government systems are terrible at long term planning, and therefore they should mostly be kept out of it.
Because they do not have a limiting principle of the nation.
All governments have a limiting principle of the nation.
No, they don't.
they-
No, they don't. What is a limiting principle?
You tell me.
You're the one that just used it. What is it? You made the claim that all governments have the limiting principle of nation. What is a limiting principle?
No, you're the one that's been making the claim on limiting principles all night long. It was in your.
You just made the claim, and you made it erroneously.
You
So
said
I'm
it
double
had
checking
this-
whether or not you understand what this means. What does limiting principle
said it
mean?
had this limiting principle. Name the limiting principles.
Nation. So what is a limiting principle?
You tell me. This is your claim that you're trying to defend.
So you don't know what a limiting principle is?
Sure. Let's say I don't know what a limiting principle.
No, not sure. I want you to be honest.
And I said sure. Tell me what a limiting principle is.
Yeah, so you don't know what a limiting principle is. How hard is it to say I don't know?
Apparently pretty hard. Tell me what a limiting principle is. This is your position that this is the hill you're dying on is the limiting principle, so you need to define it.
You don't know what it means.
Are you gonna tell me it or not?
Yeah, okay, so you clearly don't know what a limiting principle is. So I don't want to hear this. Oh yeah, of course I know what that is. A limiting principle means that like this is where your boundary is. That anything over this boundary automatically gets excluded. So if your limiting principle is the nation, you would not be a nationalist if you adopt a shit ton of environmental policies that would cripple your energy sector or your infrastructure or your nation.
So how is that?
So
limiting
these
principle
European governments
reinforced by
are
law
not
other than
acting.
to say limiting principle?
These European governments are not acting as nationalists. They're acting as globalists. You would not want free trade because then you can't protect your own industries. You would want tariffs. That would be another key indicator whether or not a nation is globalist or nationalist.
Okay. Nothing in that has distinguished, like, you can make an argument for all of these things that it's in the national interest to have green energy or to have cheap goods or to have access to all these cheap labor things. Like, how are you?
No, you want to
going
build up your
how are you
industry
going
as a
to
nation.
clearly define in, like a constitutional format or some other actual limiting principle. Like, how are you going to word for word prevent this from becoming an issue for the society down the road? Like,
Yes,
you can't
so
just say limiting principle is the nation. And
Yes.
just have that scribed on a
What
big
benefits
plaque
the
somewhere.
nation?
And then they'll
So
say,
arguments,
well, green
yeah,
energy
arguments would
benefits
say,
the
"Oh,
nation.
we should help
Well,
out these
green
villages in
benefits
Africa, and we should help out like the world as a globe, right? We should benefit like all these other areas." That's
So you're
that's
saying
not
that the government
nationalism.
should
The
outlaw
key
charity?
thing is basing around the nation. So why,
So wait,
for
you
example,
think that
would you
the
want to
government
put
should
all your
outlaw charity?
manufacturing bases in China
So you,
as
I
an
want
as
to
an
go back to
American
the topic
nation?
of it.
Why would
said
you
that
put all
we
your
should
manufacturing in China?
giving money to Africa? You think that the government should outlaw charity?
Can you deal with my question? Is that a nationalist
I asked you a
policy if you offshore all your jobs to China?
It depends on the specific national policy. We've received a lot of
What
I'm not happy
the
with it.
fuck is
Long
going
term, it's
on?
been bad, but short term, it had huge gains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it. And that's the problem with just having a slogan of national or limiting principle of nationalism.
You
Because
didn't even know what
how are you
limiting
going to
principle
decide
was.
Hmm?
Yes, clear benefits over long-term sustainability of the nation.
okay, and how does that actually flesh out? This is just like,
Do you want me to reread my opening statement?
I don't want you to reread your opening statement. I want you to be more specific because you're using a lot of
In
vague
what? In terms of what?
terms in terms of what this limiting principle nationally actually is going to flesh out into. We have a constitution with many articles and like
So
specific
offshoring
things
your
that-
manufacturing to China is not benefiting the nation.
So we can't buy foreign goods, period.
No,
'Cause that
you
would
could,
be
but you tariff
offshore
the fuck
manufacturing.
out of them. You make sure that the foreign goods are always more expensive than the domestic goods.
Okay, so if there's a good that we don't make here in America, say like silk fabrics, because that's a really common thing to get in China, we just can't have silk fabrics in America because that would always be more
You
expensive.
could develop it yourself.
We would have to develop
And you would
artificial
be-
silk fabrics
and
that would
any-
cost thousands of dollars
and
per pound
any-
versus
Any
importing
American
Chinese
government,
natural goods.
any American business that operates in the said product would have a clear competitive advantage.
All right,
Because
what
the
about
Chinese
coffee?
products
Coffee
would
beans aren't
be
grown in America.
tariffed.
So we're going to tariff coffee beans into the price of what I think Hawaii and Florida can grow coffee beans.
Yes.
So whatever it costs to buy a coffee bean and homegrown in
You
Florida.
protect your
Hawaii,
own industries. Yes.
So coffee is going to be $100 a bag. Because that's what you would have to tariff it at to make it compatible, competing.
Sure.
with
Why not? You don't think that there's going to be innovation and there's going to be more business, more competition that goes into that area if the price goes that high?
Yeah, I think there's not going to be a ton of innovation in agriculture. We basically figured out farming. It's mostly
it's just figured out.
issue.
Like this whole like robotics and AI, like that's not going to impact agriculture, make it a lot
So your
more efficient.
solution to not being able to grow coffee
Yeah.
beans in South America is to get thousands of tons of robots that consume thousands of tons of diesel to run a farm, and you think that's cheaper than putting some coffee beans on a boat and driving it north.
So we've completely lost the plot here. Like in terms of like how did we get here? How did we get here? What was the question you asked to get us down to this?
The question was, how are we going to deal with something like a limiting principle? You said we tariff everything, so that's just as cheap domestically.
You asked me to define, like, how do we understand what is the limiting principle of nationalism?
You said that,
and I just showed you want to protect your own industry, so you will tariff like foreign farm products, which makes domestic products cheaper. Which means
no, it doesn't make domestic products cheaper. It makes domestic products competing. It doesn't make them cheaper.
It will be cheaper.
No, it won't. It does not make it cheaper to grow a coffee bean in Florida if a coffee bean costs $100 from Cuba.
The price for the consumer will be cheaper. The domestic product will always be cheaper.
Compared to the foreign product, yes. But that does not make the domestic product or the consumer price cheaper. That's two different things.
It will be cheaper than the farm product, correct?
Yeah, to buy domestically.
Okay, now we understand you're being pedantic. Okay.
No.
So in terms of
you are creating a system
in terms
that makes
of
certain goods impossible to acquire.
How? Prove that.
The coffee beans prove that. We would have to tariff things so hard to get coffee accessible to America, and there's other critical materials that we don't produce.
So you cannot. You're saying that you cannot grow it domestically.
You would have to build a specialized greenhouse with specialized soil composition and specialized farming,
which is what they do in the agriculture industry, anyways.
No, most of what we grow, we throw stuff in the ground and then we spray it with fertilizer, and the ground just grows food. It's really amazing what dirt can do, especially out here.
Okay. And you can't do that with coffee beans.
No, coffee beans won't survive the weather out here. You need special climates to grow special crops. That's why we use cotton in the South.
Yeah, so there's no domestic American coffee.
There's a very small amount of domestic American coffee, and in order to make that domestic coffee competing with the foreign markets, which is like 90%, I think. What's the domestic share of domestic U.S. coffee beans to foreign?
Okay, so
less than 1% of the U.S. consumption is domestic. So we would have to tariff.
Yeah, so primarily located in Hawaii, California, and Puerto Rico. Key producers include Kauai Coffee Company, which is Hawaii's largest, FRINJ Coffee, which is Californian grown, and 787 Coffee, Puerto Rico grown. So you can grow in Hawaii, you can grow in California, and you can grow in Puerto Rico. So you just lied, sir.
I never said we couldn't grow anything. I said it would be extremely expensive if you were going to have a domestic supply.
If it's extremely expensive, they're currently operating, and that's with the foreign coffee. Like, and some of these some of these foreign products actually get subsidized by their governments. So if you add in the tariffs, that means that like the price of Kauai coffee, FRINJ coffee, and 787 coffee price does not change. But all these other coffee prices will go up. But that will draw more American people to buying from American companies, which is a nationalist principle. You want to buy from national companies.
Which restricts supply. And when you restrict supply on the little X graph of supply and demand, what direction does the price go? The price goes up. And you would have to restrict supply so much to get the domestic market that it would be $100 a pound for coffee. That's the problem. We produce 1%.
Okay, prove that.
Coffee.
prove that's going to be $100 a pound for coffee?
We produce.
You
1%
can't, because you're
of-
just pulling a fucking number out your hole.
Prove to me that it wouldn't be.
Are
Do
you
you
serious
understand?
right now, bro?
I am serious. Do you know we don't produce enough coffee domestically to?
You're against the National Socialism because coffee
Because of
prices.
supply and demand. Economics 101.
Yeah, you do realize your critique can be levied at anything.
What else can it be levied at? If we restrict
Like
supply, then yes.
yeah,
prices
you
go
could.
up.
You,
That's my
you
point.
you're
That's what
you're trying to make the
you are
case that we
on
should not
this
have
one,
this.
restrict
Yeah, we should
supply.
not have this economic policies because the price of coffee might increase.
No, not because it might increase, because you would have to restrict the supply so extensively because we have to have
How
it-
are you restricting the supply?
because you would have to have the 1% of the coffee produced in the US at every single supermarket in America, which means you have to increase the supply of domestic coffee, which you
You
can't
don't
do.
have to.
Yeah,
The
which
supply
brings
will naturally meet the demand. If these companies are constantly getting sold out, they will just grow more coffee.
you know there's limitations on what land can grow, right? You can't. There's a reason why.
Bro,
you
you're the
just
one.
said
You're the
coffee's
one
only
that's
grown in
dying on the
Hawaii,
hill of coffee
California, and Puerto
prices.
Rico.
You're the one who's dying on the hill of coffee prices.
It's a good example of something that we don't produce domestically in substantial numbers, which are
But you
plenty of
can.
other goods that we physically can't produce. There are natural
you
resources
can.
not available to the United States of America. That's just
But you can, correct?
and
That's how
if we can
market.
produce
That's why
these-
like the free market's such a good
by
idea
that
because
definition, we
naturally
can
the free
produce
market will
semiconductors, so
determine
we
the
don't need
prices.
Taiwan.
Yeah.
We should tariff Taiwan semiconductors at 1,000% because we can technically produce.
No,
them
you should produce. Yeah, you should produce semiconductors in America. Like this was the whole thing. I thought you were like for isolationism.
Yeah, I am, but that doesn't.
Yes.
mean we
So
can-
then,
we should
yeah,
tariff
one sec.
something at
So
1,000% that
So
we
part of being an isolationist is to protect your own industries. So this whole critique that you had on the coffee bean, that critique gets levied at your own isolationism
no, because
idea.
you can't just start producing natural resources that aren't there. You're not going to dig up a mountain and be like, oh my goodness, this is perfect coffee growing land. Natural resources are where they are. That's why trade exists, because some
Yeah.
places have them and some
What I'm
places
saying is your critique on my political philosophy is the same critique that you would have against your own ideology of isolationism.
I'm not a hardline I'm not an absolutist isolationist either.
Yeah,
And
you have
again,
no
we're not
limiting
talking about
principles.
we're not talking about my form of government that I would prefer. We're talking about National Socialism as a superior form of government, which again, we've yet to really establish how it's superior. We've established maybe a couple places where it's not
Okay,
awful or
I'll
atrocious. We
read it
say won't be
again.
so bad.
Yeah, I'll read it again. So against regular socialism and communism, it has a strict limiting principle. So we reject total government ownership by strictly limiting socialization to national security and backbone needs. We preserve
Wait,
private
you just
property,
said that
profit
government
incentives,
has the final
innovation,
say
and
on
individual
anything with
freedom.
national interest.
National security and backbone needs, yeah. What limiting principle is.
So
You limit it based on the
But-
nation.
everything has some form of national interest. So US.
Okay,
the
so how
government has
does hairdressers, how does that serve national interest?
simple. They have material goods. They have labor force. That labor could be directed elsewhere.
Oh my god, you're floundering, bro. Against uncontrolled global capitalism, which is the globalist thing. This is why anytime you hear Donald Trump talk, he'll talk about like globalism, all this kind of stuff. You prevent corporations and international finance from hollowing out your industries, offshoring jobs, and eroding sovereignty for profit. So again, this whole thing of like
Now we're
you're
back
able to
it's just
destabilize
American
America's
system. Why are we
economy
calling it
by
national socialism?
by subsidizing the manufacturing in China. Get China to pass a bunch of subsidization around their steel manufacturing industries and all this kind of stuff, and then you put the because it's free trade,
So you would
you're
say
able to
China's
then
doing
sell
something good,
directly
subsidizing
into
their
the
national
American
social
market.
interest.
So Americans would then have to compete against slave labor as well as subsidy costs of the actual materials being used, which is America would not be able to compete with that. So the only way to protect that is through tariffs and nationalist policies. Right? Against pure democracy as well, we correct the flaws of mass voting by requiring competence and skin in the game. So in terms of like the why it's superior, like I've done both the communist end, socialism, and the capitalist critiques, and this basically eliminates all the critiques against capitalism while also putting in a limiting principle to socialism.
So let's look at subsidies then. You said China's subsidizing their industry, which is gutting America. So you would say China's doing a good thing in their national limit or their limiting principle of nationalism by subsidizing their own industry, sucking out the soul of America, right? So you would praise China in that regard.
China's doing what's in China's best interests. Marco Rubio says this. Donald Trump says this.
Okay.
But America's not doing what was best in its own national interest, aka free trade policies, aka offshoring jobs.
So limiting principle of nationalism. How is it? What's the word I'm looking for?
So what do you think about that? Just to go through other political philosophies there, it's like traditional conservatism. Any conservatives in the audience? This political philosophy actually blends quite well. So in terms of like the strong national defense and borders, you both agree with that. Cultural cohesion and skepticism of rapid change, you both agree with that. Rule of law, family values, and social stability, you both agree with that. And fiscal responsibility, you agree with that as well. So in terms of like, if you're a conservative, you don't really have any issue with National Socialism. Christian nationalism, partial to strong blend, but there needs to be a key delineation of you cannot become theocratic. So you cannot have people getting elevated to certain positions simply because they're Christian. It still needs to be based on the merit-based system. But so long as it's based on the merit-based system through reason, then Christian nationalism blends with National Socialism because they both have the same strong limiting principle. Classic liberalism has a few key areas that would need to be addressed. So, like, typically, like the liberals, as we've all heard, they oppose the tariffs, the national preference, and state direction, all this kind of stuff. So, in terms of the also universalists and the weak on borders, all this kind of stuff. So, in terms of like liberals, you might have a lot of hiccups in terms of like, especially like the modern day liberalism. But as we're seeing, like they're fundamentally kind of like pushing more so like globalist agendas, all this kind of thing. But when you think about like the amount of lefties that like are socialist, if you were to convince them of just setting the limiting principle to nationalism, then all of a sudden you have a huge sweep or inflow into republicanism. Libertarianism, where they'd be in favor of all the economic policies, but they wouldn't necessarily be strong on the nationalist policies. Again, the whole aspect of the defense, military spending, all this kind of stuff. That's what you'd have to come and attack them on it, but by basically saying is that if you're a libertarian and if you like anarcho-capitalism, as far as that goes off, then you basically all you have to do is just like point out to them that like there's certain key areas that you cannot let operate fully capitalistic, a la the warfare,
again,
big infrastructure, education.
What delineates the modern American system from just your National Socialism with the limiting principle of nationalism?
The economic policies, comrade.
What is the difference between our economic policies and yours? We already tariff China. We already limit the military selling goods to China.
So you're saying right now?
You're saying
Trump,
right now.
Because remember when he done the whole tariff thing, everybody was saying, "Oh my God, the prices are going to be horrendous," all this kind of shit.
So you're
like the Democrats essentially are globalists.
Your system is MAGA. You're just MAGA policy.
It could, it would blend into that system quite well.
Okay, so
like if you were to say what is the political philosophy of MAGA, it would be National Socialism.
All right, so that clears up. I guess that's the biggest issue I've had this entire time is I couldn't understand what policy you're coming from because you would constantly say, well, it's just the American system, and then you would come off on this National Socialist limiting principle, some type of vague extrapolation.
Yes, that's Donald Trump's limiting principle. The nation. He's a nationalist.
Okay, so you're saying systems like the H-1B system, which he's emphatic of because it's pulling in supposedly the brain power of other nations into America on a merit-based system. That's a good policy.
That's a whole separate issue because the idea of the H-1B is could be a warranted idea, but when you actually check the results of it, it's been abused and essentially it's just like heavily wrought with a bunch of fraud and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yes. Thank you. That is exactly my point. It sounds so good, and it sounds so good in practice,
Yeah.
and it looks so good, and it starts off even good. And then what happens in practice?
Yeah, so
it
does
always
all
degrades,
ideas.
and it always falls.
So does
So
all
what?
ideas. If I was to say, well, capitalism can become corrupt. Okay, cool. But can you specifically outline how it like leads down to there? Or just saying, oh yeah, it'll be corrupt.
Rich people buy.
That's not a valid critique.
Control. It's very easy to describe where a capitalist system can go wrong. I've laid out most of this debate why a communist system can go wrong, and I've tried to explain and lay
But
out.
you're not dealing with
how
National
this system
Socialism.
with a National Socialism position, with a limiting principle of nationalism, is equally as susceptible. If you have a state-centered control of any industry, it will tend towards corruption and degradation. And we see that everywhere. We see that with the modern military system, because once you have government contracts interfering with the profit motive, you have prices skyrocket. $10,000 bag of washers. You have the H-1B program. Supposedly, it's supposed to be making everything better. Windows has been the worst.
But your critique is not a valid critique of National Socialism. Like you by saying, oh, it can be corrupted.
You
it's
just
like,
said it's MAGA.
yeah, no shit. But that's why I specifically mentioned that. It's like you want to make sure that you have competent voters as well as a competent leadership.
Again, that's not a limiting principle nationalism position. That's just that's a position that's been around for hundreds of years. That's
it is a limiting principle of the nation. You want competent people in the nation.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, but you failed to like the core element of your system isn't built around that. That's not a new system. That's not anything different. That's merit-based.
You want to improve the
limited
nation.
Suffrage that's existed for most of human history. Universal suffrage is a very new idea.
Yeah, and
you're talking about it like this is some type of new government that's never been thought of before.
Yes, the reason for wanting competent voters is you want to make sure that the people
I'm not disagreeing that we want
that
competent
vote
voters
in the elections are actually competent, and you want to breed excellency among the people of your nation.
I'm not disagreeing that competent voters are what we want to have. I'm not a universal suffragist.
Yeah, but the reason why I point that out is because you're the one that's saying, well, corruption though. And it's like, yeah, that's part of like this political philosophy, how you prevent corruption. You don't let retards vote in the election.
And there's no way for non-retards to be corrupted or vote corruptly. Like I trying to understand
just sitting here the whole debate and saying corruption though, but what about corruption? It's like, yeah, like that's
corruption is the death of a nation, and it's actually the number one issue we've had with nations since
but I'm pointing out how in terms of corruption, right, you have both competent voters and then a competent leadership that has checks and balances in it.
You can't just
so like that's two ways. One sec. That's two ways. That's two ways on how you fight back against corruption.
You're making a claim that they are. You're not proving that they will be.
Okay, what proof would you want?
I would want to see how you prevent these the government control of these industries from becoming corrupt. How do you keep a bureaucrat from taking over a Lockheed Martin contract and giving them $10 million to produce a bag of washers? And you can't do that in these systems.
Yeah, because how the limiting principle of the nation, how does this serve the nation?
We still need the bag of washers.
And if there's no reason,
how does the limiting
if there's no reason to it, then you don't do it.
Okay, yeah, that's another claim. That's your
so bags of washers costing how much? $10 million for bags of washers. That is clear corruption.
You're claiming that they will follow this limiting principle. How is that going to
be? So then you can list off anything. It's like, oh, well, I could say that I'm a communist, but actually I'm a capitalist. Like, there's nothing stopping me from, like, claiming to be a communist and then actually acting like a capitalist.
Well, I would say that
it's not a valid critique.
Capitalist and acting a lot like a communist. But the point is not that. The point is you've declared
you don't have a valid critique.
Nationalism. You've declared this limiting principle of nationalism. You failed to prove that, one, it's possible theoretically or physically, or really, and then you fail to like prove that this will improve the government.
Yeah, so I've failed to prove the limiting principle of nationalism, which I've given multiple examples. So, like free trade, you'd get rid of those policies and you'd implement tariffs to protect your own
These are
industry.
all claims. They're
That's
not
an
proof.
example. One sec. This is an example of like highlighting the national principle, right? Then your second critique is like, well, corruption though, there's nothing forcing them to adhere to this. It's like, no shit. You're supposed to be critiquing the philosophy, the political philosophy I'm putting forward. Not that, well, human nature is flawed. There's corrupt people out there, because that critique can go with anything. You can literally list anything and say, well, someone could not necessarily follow Platonism. You know what I mean? Ergo, Platonism's wrong. That does not logically follow.
All right, then let's break it down this way. So let's go back to the capitalist system that you've said, limiting principle of nationalism. It's bad to sell off our stuff to China. It is. I can show you through the capitalist mindset why that is a bad thing. Because in this best interest of the capitalist in America that owns this business, that's trying to make a profit selling it to China in the short term, is negated itself by the fact that once it's in China, he has no capital. He has nothing to which to hold his wealth. If it's in China, it's not his. China doesn't have private ownership. The nation can assume anything they want. So I can show you from a capitalist perspective why it's in his own self-best interest and why the system is self-correcting. You can't show me why your system is self-correcting.
You get more money.
If something bad happens, it just keeps.
Yeah. So if the Chinese government is going to pay me double, right? They'll pay double price for the end product, and I'm going to be operating off like slave labor, so I don't have to pay these fuckers. I pay them fuck all to actually produce it. I've now doubled my profit. So as a capitalist, what is the limiting principle to stop me?
Doubled your profit.
What is the limiting principle here as the capitalist?
The capitalist doesn't care about today. The capitalist
in the long term,
children.
There's nothing to stop.
Doesn't have children.
There's nothing to stop me from continuing on this process if it's doubling up my profit. So what's preventing the capitalist?
There is the fact that you're getting in bed with the Chinese government, which you can't trust. You can trust the American government to stay out of your business.
So the limiting principle would be nation.
No.
You just said one sec. You just said, well, you'd be getting in bed with China, and you're an American company.
No,
that
it's not that
seems like you believe in the limiting principle of nation.
The limiting principle is not nation. The limiting principle is self-interest.
Then why did you mention country names?
The same reason that all European businesses move to America, because America is the better place to do business. That's why you don't leave America to do business with China. You stay in America if you want a business that's going to thrive. Because it's in your best interest. So then all this
manufacturing got offshore to China?
If you want to build a dynasty, if you want to build an industry, you build it in America.
I just explained, you have slave labor, so you have to pay these motherfuckers fuck all prices. And then you have the Chinese government that's going to further incentivize. Let me finish. You have the
and then you cut out
the end product that you're going to sell to them.
You cut out
as a capitalist.
I missed that.
Yeah, as a capitalist, you even admitted
you're cutting out again.
That because it's China and China's the enemy of the American company, you basically just gave the game away and said, "Yeah, no nationalism."
I missed like the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're having that in and out issue. Oh, there he goes. He's gonna come back though. I'm gonna give you guys back.
So I guess I'll take this moment to refute that. I'll have to repeat it again probably. Is he coming back in now? Should I just wait?
I'm sure he will be, but if you want to respond, I'm sure you can.
So the difference is
let the audience hear it.
The limiting self-principle in a capitalist system is self-interest. Everyone in a capitalist system is expected to work in their own self-interest, and that has worked out the best for any place else comparable in the world. And the more you move to a self-interest-based system, the better your country gets. That's what ended slavery, actually, is self-interest, because it's not in your self-interest for slavery to exist. Because if other people have slaves, they can outperform you in an unfair way. So it's in your self-interest that everyone plays fair. That's why it's in your self-interest not to send your business to China where they use slave labor. That's why it's in your self-interest to keep your IP away from China where they will simply steal it, ignore your patent law, and sell it cheaper to run you out of business. If you're a capitalist in America and you want an industry that's going to last and you start producing stuff in China, sure, short term, that'll be fine. But long term, you're going to run into issues of them stealing your IP and then undercutting you because they have the production base. They don't have the cost that you have being a foreigner trying to get products from them shipped over. So it's inherently a self-interest based system. If it's in the national interest, you run into the same problems that I've tried to come back to time and time again that all of these communist and socialist countries run into. The national interest comes first, and that works great short term. You know, they nationalize the oil field, they nationalize the iron production, they nationalize whatever, and then they get a huge boost in their government revenue for 6 months, and then they neglect the system. The oil fields start going dry, prices start to go up, inflation skyrockets. So what do they have to do? They have to nationalize the financial system. And once they nationalize the financial system, what do they have to do? They have to nationalize essentially every business because they have to enforce price controls. Because if you declare that $1 is worth, you know, one thing of bread, you then have to force everyone to sell their bread at that price. So it's a cascade failure, which every national limiting principle of national interest will run into is the government is inherently incapable of maintaining a national interest long term. A self-interest system is inherently free of this. Are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me? Test.
Yes,
two
yes, we
testicles.
hear you good.
Awesome.
I
Did you
gave
hear
back
anything I said while you
couple
were out?
minutes there.
Sorry?
Did you hear anything I said while you were out?
No.
All right.
Yeah,
Here's
you
the
can
rehash
respond
of it.
again. And I gave you guys back a couple minutes, so go ahead.
So a limiting principle of so it sounds like the key feature here is limiting principle of nationalism versus limiting principle of self-interest. A limiting principle of self-interest is always superior to a limiting principle of nationalism. And I will go through again this whole China debate with you on why the limiting principle of self-interest is better served, even in the same MAGA context of tariffing, why that's better in a self-interest method. Because in a self-interest limiting principle, it is of your benefit that everyone plays fair. That's why the capitalist nations are the nations that got rid of slavery, and the communist nations are the ones that kept it. It is in your self-interest that everyone plays fair, because if someone else has slaves, they have an unfair advantage and they're going to take you down. You can't compete with slave labor.
Yeah, so
it's in your self-interest.
If it's self-interest,
yeah,
if it's self-interest, then I just want the most money possible.
And you will have the most money possible for what, 3 months if you sell it to China? Because if it's in your self-interest today to give all your stuff to China to produce, yes, you'll get it cheaper today, you'll get market share today, but then what happens? You don't sell your IP to China, but China steals your IP, and it's not in your self-interest that China steals your IP, and you can't change that because China's communist, they don't play fair, so it's in your self-interest to only do trade with those that do fair trade and play fair in the economic system.
I'll make more money with China.
Yes, it is in your self-interest.
China will continue to do business with me, build up their military infrastructure and all this kind of shit. So if I sell out my nation, if I sell out my nation, if I sell out my nation, that would benefit me over the nation.
This is the plague of China that we have today. People gave their IP to China to have it produced in China, and what did China do? China stole the IP of American companies. Then they started producing it domestically under domestic countries, selling it back to the US and undercutting our own.
And if I don't give two fucks about the nation, I just care about myself. I care about the amount of money that's in my bank account, then I have nothing stopping me from doing that.
Because your business has gone bankrupt. Because you've been outcompeted by China with their slave labor.
I just moved my whole company over to China.
And then they'll say you're not a Chinese citizen, and we have this Chinese citizen that stole your IP,
because
and
they're nationalistic.
Run their own business doing the same thing.
Because they're nationalistic.
As a foreigner, can't compete with a Chinese national in a Chinese business. So it's not in your self-interest to do that.
It is. Because if I'm a globalist, it doesn't matter where I live. I no longer care about America. So if I'm going to get enormous profits for selling out America in my own self-interest, why would I not want to do that? I'd have my house in Dubai. I'd have my house in maybe Moscow or someplace like that. I'd have another house in China. You know what I mean?
Okay, so how many of these billionaires and millionaires are still in business after having moved manufacturing over to China? Or are all of these countries and billionaires actually going bankrupt? Why are they going bankrupt? Because their IP was stolen. Once their IP is stolen, what do they have? They have nothing. Chinese just sell the products under a different name.
But I
in American
still
market,
made
giving
shit
you
tons of money off
zero
it.
profit. You get zero profit at that point.
I still
Because
made
China doesn't play
shit
fair.
tons of
No,
money from
until
selling
then.
out my nation.
Until then.
The key principle is if you only care about
Not
individual,
long-term.
you only care about
Not
yourself. If I get a good enough deal, I will sell out my nation.
If you want to survive past tomorrow, you won't sell out your nation because you'll have.
So
a
if they
model
give me
store.
$100 billion to sell out America,
They better also get you a plane to Beijing. Otherwise, you'll be dead in the morning. And what's $1 billion for a dead man?
yeah. So
See how
you
it's not in
agree?
your
Yeah. One
self-interest?
sec. You agree with the government having the authority to say if the Lockheed Martin does start selling to China,
Because that's in the
people are going to start
self-interest of
swinging.
Americans.
People are going to start swinging. Death penalty for treason.
Yeah, that's not in our
Which is
self-interest.
which
It's
is a
not in
limiting
an
principle.
It's not in
Yeah,
my
which is make one sec to get
I
back to
vote-
the
no,
original
no,
point,
I vote
which is
for
how you
a
prevent
legal-
corruption. Because if these companies are to sell or to benefit or to sell out their nation, then you give them the death penalty. Can you show me an equivalent punishment in a capitalist system?
We do get death penalty for espionage and traitors and turncoats. We haven't done it.
Yeah,
lately,
so it
but
doesn't
that's
seem
all
like
I thought.
capitalism offers some sort of like incentive not to be corrupt. Whereas if it was national and socialized,
No,
there is a clear incentive. Yeah, because otherwise you'd be swinging.
capitalism offers the best reason not to be corrupt. Because in a capitalist system, those that don't play fair are kicked out of the capitalist
So
system.
oligarchs.
In a
Do you think
nationalist
like you
system,
want
it's in
you
your
want it
best
to be an
interest.
oligarchy?
You need to look at this from the individual level because that's the unit of the government. It's in the government as a
No.
whole's national interest to do something,
Family.
but that bureaucrat's working in his self-interest. That's the limiting principle here.
It's family.
Everyone at the end of the day is working for their own self-interest. That's not
the core to a
that's
nation
fact of life.
is the family,
Which is in
not the
my
individual.
family is my self-interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because the family is the backbone to
not
the
the national
nation, then
interest.
your self-interest should be the nation, not just
The
yourself.
nation will
Because that one sec. This is why you have a bunch of like the whole trans thing, the LGBT and all this kind of shit. They are purely individualistic. They have no concern over the collective. They have more empathy for a complete random fucking stranger from a different country than they do for their own family or their own friends or their own nation.
Yeah,
So
but
this
these are
whole
the
thing of
same
like
people who would say
individual is the
armed
great
representatives of society would
limiting
be
principle.
excluded from
There is
voting.
no limiting principle to the individual, but there is a limiting principle to the nation.
No, the limiting principle to the individual is self-interest. What you have described as people that are immature and have failed to develop.
Yeah, and if
their
I get paid $100 billion,
self-interest over time.
what stopped me from selling out the country?
The fact that the mob will hang you tomorrow.
Yeah, but I move over to Beijing. I have $100 billion.
But like
I can live wherever
Beijing
I want.
tomorrow, guess what happens? We find out that you have been talking to some Chinese officials. You're about to hop on a plane to Beijing. I think it's in our
Sounds like
self-interest.
sounds like your limiting principle here should be around the nation, because that's the only thing that's going to
No,
keep
it's the self-interest.
these CEOs in line. Is that if they do sell out the country, they're not just going to
It
be losing
sounds
their
like
money;
if
they're
you
going to be
take
losing their life.
This limiting principle of the nation to its logical conclusion. The logical conclusion is the self-interest. So we're just back to square one in that regard.
No, when you say the limiting principle is self-interest, there is nothing stopping you from betraying your nation. And you saying
self-interest.
you saying that the nation will come for you is not, again, does not stop me. It's not a limiting principle.
I don't think you understand what self-interest is. I exist today. I exist tomorrow. I exist next week, next month, next year, next decade. My children exist today. Tomorrow they'll outlive me, hopefully. My grandkids, my great-grandkids. All of this is my self-interest. So my self-interest extends across time. The national interest doesn't care about me, doesn't care about my family. I am only a tool to the government.
What is the backbone to the nation?
The individual. which
No.
is
Can you produce more individuals with one individual?
No.
Can you produce individuals with a family?
Is the family a single unit? Or
Yes.
is it a group of
And the
individuals?
family is the backbone to the nation, which is why I even specifically mentioned pro-natal policies, which Trump is also mentioning in terms of giving aid and support to tax incentives, housing aid to American families.
Okay. So the family is not a single unit. So you're not appealing to a person, you're appealing to a group. And that doesn't work long term, again, for these same reasons. When you have collectives of groups like that, you end up with.
So you don't want pro-natal policies?
I do want pro-natal policies, but that's not.
Okay, so you agree with me.
That has nothing to do with the limiting principle of nationalism and the family unit.
It has everything got to do with the nation, because the family is the backbone to the nation, which means you need to support American families.
Yes, which means they will happily sacrifice.
That is the limiting principle.
Which means they will happily sacrifice the individual for that ends. And once you start sacrificing individuals, you sacrifice the whole. It is the sum of its parts.
No.
Yes.
Like, what are you not understanding? Are you just trying to do it to try and like say no and just be like contrarian, just to try and win the debate? Or like you genuinely not see how like the family is the backbone to the nation, so we ought create policies to support American families?
I'm not talking about being the backbone of the nation. I agree with you, it's the backbone of the nation, but the nation will.
Yes.
I'm talking about the individual. You're talking
which
about
is
the
if
family,
you're which is why
Society
if
isn't
your
run
limiting
by
principle
families, it's
is
run by individuals.
nationalistic, if your limiting principle is nationalistic, inherently it's going to be based around the family as well. You're going to want pro-natal policies.
Yeah, you're saying the same thing.
If you're a
again, and I'm not
nationalist, you
disagreeing with
cannot be
but you just were getting
anti-natalist
hung up
and be
here.
nationalist.
I didn't disagree with you on the family being the unit of the nation. I'm disagreeing.
Yes,
with
I'm
you.
pointing out again. I'm trying to point out because
disagreeing
it
with
seems like you don't understand like how do
not
we identify
disagreeing.
whether or not a policy is pro-nation or anti-nation. So in the specifics of anti-natalism versus pro-natalism, it's nationalistic to be pro-natalism.
So when the bureaucrat goes to work, is he taking his wife and kids with him, or is he an individual?
Do you
operating in an
understand
individual
what I just said?
I do understand what you just said.
Okay,
I agree with
steel man it back to me.
The nation is comprised, the fundamental backbone unit of a nation is the family.
No,
Is that wrong?
that's not what I'm talking about. You're
All
the
right,
one that
tell
made
me
the claim. Like, how are we able, Tareyak? How are we able to determine what's like what's adhering to the limiting principle of nationalism versus not? And I gave you a specific dichotomy between anti-natalist policies and pro-natalist policies. A nationalist will be pro-natal, not anti-natal. That's a limiting principle.
Okay, so you come to a pro-natalist position from the limiting principle of nationalism.
Yes.
Okay, there's nothing preventing you from doing that from the position of self-interest, and I argue again, limiting
trans ideology
is not superior.
Trans ideology is trans ideology pro-natal?
No.
It's self-interested though.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Pro self-interest.
Yes.
How? Please
because because
prevent yourself from going.
Because it's YOLO. You only live once.
How is this in your?
You only live once. I'm an individual. I should be allowed to express myself whatever way I want. I'm an individual. How dare you try to put any limiting principles on the nation on me?
Self-interest is I want something, ergo I should go and get it. You think
yes,
3-year-old
there is nothing limiting. When you say self-interest, that is an unlimited category.
No, it's not. It's a very limited category. It's you today, tomorrow, and for the rest of your life, and your grandchildren. And
yes, and if I want to live as a woman, as an individual, what right have you to tell me to do anything?
All right, let's start with this. If you want to,
that's individualism.
Let's start with this. If you want,
you don't have any rights to tell me what to do with my body. My body, my choice.
Let's start with this. If you want to live, it's in your well. Actually, we have to presume first of all, it's in your self-interest to live, I guess. But if you want to live, it is not in your self-interest to become a trans, because what's the suicide rate there?
Are there still people?
You want something,
are there still people trying to become trans?
That doesn't make it in their self-interest.
It clearly is. They're interested in it. They're interested in becoming a woman, ergo they're going to pursue it. There's nothing stopping you from a self-interest principle.
Liberal decadency, degeneracy.
Yes, freedom. I should be able to do whatever I want.
That makes it's not in your self-interest to do whatever you want, because that means that it's in everyone's self-interest to do whatever they want to you.
Yeah, which is why pure individualism is dog shit. This is
Self-interest
why
is
the whole
the-
trans ideology is dog shit. But if you bind it to the nation, the backbone of the nation is the family, and because you cannot produce, if you cut your dingaling off, that means that it's an anti-natalist position, which means it's anti-nationalistic. It does not serve the nation. What does serve the nation is to find a beautiful woman, settle down, have some kids, preferably 4,
still
because
stuck on
we're
the
in
fact that
population
it's
decline
in
at the
your
moment.
self-interest to sterilize yourself.
Yes, because it's an unlimited principle.
No, it's not.
It's like saying freedom. It's like saying freedom. My limiting principle is freedom. It's unlimited. There's no grounding to it.
Freedom, it's self-interest. I'm being very specific here. I think we finally narrowed down where your fatal flaw is.
Yes, and my self-interest is to maximize as much freedom as possible, which
No,
means
it's
if I want
not.
to live as a
It's
woman,
not.
then I get to
Your
live as a woman.
happiness in this second is not your self-interest. If that was your self-interest, everyone would just shoot up fentanyl until they died, because that's the most joy you're going to feel right up until your heart stops. So that's not what self-interest is. Self-interest is
self-interest.
Existing.
All right, so that is an hour of open floor there. But as you guys know, and if you don't, what we do here is normally, if it feels like there may be a little bit of meat left on the bone, we ask if both debaters, keeping in mind we have the 30-minute Q&A still, if both debaters would like another 30 minutes of open floor.
I definitely would. If I might say, though, I think we've kind of narrowed down our whole debate here to what is the primary interest? Is it self-interest or national interest?
Yeah, it felt like you guys were getting into a narrowed lane here. So if and yeah, sorry about the beeper. I always forget to mute it. But yeah, so you guys both open for another 30 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna go grab something to drink. I got dry mouth.
Yeah, go ahead. No problem. And everyone in the chat, to remind you all, okay, we are going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A, super chats, Rumble rants, the PayPal, Cash App. These will all take priority. So if you wanted to make sure you get your question asked, get it in there, because if they take up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free questions. And also after the Q&A, we're going to be doing an open panel. And if both debaters stay, that's a chance for you guys to question and ask some follow-ups for things you have. He leaves the beep to wake everyone up. Yeah, no sleeping during the debates. What are you doing? Yes, sir. Thank you, mashed taters. Yes, we've got to 10K, and we're going to be doing a marathon shortly. Are you back with us, Political?
Oh. Sure am.
All right, awesome. Well,
beautiful.
I'm going to put another 30 minutes on the clock here, and you guys are welcome to go at it.
Yeah, so self-interest refers to acting in a way that promotes one's own personal advantage, well-being, or advantage, often without regard for others. It is the focus on one's own needs, desires, or goals. While sometimes viewed as selfish, self-interest can simply mean making decisions on what best serves one's own interest. So all these perverts that want to walk into a woman's toilets and all this stuff, that's a self-interest. There's nothing limiting them from this whole self-interest limiting principle you're trying to talk about.
Well, that's because you're using a semantic argument there. That's not what I mean when I say self-interest. Your self-interest.
Yeah, what you actually mean is nationalism.
No, because it might not always be in your self-interest to support the nation. If you were in Nazi Germany, it would not be in your self-interest to be a Nazi or to support Nazi Germany. So, like, if a nation
you're just
goes
claiming,
bad,
you're just saying, oh well, that's not self-interest, but there's plenty of people who's like, if you were German and white and blonde hair, it would be in your self-interest to be.
Here's what the limiting principle of self-interest means. Also, just pulling it off a Google search. It includes the long-term health of your society, particularly when defined as enlightened or rational self-interest.
Long-term health of your society.
Hmm?
Like
What
you
was that?
basically said, it's like self-interest, so the individual, and then like literally the first sentence you mentioned society. What did you type into Google?
It is, does self-interest include your long-term society?
Yeah. So you
it's your
can make a
self-interest.
case that it's in your own interest to benefit the society, but the clear fundamental limiting principle should be the society, aka the nation.
No, because I can
So
think of
what you
many
just asked
situations
Google,
where
what you
that's
just asked Google is, can self-interest be grounded in nationalism? And it's like, yes, which is what I've been saying from the whole beginning.
But then
The
you can
limiting
say the
principle should be
opposite. Well,
nation,
it's
because it's
nationalism
even within your
is
own interest. You can make an argument from your own interest that you want to have a prosperous nation.
You do want a prosperous nation from your own interest, but
Yes,
you cannot
which is why the limiting
nationalism
principle
say you
is
want a prosperous-
nationalism. Because if you just base it around self-interest, then there's plenty of perverts that will want to dress up like a woman and walk into the women's toilets.
All right. Instead of talking about a fictional nation, let's talk about a real nation. Pick a nation.
Wait, was
Pick
the
it.
bathroom question not a question that was like hot in politics? Like, should we allow these trans into female bathrooms? Should we allow these trans into female sports? That's fiction.
Okay, and where in the national interest does it not serve to let men on women's sports teams? Where is the national concern from your national limiting principle? It has no
Yes,
impact on the national level.
So a bunch of men tend to be women. That's good for the nation. Or do you want manly men?
You argued that cutting off your dick is good.
Do you
for your
want
own
feminine
self.
men as a nation? Do you want feminine men or do you want masculine men?
Well, I guess in that example, yeah, that would be feminine men, right? That's the direction that's going. I always mix that up.
Mm-hmm.
I can if you ask any European society, they want feminine men. They would tell you that's their national interest is to feminize men, to make them
No,
more in touch
the
with
European
their feelings.
Union is not nationalistic. The European
Pick
Union
any
is
country in
globalistic.
Europe. They would say that men need to be more in touch with their feelings, more feminine. They need to be home more with the kids. They need to do
And
more
that's
house
not
chores.
in the national interest.
They say
That
it
is in a
is.
global interest.
See, this is
to
where we get to what they
destabilize.
say versus what they actually do. You're operating from an assumption
Again,
of what the national interest is.
Yeah, like we could talk about like capitalism, let's say, and you could be like, yeah, like my critique would be like, yeah, like capitalism seems good, bro, but like they could say that they're capitalist, but they're not actually capitalist, and it's like, yes, that's kind of my point. That you're basically saying it's like, well, they could just lie and not actually do this political philosophy, but like that's not a critique on the
it's
political
not real
philosophy that I'm putting
capitalism.
forward.
These people are actively working in what they genuinely believe to be their national interest. Do you disagree with that?
No.
Do you think they're working? Do you think these countries are actively working against
The
their
European
own
Union
national interests? No,
acts
not
against
the
nations.
union. Not the union. Pick a country in Europe: Britain, France, Spain.
The European Union is here. The national government is here.
Okay, so that would be global, in your opinion. Then?
Yes.
The EU. Okay.
The
so
EU is
I'm asking,
globalist. Yes.
Discard the EU. If you say that's globalist, then I don't want to deal with it. You said
Yes.
national
And these
interest.
policies come from the EU.
Countries, Spain, France.
So what you're doing right now is saying, well, the EU develop a policy, and part of being part of the EU means that all nations have to abide by these policies. And then you're trying to say it's like, well, then these governments are saying that they're actually acting in the national interest. They're not really. And I'm like, yeah, no shit, because it's globalist policies.
Okay.
These nations don't have their own sovereignty.
They seem pretty sovereign. Didn't Brexit just happen? Well, I guess it didn't just happen, but Brexit happened. So is Britain a self-determining nation then in this situation? Can we use Britain?
No.
Why can't we use Britain as an example? How about Canada? Canada's not in the EU.
Still globalist. Yeah, go ahead.
But are they? So they're not acting in their self-interest. Canada is not a national system. They're what?
No, opening up the borders is not in your own nation's interest. Not protecting the Canadian families.
You accuse me of doing. You're saying that this is a nation and this is their national policy, but that's not a national policy. This is a globalist policy. They're actually globalists. They're not doing
It's not in the nation's interest. to start
Yes, they
importing in different cultures and say multiculturalism. That's not a nationalist policy.
and that's just because you've declared it. Why would it not be necessarily be a nationalist policy? If they're where you said importing H-1Bs in theory is a nationalist policy, it benefits us. Why is it bad for them?
It's an aristocratic one, but it can clearly be subject to corruption, fraud, and all stuff. But the main goal is that you want as much intellect, brain power, and all this kind of shit in your nation possible. But you don't want to subvert the culture. You don't want to subvert for example, like the religion. You don't want, for example, a bunch of Hindus and then a bunch of Muslims move into the same neighborhood, and it's just constant fucking warfare on day to day.
Again, says who? Because
Multiculturalism is not a
definition,
nationalist
you
policies.
You as a limiting principle of nationalist would want the opposite. You would want people going to India, converting them to Christianity. You would want colonialism.
No. How does that strengthen the nation?
They say it. I'm not arguing with you whether or not it actually strengthens the nation. I agree immigration has failed and most of these policies have failed. The point is these are national systems instituting national policy at a national level in what they purport to be the nation's interest. They're not.
No, multiculturalism does not serve the nation. It creates disharmony. You all of a sudden you have multiple cultures competing to be the dominant culture.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing.
One nation, one culture, under God.
I'm talking to you about the system of government that's enabled it. And if it's operating at a national
level, it's a globalist. These are globalist policies.
And what has prevented America from falling as badly into these traps that other countries have followed? They operate in the self-interest policy, which is
Donald Trump is a perfect example of what I'm talking about right now in terms of like making sure that you socialize certain industries that protect and serve the nation.
Self-interest? Does Trump shy away from his own benefit in office? Trump is the definition of self-interest.
Well, is the slogan "Make Trump great again" or "Make America great again"?
Is it in his self-interest, a giant billionaire businessman, to have more business in America?
It depends on the business in America. You don't want China, for example, buying up a shit ton of land, especially farmland.
Let's go with the pool, or not the pool, the spray painting spray painting the pool in front of in DC. Spray painting it blue. He awarded that contract no bid to people that he knew. Is that in the national self-interest?
Why?
Or is that his personal self-interest to get?
Why did he do it? Why did he do it?
I would say because he wanted it done, and it was in his self-interest to have a more beautiful capital. Why did he round up all?
No, it's because it was a fraction, like literally like 10% or 5% of the price quoted to him by the other people.
And it's been decried.
So in terms of thinking of the nation and trying to save money for the nation, he went with the cheaper option that was not only cheaper but also quicker.
Democrats argue that painting it blue is actually going to make it hideous and not actually solve the problem. So it's not in the nation's interest to not.
I don't give a fuck what they say. I'm looking for an objective reason, and the objective reason is it was much cheaper and it was much quicker.
And it gave the contract.
And in terms of the nation, that's much more beneficial.
Interest. It still benefits him. When he reduced the tax code, did that benefit him?
Yes. We're not saying that self-interest does not overlap with national interest.
I'm not saying that either.
What I'm saying is that the grounding or the limiting principle of nationalism excludes all this trans shit and all this like selfish interest that comes with self-interest. Think of like a Venn diagram. Yeah, there's going to be some like two circles. There's going to be overlap in terms of like self-interest, all this kind of shit. But you want to go with the nation rather than the self, because the self, there's no limiting principle to stop you from doing the whole trans thing. There's no from like legalizing all drugs and just saying have a great time, try to maximize your happiness in this life. There's nothing stopping you when you have self-interest. But when you have nation, then all of a sudden you're not just thinking in terms of 100 years, you're thinking of 1,000 years.
All right. Let me read you another subsection of self-interest. Self-interest alone is not sufficient. damn it, that's the wrong one. Sorry.
No,
Self-interest
read that.
aligns with the golden-
Read that.
All right, this one's just unrelated, but okay. Self-interest alone is not sufficient to organize a free economy. It requires the moral principles and social structures to ensure individual pursuits do not become destructive selfishness. So I guess in that regard, that does act in a anti-trans way, because it's not in your self-interest to be selfish.
No, it literally just said it cannot stop like self-destructive interests. That's what it just said. Which is what I've been saying. Where it's like your limiting principle cannot be self-interest. It has to be something bigger, like the nation.
The foundation of the nation is the individual, is what I'm getting
It's
at
the
here.
family.
And
An
the family
individual
requires
cannot
an individual.
reproduce by themselves. A family can reproduce.
The smallest minority is the individual. You can't do anything as a single individual. A society is a collection of individuals, but it is resolved at the individual
The
unit.
backbone is the
family
nation.
is the next unit up from that. It goes individual, family, maybe
And
extended
even from like a self-interest point of view, this is like the feminist fucking like propaganda shit. Because
No,
in
that's
my
not
self-interest,
feminist
it doesn't
propaganda.
benefit me to have what they'd call a parasite, but what we'd call a child. It doesn't benefit me to have a kid right now. So that's
Having
pro-abortion.
offspring does benefit
Self-interest would be pro-abortion. But a national
you. Self-interest is
limiting
not
principle
immediate
would say we're
gratification.
not doing abortion.
In fact, your self-interest is primarily built on denying or postponing self-gratification. Like generic
What?
basic instinct, the ability.
Self-interest is not selfish.
Yes,
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're trying to say?
self-interest is not your immediate moment-to-moment desires.
Yes, but these women will say, well, like financially, I'd be better off not having a kid. So in the long run, I'm better off having an abortion.
That is actually a perfect example. And you want to know why? Because in modern society, that is the way women look at it. And
Yes.
You can't change,
No
you
shit.
can't change the fact that they will look at it that way. You can't magically make them.
That's
consider
because the
themselves-
limiting principle of self-interest does not work for the
You can't
nation.
magically make them consider the national interest over their own self-interest. In the society we have today, their self-interest says they should go and get an abortion because it's better for them financially if they go to college for
Yes,
4
you-
years and
yeah.
screw off into an HR position.
This is why you can't
What
have a limiting
can
principle of
be-
self-interest.
And what is it in the self-interest of men to do? To not have their babies aborted. So what are men going to do? They're going to create societies that discourage abortion. See, as we move to a more nationalistic standard, we've degraded all of these social structures that we had, like shaming people that got abortions for stupid reasons. We used to do that because it was in our self-interest to do that. And now we've eliminated
Yeah,
the
it just
individual.
destroyed your whole self-interest.
No, you
limiting
destroyed
principle.
yours. Your self-interest moment to moment, you've conceded that self-interest is the controlling factor. You've conceded that
No,
women
you're
abort
the
their
one that's
babies
putting
because
forward
it's their
that you're the
self-interest.
one that's saying no, Tareyak. We shouldn't have a limiting principle of
I'm not saying
nationalism.
this is
We
not
should have a
not
limiting
saying
principle
this is
of the
description. You just
self-interest,
conceded the
right?
description.
And what you've basically
It's
just
not
undone here by reading out that definition, it's like, yeah, it does lead to selfishness and all this stuff. And then I pointed out the whole thing of like, well, isn't it a self-interest argument that feminists and females
your
make why
self-interest
it
in
does not
society.
financially benefit me in the long run to actually have this kid? I'm going to look out for my own self-interest and have an abortion. And you just agreed and said, yeah,
you
like that's
just-
actually the argument
you
that they make.
Just countered your own argument, and that's you don't realize it. You've just conceded that they're operating in their own self-interest. You've conceded in reality that is the
Yeah,
driving
they're
principle.
pro-abortion.
You've conceded that's reality. You've conceded that's how
I'm talking
people
about a limiting principle.
Yeah, you've conceded the limiting principle for that lady is self-interest.
No.
just said
Oh my
Yes, you
God.
said she's going to abort her baby because that's in her self-interest. How are you
Yes.
going to convince
Yeah,
her
it's in
to
her
not
own
abort-
self-interest. So you're the one that's saying, all right, the limiting principle should be self-interest because that benefits the nation anyways. And we've gotten down to the
not
argument of
saying it
abortion
should, I'm
and
saying
shown how that as a limited principle actually disservices the nation. So in
Alright,
terms of what should be,
is an
what
op-
should be the limiting principle, it should be
How
the
are you going
nation,
to convince
correct?
that lady that her limiting principle should be nationalism.
Because the nation will die.
Why does she care?
Population collapse.
This now we go back to your argument of
We're not talking about what is. We're talking about what should be.
Yes, but what should be has to be based in reality. I can't say,
Yes.
well, it should rain chocolate.
Yes, which means that we should
So how are you
reunite the nationalist flame, the passion and the patriotism,
And
because the limiting principle should be the nation, correct? You seem to agree with this.
no, I still think it should be the self-interest. I think we should form society.
Okay, so you're pro-abortion.
No.
Oh, you're not pro-abortion.
As it is now.
Why aren't you pro-abortion?
In our broken society, it is.
Why
in our
aren't you
self-interest
pro-abortion?
to vote. If we built a society that was not in our self-interest, to
Yeah,
vote,
society, a nation. If we built a nation and had the limiting principle as the nation,
no, the limiting principles.
then there wouldn't be any abortion.
What drives her actions is not the limiting principle of the nation. What drives her actions is her self-interest.
Self-interest.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, let's split
So
this
what
right
should be? What should change?
You can't.
The limiting
change what
principle
someone's
should
driving
be.
System is.
You can't change people. There's no one that changes their mind.
You can't change human nature. No, I fundamentally disagree with you on that. You're not going to change human nature.
The social engineering is just a bunch of bullshit.
It's created trans
Propaganda
people
doesn't
that
work.
Kill themselves at 50%. Yeah, I'd say it's a load of bullshit.
Propaganda is just bullshit.
The most social programs in the world to try and force equality between men and women in the north.
So is propaganda bullshit? Yes or no?
Are men and women different?
Does propaganda work? Yes or no?
No.
No, propaganda
Not
doesn't
over
work.
any reasonable length of time.
Yeah. So all
Are
this
men and
shit,
women-
all this
Are men
shit
and
of
women-
like
are
the
men
whole
and
like
women-
queer
are men-
ideology, all this stuff that hasn't
are
been
men
pushed
and
onto the
women-
kids. This like why
Ah,
they're spending so much
I-
money
you
to
asked the
infiltrate the
question, I'm
education
asking
systems and teach them a
You
bunch
asked
of
your
bullshit
question.
like this.
I'm not gonna let
All
you do this.
the funding that
not
comes
let
from
you-
USAID to
You're running from it.
undermine other cultures and make sure you prop out certain
Are men
political
and women
candidates. All that's
Are men and
bullshit.
women different? Are men and women different? I answered your question. You answer mine.
Okay, yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much propaganda is it going to take to change that?
A shit ton, like I described, the education system, the entertainment and all this stuff, like all your Hollywood actors
And
are
all
like
that propaganda
pushing
has
communism
made
and all this
men
kind of
into
shit.
women. So
The fact that you have Taylor Swift. Do you want the answer or
You
not?
think that men and
The
women
Taylor
are
Swift,
people.
yeah, the fact that you have like all these crowds, like massive crowds of girls that go to Taylor Swift concert and they'll cry on command, they'll dance, they basically will follow her.
And you
Like
think you can
she's
propaganda
their
women out of
benevolent
the
leader and all this kind of shit. You don't think that like the CIA hasn't used USAID funds to subvert other cultures to make them more Western friendly? Like,
You
for
think
example, why is
countries are more
USAID spending
friendly
millions
now?
about
Wait.
transgender
You think
surgeries in
countries are more
Uganda and shit
Western
like
friendly
that?
now? You think countries are more Western friendly now?
Why would the CIA spend millions promoting transgender surgeries in Uganda?
And has that worked?
Yes.
It's worked. There's transgender.
Yes,
surgery.
propaganda does work. Now to get back to the
No,
main
no.
contention here, where
Propaganda
you
doesn't
want the limiting principle to be self-interest. Are you you're against abortion, but with self-interest as being the limiting principle, there's nothing you can argue against
Yes.
these women that want
You want
abortions.
that argument? I can give that to you right now.
In terms of self-interest,
Yes. Is it in my?
how do you convince a woman that it's in her own self-interest without pointing to society, without pointing to the nation? How do you argue against that?
Okay, so my self-interest, is it in my self-interest for my son to be aborted? First of all, because that was the original question before you changed it. Is it in my self-interest for my son to be aborted? No. So right there, that refutes the original claim of, is it in my self-interest to be pro-abortion? Because your original
No.
question is, am I pro-abortion?
We're
Is that in
talking
my
about the self-interest
No.
as
yes,
a limiting
yes.
principle
You asked
based
me,
on these
is-
women.
Am I
All right.
pro-abortion?
Give me
because
an
of the limiting
argument that only pertains to her not getting the abortion. Show how it's in her self-interest. So not pointing to the family,
That's a
not pointing to the
theological
nation,
enlightenment concern,
just
not
in
limiting
her
principle.
own self-interest. How would you make an argument
talking about
without pointing to the
limiting
nation or
principles
society
for
or
society,
family?
not for how an individual ideologically believes.
Yeah, your point is society, the nation.
A societal.
So you agree that the limiting principle
limiting
should be
principle
nation?
of a society. Again, you're
Yes,
doing
a
the is-ought
nation.
fallacy. You've done the is-ought fallacy like 3 times now.
A nation, correct?
We live in a society. That's an
We live in a
is.
nation. Yes,
We live in a society. Yes.
a nation.
Yeah.
Yes.
So my
So
self-interest.
you agree that the limiting principle should be based on the nation,
No.
correct?
No. That's the. No, just because the nation exists does not mean that's the limiting self principle. By that definition, my state
The limiting self
my
principle.
limiting self principle should be the state. By that
It's not the
definition,
limiting self principle. It's the limiting principle.
the limiting principle is individual self interest. We live in a society. That does not make
Should it be?
society the limiting principle. We live in a
Should
globe.
it be?
That doesn't make the globe self principle.
Again, there's no
why-
self principle here.
Sorry, limiting principle.
Yes. So in terms of decisions, there's a cutoff point.
And that cutoff point.
What limiting principle means.
Limiting
So,
principle.
so should it be self-interest or should it be nation?
Is it all right? Let's walk through the abortion thing one more time.
Should it be
No.
self-interest or should it be nation, comrade?
In self-interest.
It should be. So you're pro-abortion.
Do you want the self-interest argument for why it's bad to have abortion?
No, I want to continue down this line. You're saying
No,
it should
you
be
keep-
self-interest.
You keep making
Yeah,
these claims.
You're
and you
saying
don't
it should be
have the
self-interest,
right to refute
and I'm
them.
trying to point out that if that is the case,
you're
and you believe that
claiming
it should be self-interest,
Pro-abortion.
then you are pro-abortion.
No, that's a claim, and you're not letting me refute it.
Okay, let me
I said
clarify
no,
the claim.
no,
With
fine.
self-interest, there's no argument you can make from a woman who says it's better financially, it's better in terms of stress, it's better in terms of my own life and how I want to live my life to go get this abortion. What is your counter argument?
Okay, my counter argument is one: we live in a society. No, before you go on that tangent again, it's not the limiting principle. We live in a society. That's an is statement. The limiting factor is self-interest. So it is my, as a male.
Should.
self-interest-
The question is should.
No, the question is, how can you refute abortion?
Okay, I'll ask it again. Should we have a limiting principle? Should we have a limiting principle of self-interest or nation?
Self-interest.
Yes, so you're saying it should be. So then make an argument of how you would convince this woman who says it's much better financially, it's
Okay, you see
much
what you
better
did
for my health,
You see what
all
you
this
did?
kind of stuff.
Should it be self-interest? And then you said how. So that we went from should to how. Okay. So let's start with the actual
Are you okay?
Get my argument out this time because you keep jumping back and forth. So self-interest is the limiting principle. We live in a society. The way that
Should,
relates to
not is.
abortion. No, it's both a should and a factual statement. Self-interest is the limiting principle.
I've asked you, should it be self-interest or should it be the nation? And now you're talking about, well, it is self-interest.
It both is.
You have to
and
make an
should.
argument why it should be self-interest.
Okay, I can give you that argument, and I can use. We both agree abortion bad, okay? And we would agree that if you can prove abortion bad, that would be a good justification for why it should be that way. Does that make sense?
No.
We keep going around in circles and jumping to it. And
Yes.
you're not
So
letting
let me clarify it yet
I'm
again.
going to go
Listen,
to the
because it
question.
does not seem you're being good faith because
How-
it seems like you can understand that, like, with just self-interest, you're not actually able to fight back against abortion.
Yes,
But if it was,
I
if
can,
you,
and I'm
if you had
trying to
nation
explain that to you,
as the
and then
limiting
you
principle.
cut me off before I get to that part.
All right, go ahead. I'll give you. We've got 5 minutes left. I'll give you a full 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. So the question is, how do you refute abortion from the principle of self-interest? So the self-interest principle, the way it works is, I'm a man, I have sons, I don't want my sons aborted. Men make up approximately 50% of the population, and they make up approximately 50% of the babies. Is it in my interest for women to have abortions? No. Is it in any man's interest for a woman to have abortion? Not really. Is it in most women's interest to have an abortion? No. There's edge cases where it may be in one or two people's self-interest, but individually, for the most part, all of us would agree we'd rather not have abortions. And because it's in our collective self-interest, so we're a collection of individuals, each with our own self-interest, whose self-interests are aligned, not at a national level, we ban abortion. You keep
Okay,
just saying
so
because it's a
what you
collective
keep- yeah,
national
yeah, what-
interest. And that's
what
not
you
the
keep
same
saying is
thing
like,
as what I'm
I'm
saying.
gonna make an argument, right, from this woman who's said to me that like it's financially I'm better off in terms of health. I don't have to take the risk of like going through childbirth and all this kind of stuff. Like there's multiple arguments in terms of self-interest alone that would support abortion. And then I said, provide an argument why, like, just based on self-interest, that a woman shouldn't get an abortion. And then you start talking about men, and men don't want to have abortions. And again,
Do
you're not
men
explaining
have their
why.
individual
But in
self-interest?
terms of like, even with the men, there's still that you're financially better off in terms of the self-interest. And then you went and said, well, we have a collective self-interest.
No, we
Again,
have a
pointing back to the
collection of
nation.
people. Each of those people have self-interest.
Yes, a
There's
nation.
not a single national interest. No, it's not a single limiting principle.
Yeah, so in terms of a nation, if a nation does not reproduce, the nation dies. Ergo, you don't want to push anti-natalist policies a la abortion.
And when the nation state says that the Jews run all the banks and are evil, it's in the nation's best interest to what? That's the problem.
How did we get to
top
Jews?
down versus bottom up.
Please tell me how we got to Jews.
I was using an edge case crazy example because that's the
Yes,
problem.
so stick on abortion.
From top down.
In terms of self-interest, there's no argument you can make based on self-interest
is
alone that would
in
counter
self-interest
the
is
abortion
not
argument.
self-interest
But if you
to
have
someone
not,
abortion.
so you're not even listening. If you have nation as your limiting principle, then you have a case against abortion.
And if you have self-interest, you also have a case against abortion.
What is it?
It's that I don't want my kids aborted.
That's
And then you follow the golden
That's not
rule
an
of
argument. That's
you don't-
no stop.
That is-
Stop.
that
That's
is my
not an
self-
argument. That is
it not my
tyranny.
self-
That's literally saying because I said so. That's literally like the same way the women say my body, my choice.
I don't want my kids aborted is not tyranny.
It's an unreasonable argument. There was no reason behind it. Whereas when I point to
There's
the
no
nation
reason
to
not
show
on
you the
my-
difference, the nation cannot exist with no people. Ergo, reproduction is critical to the nation's survival. Ergo, you push pro-natalist policies. You're
If you
anti-abortion.
import million immigrants, your
That's a
nation
reason.
has
That's an
self-
objective reason, not I don't like abortion.
No, it's not that I don't like abortion. I don't want my children dead. Does that make sense to you? Abortion is baby
That's
murder.
not a reason. You're just saying I don't like abortion.
You think it's an unsubstantiated argument to say I don't want my children dead.
It's not
That
an
is
objective reason.
unreasonable argument. What's
There's
unreasonable?
no
about
reason.
my
You're
children-
just saying I don't want abortion.
Yeah, that's kind of like that. We've hit the realm of this is so absurd. I'm not sure how I have to ground the fact that I don't want my children dead.
Can you exist without your children?
Yeah. Do I want to exist?
Can
without-
one sec, can a nation exist without children?
Yeah, you import immigrants from the third world like we've been doing for 20 years.
And I think that kind of like pinpoints exactly in terms of like the bad faith that like we've seen here tonight. Like this is
I've been entirely-
unbelievable chat. Like the sheer kind of like, oh yeah, like we can just import in, like in terms of even if you were to import in these people, if they're not having
I
kids,
am,
would the nation
From
survive?
your own worldview, refuting your arguments.
Would the nation survive
not from
if you
my
imported
worldview,
in a bunch
my
of
argument.
sterilized people?
What was that?
The answer would be no. So there's an objective reason why the nation cares about reproduction.
The nation does not.
Not
care about
just,
reproduction. The
I don't
nation
want
cares
abortion
about
or
people.
I
You
don't
can
like
import
abortion.
people just as much as you can give birth to them. In fact, it's better for the nation to import people because then you don't have to go through the long economic process of raising children, which is expensive, difficult, and risky. If you just import people, you have much less risk as a nation. So I can
In terms of reproduction, even if you import in those people, you would still have to address reproduction.
No, you wouldn't. You just keep importing people from the third world. You, from your national interest, don't care about the third world. They're going to keep having babies the same way they've had as tribal nations forever. You don't need to care. I am from your
Like,
worldview.
I'm talking about the reproduction policy of abortion
Yes.
and how even if you import in these people and they all start having abortions, you would still have the same problem.
And you would have the same solution. import more. They're not aborting themselves in the third world countries.
No, the solution is to get rid of abortion because it does not serve the national interests.
Why doesn't it serve the national interest? It doesn't serve the national interest
Because a
it
nation
runs out of
cannot
people.
exist if it does not reproduce.
Because if it runs out of people, it stops existing. Yes? A perfectly
Yes.
valid answer to that argument is simply import people.
No, because if you still have the same policies, you're going to lead to the same thing. You're not changing anything. You're just like momentarily putting a band-aid on it.
All right. So that is
forever.
That is gonna bring us to the end of the open floor back and forth. Excuse me, sorry. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're watching out there, make sure you like the stream and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here. We run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, internet beefs, video games, movies, trending topics, literally anywhere there's a conversation worth clashing over. We bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters, okay? Their links are in the description. Make sure you guys show them support for entering the arena and sharpening their arguments here for us all. So before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two to each debater myself, maybe based on things I heard or arguments I want clarified, points I think were maybe missing or deserve another pass. And then after those questions are answered, we'll get into the official 30-minute Q&A. So for my first question...
Wait, are we doing 5-minute closings first?
Oh shit, you're right. I am so sorry. You're right. I do apologize. I'm reading my script ahead of time. Look at that. But that means because Tareyak went first, Tareyak, you are gonna also go first for closing, so that will give Political Shankfest the last word there. So let me get your correct timer up here for you guys. And Tareyak, sorry about that. Tareyak, when you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead and start up. I'll give the timer when you start.
Yeah, so a bit disappointed in terms of tonight's debate. Like a W is still a W, but like I was expecting to get some more kind of like political philosophy thrown at me that I wasn't expecting kind of thing. But goes to show, like, calling it National Socialism, people just automatically think communism and all this kind of shit. So that's why I have an alternative title, folks, which is Aristocratic National Republicanism, with the exact same political philosophy, and essentially all the people on the right wing would be like chomping and cheering, because like I pointed out, in terms of the particular areas like national defense, military technology, the core infrastructure and energy, education, food security and agriculture, like these are all policies that we agree with. Like we kind of drilled down to in terms of like, well, what if we put the limiting principle of like self-interest? Well, then you'd have people who'd be like selling out their country. Like, what's stopping them from doing that? There's nothing stopping them. What's stopping women from aborting their kids? Nothing stopping them from doing it. But if you bind the limiting principle to the nation, essentially you have an argument and a case to make against these people, because sometimes you have to give up your self-interest to continue on the nation. This is a key aspect, is that like every single dude that signs up for the draft is foregoing his own self-interest for the nation. And when you go back through history, like all these policies, like these based policies that we all like cheer for and all this kind of stuff, they're all centered around the idea of the nation. So again, like I said, moving forward, I'm probably just going to call it Aristocratic National Republicanism, because essentially people hear the word socialism and they kind of like get a bit upset and in their fifis, and they say communism this, communism that. So I think like republicanism is probably the better word to use than socialism, but people need to understand what limiting principles are, and that's why I'd like to give a shout out to Ryan C. Mullally. He's currently going on a tear at the moment against the Liberals, pointing out to them that it's like they don't have any limiting principles, which is why they're inevitably going to end up in communism, because freedom, my preferences and all this kind of shit, if there's no anchor to it, then you're just basically a boat in the middle of a sea storm, and you're just floating around the place. There's no actual direction. There's nothing actually kind of keeping you grounded, which is why limiting principle is such a key thing. And once you bind it around the nation, then all of a sudden you have some sort of like anchoring, and you get down towards like key arguments, like for example abortion, why abortion's a bad thing for a nation. Because when you look across not only the West, there's other countries in the East as well that have suffered from this. When you legalize abortion and let, like, what's the elective abortion, all this kind of stuff, which is literally abortion for no reason. It's an unreasonable policy. That's where you get to the population decline and inevitably to the population collapse, and just trying to import in like massive amounts of people from completely different cultures and try to do multiculturalism and all this stuff. That's fundamentally how you destroy the nation, which is how global capitalists have been trying to play America to basically destabilize it from the inside, because there's no way in hell you're actually going to beat America kinetically or militarily. So the only way to do it is through the inside. So, like I said, I'm more than happy to. I don't really care what we call it. Aristocratic national socialism or aristocratic national republicanism. Either way, this is the best policies, because the only kind of like real thing that was pushed on was like, yeah, but what about corruption though? That's a critique for any position. You know what I mean? You put forward an idea and it's like, well, what happens if someone corrupts it? You know what I mean? It's not an actual valid critique in terms of the specific areas that I outlined, which need to be nationalized or republicanized, depending on what word you want to use. But essentially, like I said, this is clearly the superior form of government because it's the most rational.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Political Shankfest. Political, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right, I said in my opening statement, any example the leprechaun presents contrary to these facts will be like a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. A fantasy at best or a cruel deception at worst, it will come riddled with caveats held up on conditional struts and most likely smoke and mirrors rebranding of non-nationalist socialist systems. So I definitely think I missed that first point there, riddled with caveats and held up on conditional struts, but I definitely hit the bullseye when I said rebranding of non-national socialist systems. And yes, I do believe that the changing of the name to the whatever the Republican thing was is good idea, because yes, I did find that your initial prompt of National Socialism as a superior form of government, when all you really ended up doing was listing MAGA policy, was very confusing and misleading, and yeah, made most of my debate prep go right out the window. And you can kind of see that in the first, 2/3 of this debate. We weren't discussing the topic at hand. We were trying to pin down what the heck it was your actual position was, because you said on one hand it was this thing and then acted like it was that thing. But once we did narrow it down, I think it was actually a really good debate. I wish we could have spent the whole hour on it, but we ran into most of our issues were with conflation and equivocation, saying that just because it's in your self-interest to be in a society, that does not mean that your self-interest is a national interest. It's still your self-interest. You just happen to also be in a society. You're part of a nation. Your interest is not the nation's interest. And we see a lot of equivocation, conflation. The limiting principles argument really ended up being where we actually had our disagreement. I think we agree basically on most of the actual policy issues. It's just the foundation for it that really becomes our issue. Self-interest being the guiding principle for all of society is a factual statement. It's human nature. It's basic animal nature, like the entire evolutionary kingdom. You can follow it all the way back. It's all in self-interest. It's in your interest to reproduce. It's in your interest to grow. God himself said, go forth and multiply, be fruitful and multiply. That is a rebranding of what is inherently known to all people. And that's how you can refute abortion, or many of the other arguments that he says can only be done at a nationalistic level. The great thing is that by not using a national level of limiting principle, you avoid the caveats, which, taken to its logical conclusion, the limiting principle of nationalism still has all of those same fundamental issues that the communist and authoritarian regimes I described have. And yeah, I think it was a great debate. I don't think you were doing anything in bad faith. I know that we did struggle trying to actually get down to the nitty gritty of it, but once we got there, I think it was really good. So thank you. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we are going to move into the Q&A section. But like I said, Before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I'm going to ask a question or two to each debater myself. And then once those answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. So chat, reminder, okay? The Super Chats, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Cash Apps, these all take priority in the Q&A. And if they fill up the entire Q&A, we may not get to those chat questions. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of the priority options. So my first questions, I'm going to start with Taryak's side here. The affirmative. So what is the specific measurable criteria that you use when you say superior?
It breeds reason-based argumentation, meaning there's an objective reason, not just simply because I said so, or I don't like this thing. Like there has to be justification for it. And that is a transcendent property because you're not defaulting back to what happened in Germany, where it's basically one leader and whatever he says goes. You're actually giving like objective justification that exists long after you've lived. You know what I mean? This is the whole thing in terms of like preserving the nation, make sure the nation lasts not just 100 years, but 1,000 years, because the human lifespan is only so long. So by being able to put like competency or reason as the highest principle, not only in the government, but also from the people who get the privilege to vote, not the right to vote, essentially you're basically formulating excellency that transcends the mere human desires.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say to that, Political?
Again, going back to the whole Nazi Germany thing, you say that they have to have a rational, logical foundation for everything, as if all societies aren't self-justifying. Like they would just arbitrarily say, you know, do this evil thing. They will provide some justification. And that's one of the problems I was trying to point out, is the society will always try and justify what it's doing. And that's why you can't rely on it as your limiting principle. But
yeah. So in terms of the aspect, like we're saying, my body, my choice, that is not a reasonable argument, because it essentially defaults down to because I said so. Because the woman said so, she should be allowed to get an abortion. That's an unreasonable argument. But when you bind it to the nation and say the nation will not survive if we all get abortions, that's a reasonable justification. It's a logical conclusion.
I understand where you're coming from there, but what I'm trying to point out to you is, can you see how easy it is to corrupt that and say the Jews are why things are bad in Germany, or, you know, the bourgeoisie are the reason why things are bad in Russia? Like, do you see that distinction there? It's just as easy to use.
No,
it's your
because
point
you're
is
just
that
saying the mere fact that they're Jewish. You'd have to point out like something in their actual soul or something in their rationalization.
Germany didn't do that when they rounded up the Jews. They didn't provide any justification.
That necessarily follows. The conclusion would necessarily follow that because they're Jewish, they're going to undermine your nation.
They provided justification beyond they're Jewish. The persecution of the Jews was not bad. They had these long, made books.
This is why you'd have an equal standard across the board. So it's like anybody with this mentality will lead to undermining the nation, which is why we need to get rid of them.
All right.
No, never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. So for my second question, for Taryak's side is, so like, obviously, like historical National Socialist governments have involved, like, you know, like centralized authority, suppression of opposition, some what people would say is like racial policies. So like, which of these elements, or even like any other historical elements you could think of, are essential like to your argument? And then which, if any of them, like do you reject as non-essential? Like, for instance, like the racial policies, is that an essential thing, or do you reject that? And then why or why not?
So in terms of the racial aspect, just to judge someone based on the melanin in their skin, is by definition irrational. Like that's not an actual reason, but their thought processes, their mentality, and all this stuff, that is an exclusionary factor. So, for example, I wouldn't want to see it's like no black people policies, but I would want to see no Somalians, purely because the average IQ in Somalia is 80 IQ. I mean, they're like 20 IQ points lower. Well, probably a bit more than 20 IQ, probably 30 IQ points lower on average than Americans. So why would you want to import in massive amounts of Somalians when they're clearly lower IQ? So again, it points to like the intellect and reason above all kind of thing. That's why the aristocratic is a key word in this. When you point back to Germany, for example, a lot of it was racial mysticism. So like mythologies based on like the white race and all this kind of shit. So in terms of the aspect of racism in general would be an irrational thing, but you could make the argument that certain people from certain tribes or certain nations aren't warranted of like importing into America because they're just going to sit there on the dole and on the scratches, not actually going to help out with the nation. Also, in terms of like the structure of the way like the Führer principle went down, where it was like one dude and he had the ultimate power and all this kind of shit. You want to fragment that off, which is why I brought up the American system of the House of Representatives, the National Senate, the strong but limited presidency, and the independent judiciary. You have these checks and balances in place to prevent just out and out like ultra authoritarianism, ultra like dictatorship, essentially, from like one dude coming up with all the ideas. A reason should be able to withstand critique.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say to that, political?
Yeah, so it sounds like the fundamental idea, I'm not trying to strawman you or anything, is that like you have to be able to justify with like some sort of statistics, data, logical argument for making a nationalistic policy. We reject Somalians, not black people, Somalians, because we have a measurable set of data here that says their IQ is 20 points, whatever points lower than the average IQ here, and we don't want to import that, correct?
Yeah, you want a condition that it basically aims for whatever the particular criteria is. So in this case, like IQ.
Okay, so the problem that I have with
IQ.
The problem I have with that is that there's an infinite number of facts, and you can pull a data set from essentially anything or gerrymander a data set into saying almost anything. And we saw this with stuff like leaded gasoline or asbestos fibers. It was in the national interest to have asbestos and to have lead in gasoline. It said it did no harm. But that doesn't, the point is that this is foolable and quite readily foolable. And when it's a top-down system like that, I don't see long-term how that can survive. Because as soon as one person starts making bad data, everyone can start making bad data.
Yeah, so simply put, when they're coming into the country, trying to become an immigrant, you give them the competency test. And if they don't pass the competency test, they're not getting in.
And how do you assume, and this is, see, the assumption here is that there's going to be no sort of bias to the competency test. Let's say, I can give you one question here that I love because basically no one gets it unless you're from the Midwest. What comes after breakfast?
Lunch?
Wrong. Dinner.
Okay.
In the Midwest, it's breakfast, dinner, supper.
Okay.
So you can see how just because it's written down on a piece of paper and it's a competency test, it's not necessarily going to be reflective of that. There's biases and
English
things,
fluency, mathematics, logical reasoning, and critical thinking.
Yeah, and critical thing, one of the most common tests that you'll get is you didn't. When would you probably eat next? Lunch, dinner, supper. It's actually pretty common.
Nothing got to do with critical thinking.
Being able to.
It's nothing got to do with logical reasoning. Nothing got to do with mathematics.
Being able to entertain a hypothetical.
No, being able to point out whether an argument's invalid or valid. Whether being able to point out an argument's valid, but it's unsound. Being able to point out logical contradictions. Those are the types of questions that would be asked.
Yeah, and basically an IQ test.
IQ would be part of it, yeah. Pattern recognition.
All right. So my questions for Political Shankfest is your objection to National Socialism, like, is it primarily based on like moral concerns, historical outcomes, or like practical governance failures? Or would it be like all three? Like if one of those categories were removed, would your conclusion change? Because like these are kind of like three categories I kind of seen you touch on is moral concerns, historical outcomes, and like practical failures of that governance.
I would definitely say all three, but I'll give you a better answer than that. I'd say primarily the reason is practical. I don't think you can make a functional society founded on these principles practically that will survive long term. And I think historically that backs it up, because historically any society kind of set up as a top-down nation-first system has failed catastrophically, or maybe not catastrophically, that's the wrong thing to say, but they do inferior to bottom-up systems like we have here in the US. And I'd say on moral grounds, probably not moral grounds, I'd say that probably fall more in the theological system. But yes, kind of theology is the foundation for morals. So yeah, on moral grounds with it, God judges you as an individual. I don't know. I'm not really a theologist, but I would say theologically, the idea that the state is the primary concern or the limiting principle does not vibe with me. I would have to actually take some time to formulate it past that.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say to that, Tareyak?
Yeah, the whole vibes thing. Politics is not vibes.
What do you think a poll is?
Again, politics is not vibes. It's reason. You provide justification, justice, justification, just.
That's justice, not politics. But politics is, in a large part, run on intuition. You can't possibly, as an individual, know everything at all times. So you intuitively have to decide. So it is on your
You
bias
reason.
in that regard.
You provide justification.
Yeah, and I gave you a couple of things beyond just vibes for the theological reason. I said God judges you as an individual. The idea that a Babylonian, a Tower of Babel, a system built to cure everything is going to be the resolving factor. I think that's wrong on a theological ground. That's not bias.
Yeah, so trying to come up with like a political system, there's no point in doing that, because if we try to build any system like with the idea of like perfection or trying to build a better system, there's no point anyway. It's going to be corrupted and flawed anyway.
See, I think you keep falling into the same. Well, I guess you did say it is a Marxist idea, the criticism of capitalism, but the idea that the state will save you is fundamentally incorrect.
So the police force, you want to defund the police?
You think the police is saving you? I'm totally for defunding the police, but we definitely don't have time for that one. I am a Wild West type of justice guy. But yeah, so the idea that the state is the solution to really any of your major problems in life is fundamentally wrong. The state is there to provide very minor functions, well, not minor functions, but very narrow band of functions.
All right. And
Defund
then
the police, folks.
And then my next question is if a government produced a strong economic growth, social order, and like a heavy national unity, but required like significant restrictions on liberty, where would you draw that line and why?
I don't think there's necessarily. I guess I would ask a little more clarification on the question there. Like, are we talking about from the personal interests? Like, what is it in the government's purview to restrict in regards to a limiting principle of personal interest?
Yeah, like basically, like so, like if the government was producing a strong economic growth, social order, national unity, but it required like a lot of restrictions on liberty, your freedom. Where would you draw the line on where that significant restriction would outweigh that all those positives?
So kind of like a functional argument, like is it a because it works justified type thing? I would say that it would lie heavily on the technically it would lie heavily on the freedom side, but that would be again constrained not by kind of a government regulation side, but by a self-interest side. It is in the self-interest that I don't have a 60 IQ Somali voting in my election. So you can, from that perspective, restrict rights quite substantially. And I think we have given way too many rights to, we've become far too liberal of a society in that regard. But I would say restricting rights, you can, again, look back to theological principles, slavery bad, 10 Commandments, murder bad, which also, kind of relates back to abortion is murder. So murder bad. Yeah, probably theological grounds. I think the Christians have basically hit the nail on the head for where moral lines should be drawn and where the state should and should not be. The state's not a moral system. It's a functional system.
Okay. Did you have anything you wanted to say to that, Tareyak?
Just thrown back to God. Like it's the same thing of like there's plenty of cases where women like literally killed, like not just having abortion, but like the 5-year-olds and 6-year-old kids, but simply saying that God told me to do it. I heard voice in my head and all this kind of stuff. So when you have two theologians that disagree, how do we come to a conclusion? We use reason. This is why reason above all. So in terms of this, like the limiting principle, again, like we're defunding the police, we're going back to the Wild Wild West and all this kind of shit. Fundamentally, there needs to be law and order. And if you're telling me that there's going to be national cohesion, we're all going to be aiming towards the same goal as a nation, like that's obviously there's going to have to be some sort of restrictions on freedom, because unboundless freedom gets you to communism, which is what Jank apparently hates.
So boundless freedom is the opposite of communism. Anarchism. That would be anarchism.
Same thing. There's no state.
Communists definitely have a state. The CCP is a state.
I'm talking about communism. Yeah, the actual stage of communism, not socialism.
All right.
Raw socialism, the goal is to get the communism, which is the goal is that we socially engineer and we do all that kind of stuff, and then eventually we can get rid of the state, and then we're all just in our communes and to each their own. We're do free whatever we want, and all this kind of shit. And this is why I point out that like the critiques that Marx has for the capitalists, like this is what you're seeing with the global capitalists, where again they're kind of like anarcho-capitalists. They don't want the state to interfere with their capitalisms and all this kind of stuff. And people on the right wing need to be conscious of that, because fundamentally that's what's been leading to the free trade. That's what's been leading to the open border policies. Unbound freedom.
Yeah, I'm definitely not for unbound freedom, and I definitely think saying communist is a state-free society is not a good faith thing to, or not. No, I don't want to accuse you of being bad faith, but it's not true, because there's never that's the no true communism argument. Never been really tried argument. But like governments obviously have to institute some type of restrictions on people. Otherwise, we live in anarchy. And if we live in anarchy, the first thing that happens is might makes right, and might does not make right, or it should not make right. Things that are prosperous, for starts, would be a good founding principle. So things like slavery should be outlawed by the state in all its forms. Restrictions on people long term, I think, should be rolled back. The state should punish you, and when your punishment's over, you should be released. Like whatever the punishment is, there shouldn't be these like 30 different grades of citizens. I think in terms of if it's making you prosperous, that's pretty good. I guess it's kind of hard to argue. Like that's a nebulous term. It's like I would need something specific on a society to critique whether or not I think it'd be worthwhile.
If you were to get rid of the
abortions,
police,
trans women in the bathroom,
if you were to
men
get
and
rid of the
women's
police, like that would just default down into might makes right.
most societies had no police for most of human history. Police is a relatively novel invention.
Descend into might makes right.
No, America didn't have police until like what, the late 1800s, 1900s, and we didn't have a might makes right society back then. We still had America.
Yeah, so two guys get into an argument at a bar, and they say, "I want to see." One of them takes off the glove, slaps, and says, "I want the duel," and all this kind of stuff, and you just have basically a duel. Might makes right. If I kill you with my pistol, I'm right. If you kill me with your pistol, you're right.
No,
what's stopping that? What's stopping
might
that?
makes right has to be expanded beyond just two people, killing each other over a basic dispute.
What's stopping that? If you get rid of the cops, what's stopping that?
What's stopping that now? What's stopping two people from shooting each other in the street now? Because the cops aren't going to show up for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but the cops will still show up, and then there'll be an investigation, and the people behind it will actually be found, and they'll be thrown into prison. There's legal recourse.
Think a society without police officers would not punish criminals in their midst? Like if I come up and shoot my neighbor tomorrow, and there's no police around, you don't think anyone's going to come back after me? Look at the cartels in Mexico. That's not an argument that police are good. The police, that's a system where the police have completely failed.
Bring in the cartels, baby. Defund the police. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I would love to see the cartels try and take a hillbilly town. That would be fun to see. I would want it live streamed. But yeah, societies existed without police for hundreds of years. Thousands of years. So I fail to see how it's somehow impossible to imagine a world without them, for starters.
Man, it's your argument. You want to defund the police. I want to support the boys in blue.
I'm fine with defunding the police. I don't need anyone risking their life for me. I am perfectly capable of carrying around my 9mm and defending myself from people that would attack me. And I trust in my community that if someone assaulted me unfairly and was wronging me, they would avenge me. And that's social order kept by self-interest, by the way.
And when Peter Thiel develops all these robotics and puts weaponry on them, what are you going to do then? Sounds like you need a state to come in and say you're not allowed to.
Right, so that it stops being able to recognize me as a human.
Yeah, right. So anyway, so like when you have like these big, capitalists.
So when the Terminators come, what are we gonna do?
That like produce all these robots and like to say, well, I'm gonna have my own private militia of robots here. Would you not want the state to come in and say, nah, none of that?
And when your idea here is when the Terminators come, what are we gonna do? And you think it's in the nation's not in the nation's.
I'm pointing out
an army of Terminators, so they would obviously be against having an army of robots.
I'm pointing out like the limiting factor of the government should be around a nation, and having these global capitalists come in, produce mass amounts of robots, and have them with weaponry is a clear danger to the civilians. So you'd want the state to come in and to
it's a
put some sort of regulations in preventing or holding back these global capitalists. Correct.
It is in the nation's best interest to have a giant army of indestructible robots that are not questioning orders. So I again question your argument from its interior critique.
Which is why the state should have ultimate authority over military-grade weaponry, correct?
All right. I'm going to get into the 30-minute Q&A here. Remember, chat, the super chats, PayPals, Cash App, Rumble Rancies will all take priority. And if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free ones. But it doesn't look like there's too many there as of right now. So we should be good. We should be good. Okay, let me start this timer up. All right. So this one here says, for both, you must choose a specific leader within these categories. Who is your fave and why? Fascist, dictator, king, and why? And thank you for that, Bobby.
Yeah, so specifically, I said, I don't want this to be fascist, and that's why I gave out the governance structure. It actually can map on quite well onto the American system. The only thing we really need to change is the economic policies. But Donald Trump is a perfect aspect of a leader that can come in and actually look out for the nation, put in tariffs, have like net negative migration coming into the country, and genuinely like putting forward like pro-natalist policies, pro-family policies, and stuff like that. So I'd say Donald Trump.
That wasn't one of your options.
The leader.
Yeah, the
I'm saying
options
Donald
would
Trump.
either have a fascist, a dictator, or a king.
Yeah, going against my argument of aristocratic. But in that case, like in terms of the presidency, who would you want to be president? It'd be Donald Trump, someone who's pro tariffs, pro immigration in terms of the limiting the net negative migration that we're seeing across the borders, who's anti-free trade, who's pro-industry, industrialized America, pro-manufacturing, strengthening the American manufacturing base. What you want to see.
I guess
Who would
either I
be your
misunderstood the
leader?
question or you did, because I thought the question was if you had to pick one, would you rather have a fascist ruler, a dictator ruler, or a king for a ruler? And Donald, are you classifying
The
Donald
slash
Trump
means
as
or.
one of those? Yeah. So which one would you want? Which one are you saying Donald Trump is? You're saying Donald Trump's a president. That's not
He's a
fascist
president.
dictator.
Yes.
I think
Pull up
he's
the question
saying.
again.
So I think pull that up again for me. I think what he's
I don't-
saying here
did you see the
is
second line?
a specific leader within these categories. So I think he's saying like leaders that were fascists, dictators, or kings, and why. I think that's the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw that. I think we were confused on that one.
Like his historical example of a leader.
I guess, yeah. Like if you had to
I think
choose
just type of
between
leader. is
somebody
kinda
who
what I
was a
going on.
fascist leader, somebody who was a king leader, somebody who was a dictator. If you had to pick one of these leaders, who would be your favorite and why? Like I'll give you an example. Mine would be Genghis Khan. Because that motherfucker ruled it all.
I'd probably say Alexander the Great.
That's a good one. I would definitely want to go with a king. As to what specific king? Do Roman emperors count as kings?
I'd assume so.
I would assume so as well. You know, actually, I think I'd probably pick one of the. I'm not too familiar with British history, but I'd definitely pick one of the British kings. Because I think there's a long tradition in kings there where they were kind of limited in their power. You know, you had the Magna Carta, you had some other limitations on their authority, and they had a strong tradition of kings should be selfless rulers, not selfish rulers. I know that doesn't necessarily play out every time with all of their, but I think I would pick a king in that regard.
All right. And Bobby said, I swayed them with my answer, but joke's on them because Christ is king, and Christ is the only king I choose, baby.
I didn't even think about that. I was thinking historical only.
Got him. Shit. $2 comes in from Darth Thorain, says, Tareyak, where does America grow the rubber trees?
I have no clue, but in terms of actually producing them themselves, America has like all the way from like the equator up until the north as well. So in terms of climate or anything like that, it's possible to grow almost anything in America.
All right. Rowdy Gowdy comes in for 2, says, is interest in society self-interest?
Yeah, so in terms of like the self-interest thing, I was trying to expose, like there is some overlap between society and self. But in terms of like if the limiting principle that we go with is it should be self-interest, then you're going to have people that are going to sell out the nation. There's not any counter arguments that you can provide for it. Whereas if you have national interest as the thing we should promote, you have this limiting principle based on the nation. So things like abortion, things like immigration, all these things like actually have like justification of why you don't want to flood the country with a bunch of illegals, or you don't want all your women dancing and celebrating abortions.
All right.
I would say the society's interest is self-interest, and that is, again, this is kind of where we kept splitting hairs and going back and forth, but that's what you use as your foundation to prevent societies from going astray and corrupt and immoral. Because if you have a top-down national interest, then society's interest is not the individual's interest, but the individual's interest is the society's interest. Kind of a square is not a rectangle, rectangle's not a square. The case. It is always in the individual's interest to live in a society that is not actively crumbling. It is in my interest to have a society that functions.
In terms of abortion, on the individual, we went over this with the abortion.
It is in my
in her
interest
financial interest. It's in her health interest. There's all these like self-interests that that's why they have the abortion.
Conflating immediate self-gratification and short-sightedness with long-term self-interest.
On the long term, financially, if you're in the long term, financially, she's much better off getting the abortion.
If we're talking about people that are rational and able to be considered, upstanding aristocratic members of society, they're not going to think to just tomorrow. They're going to think long-term future.
Yes, in the long-term financial aspect, she's better off not having the kids. She's got more money for herself.
Their long-term, it's not also, you're assuming that the long-term self-interest of having a family is nothing to her, which is kind of on its face.
Why do you think so many of these women are having abortions? Because all they do is worry about the self-interest. They don't actually worry about the nation or the family.
They worry about immediate gratification, but that's not the same thing as self-interest, which I've tried saying repeatedly.
Yes, what I keep pointing out is self-interest encapsulates all this stuff that would be a disservice to the nation. Just why the fundamental or the core needs to be
the nation should be disserviced. Even on that front, like the nation is not incapable of being wrong. Ergo, yeah, sometimes your self-interest will not align with the nation, and sometimes that's good.
So what is the self-interest? Like I get paid to sell out my country. No matter what metric you pick, it's better financially, it's better in terms of the health. Like I'll have more power and influence in the country I'm selling out to. All these things. There's nothing preventing me from actually trying to save my nation.
So let's set aside your immediate risk of dying. Let's set aside the entire community and culture that your family, your community.
You're the one that's setting aside the nation. You're saying, no, Tareyak, we don't need a nation limiting principle. We just need a self-interest limiting principle. And what I point to in multiple aspects is how the self-interest fails to the national interest.
More than just you is included in your self-interest. My self-interest includes my wife, my children, my parents, my brothers.
That's not self. What does self mean?
You think your interest can only lie like immediately inside the ego, inside the id.
Inside the self.
So my self-interest doesn't include my dog.
Yes.
Okay. Is it included in the national interest?
No.
Okay. So I'm getting I don't understand this idea of like your understanding of self-interest and my understanding of self-interest are not aligning on any point here. My self-interest is not just me.
Yeah, your self-interest is the nation. Like by you saying the limiting principle should be you saying that the limiting principle should be self-interest does not limit from stuff from people selling out their country. But by me saying that the limiting principle should be the nation, then people cannot sell out their nation. It limits them from selling out their nation.
Yeah, in the favor of the nation, which means if the nation has gone awry, everyone acting in the nation's interest is actively bad now. Whereas if my self-interest goes awry, yeah, I can do something bad, but the society as a whole is insulated from my bad actions.
Because the society running awry, if you have a national interest, you'll want to correct that. Again, in the self-interest, people will be like, this is a sinking ship. I'm going to move. I'm going to emigrate.
I mean, that's literally how America was founded. People just jumped ship and left Britain. Left all of the states in Europe. that is kind of the founding of America, is self-interest. We said, screw this place, we're going over the sea.
Yeah, and it's the same thing of like we're expected to believe that like America's a bunch of immigrants and all this stuff, but like these Native Americans, we need to have special policies for them because they're the true Americans and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? See how that's a contradiction?
How is it in the nation's interest for us to care about the Native Americans?
One sec, need to change headphones. So like this whole argument that we hear where it's like some cunt that arrives on the dinghy in England, he's British because we give him a passport and all this kind of shit, but we have like the indigenous people of America. They're the Native Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Contradiction.
And that just sounds like an immigration issue. I'm not sure where you're getting at on the limiting principles there.
It's the same thing where you say, well, America is a bunch of immigrants and all this kind of shit. Yeah. Remember we were talking about like if the nation is going off course and the nation becomes destabilized and it's about to break, in a self-interest point of view, you'd be more focused on fleeing and preserving your life in a different country than actually trying to work and rebuild or fix the nation. But if there's a nation limiting principle, you'd want to make sure that the nation stays together.
Yes. And so that gets back to the is odd. People operate in their self-interest because that's
a national principle.
If you look at the entire history of the world, that's what people do. When countries go bad, what's the first thing they try and do? They try and flee. Now it's in the individuals of Britain, it's in their self-interest, each British person to say, no, I don't want to take these immigrants, send them back. And when they can't leave, they're forced to fix their country. But America was founded on people that acted in their self-interest and said, yeah, I'm ditching Europe, I'm going to America, where it was very risky. It wasn't in the national interest for most of the colonists to go to America. They were religiously persecuted people that wanted to be gotten rid of. Australia was a penal colony.
A nation, correct?
There was not an intent of building a nation when they first settled in America.
And also, the reason why they sent the British sent people over to the New World was so they could expand their empire. This whole thing of like immigrants and all this kind of shit. Like when the British sent over all these boats, it's not like they had like border control and security and all this kind of shit, and you had to check your papers and all this kind of shit. It was just expanding the empire. And then Americans, in a national interest, says we want representation because this island over here, like fucking 3,000 miles away, they don't have the same interests as us. They don't understand what it's like in these lands. So we're going to create our own nation because they had a national principle.
You just said that the national interest of British subjects was to split off from Britain.
All right. We got a few things to get through here, so let's. I'm going to move on to the next one. We got $2 from Sempiternal Chaos, just showing some support. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We got Trailer Thrash Music sending in 10, says, salute, let's fucking go, Tareyak represent. Thank you for that, Trailer.
That's 07 means.
Yeah, that's what the 07 is. It's supposed to be a little head with the salute arm, right? We got Rule Over 2 comes in for 5, says, let's fucking go. Thank you very much. We got Darth Thorans for 2, says, National Socialize may nationalize McDonald's, slippery slope. Oh,
that's the kind of argument you're getting.
We did this one, so you can go to the next one here. All right, so Darth Thoranes for another $2 says, anarcho-capitalism over Nazism over nationalist socialism.
Yeah, so this points out a key thing in terms of where I point out like the military, like warfare, like weaponry and all the stuff gets built by Lockheed Martin. In anarcho-capitalism, there's nothing stopping Lockheed Martin from selling all the latest military tech to China or Russia or any enemies. One could make the argument the British imperial system, and nothing would be stopping them from actually selling to them. So like this whole idea that like anarcho-capitalism is a great idea, you're playing right into globalist hands.
Okay.
Well, the idea that, I guess there was an those just the 3 options. So yeah, sure. I mean, I would love to live in a world where we didn't need to be in such a constrained society, but human nature disagrees with what people want, it is what it is, and you have to work with humans as they are.
All right, all right. We got average female debater coming in for 10, says congratulations on 10K Speakeasy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. We got a big 20 comes in from Johnny McVito, says it sounds like Shank is trying to explain that there are two parties involved with making a baby. Tareyak is focusing on the female perspective, Shank the male. The nation doesn't have to have a say in it, i.e. self-interest.
Yeah, so in terms of passing abortion policies, that's what the key thing was around, was abortion. Like, should the nation make abortion legal? If you're someone with a nationalist principle, limiting principle, you would not want to see abortion legalized.
I would still say that you can easily use that same set of logic to justify abortions in some direction. And I mean, at this point, I don't want to spend any more of our time on that. Maybe we can table that for another time. But yeah, it's not just one person when you're having a pregnant lady. Like, that doesn't exist in a vacuum, is kind of what I've been getting at here. And self-interest doesn't just involve that situation in a vacuum in this particular moment. And so it resolves down to, you can track it across self-interest across time and across, you know, presumably this person that's pregnant got pregnant from a man and presumably is in a relationship with that man. And, you know, maybe aborting that baby means that you end that relationship with that man. So there's an endless list of things that we can talk about in regards to this abortion issue that tie it back to self-interest. But really the only nationalistic thing you can say is more babies, more gooder, according to national interest, which I also, you know, why not just import people?
Yeah, so more babies means you're able to reproduce, means you're able to continue on the nation far past just the individuals that you import. And secondarily as well, like even in your example of like creating a baby, it takes more than one. So this whole like self-interest is not a good limiting principle.
Yours?
Oh, did you need to say something?
Nah, that
Okay.
we've hashed that one to death already.
Okay.
Society does equal nation for the most part. It's just that's pretty much a semantic issue on that front. The fact that we live in a nation does not mean that the limiting principle is the nation. We live in a globe. The limiting principle is not the globe. I live in a state. The limiting principle is not the state. Limiting society is just a more generalized term. I live in a house. That house is on a street. That street's a community. That community's in a town. That town's in a, you know, in a county. That county's in a state. That state's in a country. That country's on the globe. Society's the general order of all of that. It's not picking out a particular level.
All right.
Yeah, so
and
again,
thank you for that,
obfuscation.
Jack of Blades. I appreciate that big time. Next one, we got $5 from Fuck It Button, says, how the hell is the last leprechaun always the one arguing for America? Bunch of massholes. And thank you for that. I appreciate
Hey, I'm fighting here for a traditional America. Before we got all these stupid liberal policies, like you can't shoot someone that badmouthed you or cheated at cards. The real America that we all want.
Wild West.
Because
Texas
America is a great nation.
Strippers.
One of the greatest nations we've ever seen on this planet, and it should be preserved. It's worth protecting.
It is the greatest nation on this planet.
We got $2 comes in from Bobby Ballbag, says Cuban link Tareyak when?
We got together our boy Rubio in. He passed the policy. He make it the nation great again. Make Cuba great again.
See, I can only do a Trump accent, and we can't even do it that well.
Darth Orange comes in and says for $2, Tareyak, debate me. I am an ANCAP. Will you?
Yep, we'll load the same topic. We'll do Anarcho-Capitalism versus National Socialism. Or National Republicanism.
Yeah, and I'm down to host it too. So if you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. Send a message either to me directly or to Tiny Pink Nugget in there directly, and we'll get you set up. How long Nate, member for 3 months, says if you don't like the stream, you sweat latex pup play costumes to church, or you wear latex pup play costumes to church. Fairies. Oh, no, it meant to say something else. Furries. Thank you for that, How Long Day. I appreciate the support big time. Are we at the end of the super chats? Did we miss a Rumble rant? Did we, or did you already get that one? I feel like there was a Rumble rant earlier. Oh yeah, it was from Keeper Raven on the Rumble rant side. Just says for $2, let's fucking go. Bless you and fam easy to another fun night. Thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. Keeper Raven instead of Raven Keeper. Let's see what you did there. Yeah, that's dogs, in case anyone's wondering. And then Bobby Ballbags comes in for $2. Says milk toast Massey, yay or nay?
Nay. And I'm pretty sure he lost his primary as well. So
Yeah,
I
I
was to
think
show
I
you like
probably
this whole
missed that.
thing that they're trying to say is like, oh, like Trump's gonna lose the midterms on stuff. Like all the Trump candidates in the primary, all the pro-Trump people are getting like they're all getting in. You know what I mean, all the people that were anti-Trump like Massey, they're getting decimated.
I was extremely skeptical on Trump turning around the midterms with the whole Iran thing going on. I don't really think it's been going well for him. I do like him as a president and all that, but yeah, the midterms have been not great. And then all the gerrymandering stuff going on. But that Supreme Court ruling, like that flipped it all on its head.
All right. So we have a question in the Q&A from, this one comes in from the Vigilante TV. It says, Tareyak, why are you trying to rebrand corporatocracy as a version of socialism?
I'm not trying to rebrand corporatism. What I'm simply pointing out is that there are certain industries that have to be socialized. And again, like this is the whole thing of like you use socialism, even though National Socialism is social with the limiting principle of the nation, because just regular socialism is like the stage before communism. Like their goal is essentially to get rid of the state and we'll all be in our communes and all this kind of shit. Whereas like National Socialism was the limiting principle of the nation, where they're not going down to the communism because they want the state, but they want the state to work for the people. In certain industries, like I said, Lockheed Martin, they can't just operate fully private and sell to the highest bidder because you're undermining your national security.
Wouldn't be a speakeasy stream if I didn't talk on mute. Sorry, bring that back up for me. Keeper Raven with the $10 on the Rumble rant side says, you know who it is. Thank you, dogs. I appreciate that big time. Then we got another question here in the Q&A. Says, this one's from Abe Dinkus. Says, can either party identify if the systems they stand for has any long-standing examples of success?
I think the easiest one for me would obviously be America. It was founded under strict individualism and the principles of self-interest. I mean, it was the most capitalistic state by a far margin when it was founded, and it's mostly kept to that. And you can see a lot of, for a long time, a lot of Europeans kind of moved in that direction when they had not necessarily their colonial phase, maybe a little bit in that, but mostly when they industrialized, around the Industrial Revolution, you saw them really turn hard into capitalist principles, self-interest principles. Letting people build industry is a very capitalist, very self-interest focused endeavor.
Yeah, so again, the whole thing between self-interest and nation, what you're starting to see now is that like Democrats are starting to push for illegal immigrants voting in, the mass immigration, setting them all up in concentrated areas so they don't assimilate and all this kind of stuff. This is what you're starting to see, where these Democrats, and again, shout out to Ryan C. Mullally, with Irish name on him as well. He's a lawyer and all that kind of stuff. You've probably seen him on Rob Noor. He just made Destiny Rage quit as well yesterday. But he keeps like drilling down in this like limiting principle. What is the limiting principle? And the Democrats don't seem to have a limiting principle. They just want to win. They just want power. So even the current American system that you're seeing is going to be undermined unless we put in a limiting principle of the nation, which would mean all these Democrats that are all for socialization of certain things and all this stuff, if they were to snap in their limiting principle of the nation, they would be national socialists essentially. But the reason why I keep saying is you can call it aristocratic national socialism or you can call it aristocratic national republicanism. Either way, that would essentially bring a shit ton of unity into the country because everyone would be aligned with the limiting principle of the nation. Meaning that like Democrats aren't trying to undermine your actual voting process and trying to put in all this like illegal immigration just to retain power. They're more focused on saying, okay, how much should we be allocating towards education in terms of the actual competency of like science, maths, even trades, being able to work with your hands, critical thinking, rational thought. Like, would we not all want the education system to be based around that? You know what I mean? So in terms of like certain areas, like they need to be nationalized or socialized or republicanized, whatever word you want to use. But this is the key of like having the limiting principle to prevent these Democrats trying to say illegal immigrants should be voting in the elections. You know what I mean?
I would just like to point out that's not a example of a successful country. That was founded under the idea of first limiting principle of nation first. Or nationalism.
Yeah, America.
We got Darth Avitz over on the Rumble side with a $5 Rumble rant. Says all sandwiches are hot dogs. Okay.
Based.
All right. Thank you for that.
No, it's a taco.
They're all.
There's bread at the bottom. It's a taco.
Sure. Makes sense.
3 sides.
What do we got here? Next one is this one comes from Rowdy Gowdy. Says if you could mandate Neuralink at birth with no side effects to install your worldview, would you? If not, why?
No, because you can get here by using reason.
I would also say no. I'm not a big fan of well, let's see, because he doesn't like vibes. If I could mandate Neuralink at birth with no side effects, I would say do not do it. There's a lot of, well, I guess we'll start at the theological reason. Your body's a temple. You shouldn't be tampering with it. Secondly, on consent-based grounds, children mostly can't consent to basically any surgeries except for the most obvious ones, like you can presume the kid doesn't want to die type stuff. So no, installing computer chips into children's brains with, even if you can prove that there's no side effects forever, that's still a completely unreasonable risk to subject a child to.
Okay.
And that would be the logical conclusion.
And we got time for one more here from Mrs. Foxworth. Says, political Shankfest, are you actually using self-interest as the main rule or national interest when self-interest doesn't give the result you want?
So I didn't come here prepared to defend self-interest as a limiting principle. I came here to defend that, well, to say that National Socialism is not the superior form of government. But I think if I had some time to actually sort through the arguments on that, I can, from as a main rule and as first principles, self-interest developed through the greatest form of government ever created and system ever created and society ever created, America. Because I believe that is the founding principle of America, is self-interest, self-determination.
Which is why you have Nancy Pelosi worth $200 million, even though she gets paid $200,000. She's looking out for her own interests, not the nation's interests.
And I can point out a million other countries with a million other corrupt things, but the difference between you and I is I can show you that despite her being corrupt and amassing wealth to herself, she has been unable to infect any other parts of the system. Her self-interest has not infected the national interest.
This one,
Democratic. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this one here comes in from Bobby for $5 and it says, for Rowdy, ought self-interest entail being national? Rowdy's not up here. I think he meant for political Shankfest. Bring that back up. Bring that back up real quick. Ought self-interest entail being nationalist?
No, not necessarily. There's plenty of times when your self-interest doesn't align with the nation, and there's times when that would be completely good and completely bad, and we saw that there with the Nancy Pelosi argument. Her self-interest obviously aren't aligned with the national interest, but I don't think the national interest is the controlling factor. You shouldn't take the national interest as your foundation of right and wrong. Your self-interest will tell you what's right and wrong, because your self-interest will inherently, your self-interest is not allowed to be nebulous or what's the word I'm looking for here? It's not allowed to be theoretical. Your self-interest is immediate and real and existing 24/7. And so your self-interest is naturally going to align itself with reality and with what is good in the long term. So,
so is it better that Nancy Pelosi is doing the 200 million, all this kind of stuff like that with the self-interest, or would it be better if Nancy Pelosi was putting the nation first?
It would be better if Nancy Pelosi was putting the long-term self-interest of her family first and not screwing over America for her own immediate self-gain.
It would be better.
But if Nancy Pelosi was allowed to make her interest the national interest, would that be better for America than if it was kept as just her personal interest? And that's the delineation.
It seems like you're avoiding saying yes. It'd be better if she put the nation first, not her own bank account.
Her corruption existing, what's the word I'm looking for here? Because the answer to your specific question is yes, but that is a question begging the answer. You're begging the question there. Because it's not an either or. And that's not the comparable scenario. That's not the hypothetical equivalent.
That's gonna be our wrap up for the Q&A tonight. All right, I want to say thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's what allows me to keep bringing you these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you, and of course, huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Before we move on, let me check real quick. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
100%.
I'll come back for a little bit.
Okay, perfect.
I won't stay long, but yeah, I'll come in for a bit.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you don't even have to go anywhere. So what we're going to do next here is we're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It's going to run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time, everyone, to hit the washroom, grab yourselves a drink, stretch your legs, whatever you got to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm going to drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready, think, question, debate. And if you're coming to try and like troll or bring personal dramas, stuff like that, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with this idea, just quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you guys go subscribe to both debaters, okay? Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit the subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reasons, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. All right, this is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpened fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords. reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll plead my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason. Oh.
All right, we're back. It looks like nobody has joined so far, but I'm gonna let you know in the chat if we have nobody join. We're gonna wrap this up in the 30 minutes here. So just letting you know. Just letting you know. I think both of them had stepped away for a beverage. Both of them has stepped away for a beverage. So let me go over here for a second. Oh, put it back. Oh, it's that one guy. Welcome in, dogs.
Oh, oops. Okay.
I was like, what is
Had
it?
my mic muted.
No worries,
You
no
know,
worries.
this shit happens. But hey, guys.
Yep.
I just didn't want you to shut down yet. So give me like 5 minutes to finish my food. But I'm here to bullshit.
All right, but
Keep going. All right. Yeah.
oh, we got Jack of Blades with us. Welcome
Yo,
in,
yo.
Jack of Blades.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just make sure. All right. Oh. Oh. How you doing today, Easy?
Not bad, not bad. How about you?
I had a little bit of a rough day, but I'm alright other than that.
Okay.
Oh. That was an interesting debate.
Yeah, it was. It was a good one. Sorry, I was just getting some things in order back here.
Yes,
How bad
sir.
was it?
Rowdy, welcome in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Is someone pissing right now? What the fuck was that?
That was trying to drink.
It's like ice water.
Oh, point of drink. I
Long
got it.
Island iced tea.
Likely excuse.
Yeah, I can't. I went offline for 5 minutes
yeah.
just to come back and take a piss with the mic on.
Yeah, nice. But yeah,
Got a
so I just
style
want to
on
get into the. I'm trying to figure out the separation between selfishness and like selflessness. If I am fighting for the nation, is that a selfish act or is it a selfless act?
Are they mutually exclusive? Would be the question.
Yes.
I don't think so. You can't do something that both gains you and helps others at the same time. That qualifies as both selfish. It helps you, and selfless. It helps others.
Not when it comes to nationalism, no.
Can you give an example of when that would be?
Like
Well,
the
yeah,
whole
like
abortion thing.
self-defense. Well, yeah,
Self-defense.
I think
Abortion
that's a good one, too.
selfless?
No,
How is it?
that's the point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
so
having
you-
a kid. Selfless.
No, but isn't fighting? Well, yeah. So wait, hold on. So fighting
That'd be-
against it is selfless, or is me advocating for anti-abortion laws selfish of me?
See, that's where you would get into the both again. So if you abort a baby, that's selfish. If you don't abort a baby, that's selfless. But advocating a policy against abortion is both selfless and selfish because it benefits you and it benefits, all the babies that aren't getting murdered now.
Shoot. So then nationalism is a self-interest? And to Easy, to Ballbag's super chat, I think when he was saying for Rowdy, he was trying to clarify our argument that was going back and forth.
I saw it
chat.
after, and he was doing it on your behalf. He said,
Yeah,
I saw that
yeah,
after.
because I kept asking a question. I was trying to figure out like
I was like, Rowdy isn't up here, motherfucker.
yeah, because I was trying to figure out, is the advocation for nationalism a self-interest at the foundation?
So are you saying I'm advocating for my nation purely out of my selfish interest? It is
Well, and
in
this
my
is the
selfish
Tareyak,
interest
too.
that
I-
America stays better than every other country.
Like nationalism in itself, is nationalism a self-interest?
This is why I talked about the Venn diagram, Joe, where there's two circles and there's like a bit of middle ground in between. There is like certain things that it's in your own interest. I mean, like you want the productive society, all this kind of stuff. But if your limiting principle is self-interest, it's going to be, Joe, when the circle doesn't intersect with the other circle, it's going to be vast amounts of like self-interest that does not serve the nation and then actually goes against the nation or would destabilize the nation. Like think of like Nancy Pelosi, worth 200 million, but only getting paid 200 grand. There's plenty of swats where like that does not actually benefit the nation. Whereas if you put the nation as the limiting principle, it'll always make sure that you're putting policy forward that benefits the nation, which will also benefit the individual.
Okay, but so as long as you're using so cancel the Nancy Pelosi, whatever she's got going on, but you're still advocating for the nation amongst yourself.
See, This is why
can you separate the two? Can you separate the fight for nationalism from a self-interest, or is self-interest actually the foundation of nationalism?
So your self-interest
Yeah,
is
no.
the foundation of nationalism, but your nationalism will not necessarily be in your self-interest. That's why I said
Sure.
self-interest
It's not the
has to be the
foundation.
underlying principle, because self-interest,
No.
like there's a lot of times, and that's why I use society instead of nation, because nation's generally referring to a specific entity, whereas society is a more broad generalized term. So it's in your best interest to live in a good society, but a
Nation,
better
yeah.
society might be going against your specific nation. For instance, the civil rights movement.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I
You're going
disagree.
against
I
the
don't think there
nation.
should be speed limits, but there are speed limits in my society, and it's like it probably is better for me, even though it goes against my self-interest, that there be no speed limit.
I think our
That's
new
a great
guest
example.
wanted to add something in there, Darth.
Sorry.
Yeah. There's a huge problem. The problem is Tareyak hasn't defined what a nation is. So is he just saying nation is? Well, no, he's not just saying people, because Somalians are people. So he doesn't think Somalians are part of the nation, right? So it's not just people.
No, he thinks Somalis are a different nation. He thinks in units of nations.
So yeah, so what exactly is a nation? Is he just saying nation is equivalent to like the government or the states?
Yeah, so it's a people, it's a border, it's a culture, it's a language.
Yeah, what is it? It's very vague. Because I wouldn't say black people.
I just gave you 4 criteria.
Well, that's the thing.
I would say it's the overarching
founding
structure would probably be something like as you described America. So it's your main political leadership, your main executive branch, your judiciary system, and then your legal.
Yeah. What if I'm deaf?
The founding
and I
fathers
only know sign language.
No, the founding fathers didn't consider blacks to be part of the nation, because when they started this nation, they specifically meant it to be a nation for free white men. So they specifically excluded, blacks, because they weren't against slavery for, because they were being good for the moral reasons. They were against slavery because they didn't think blacks had a future in this nation, because they didn't consider them to be part of the American nation.
I would have to fact check this, but I think back then, even the founding fathers didn't consider blacks as people. So there's a lot of consideration you have to put in there. And
there's
so,
a lot of.
It makes sense if you were like living technically with animals, you would, in your end goal, send the animals back home if you want to live in a better society. I guess would kind of be that thing. But it gets into a really historical, nuanced thing.
Well, yeah, the whole reason, they left Europe was because they were trying to get away from the Christian civil wars. For example, the 30 Years' War. There was a bunch of Christian civil wars. So they were trying to get away from this type of Judaism and establish their own form of theism, some sort of theistic confederacy.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's kind of what I meant when I brought up the fact that he said the nation of America, before it was a nation, acted in its national interest by breaking off from the nation it was a part of, Britain, which kind of, again, that goes back to my whole society-nation distinction. It was better for the society in America to break away from the nation, the national interest of Britain. But I would argue you can't really argue from a nation.
They sent, so they expanded out their empire and they sent settlers. And then the settlers were like, Britain's no longer acting in our interest. We're going to form our new nation.
Colonization of America was the historical equivalent of the final solution for that era, because they just wanted to get rid of all the Quakers and all the religious groups that they didn't like. That's why America was founded by Protestants.
I don't know how you keep bringing Judaism into this.
It's
Christianity is Judaism.
Kind of reference to
Christianity is Judaism.
Judaism is not Judaism is not Christianity. Well, I don't do that whole Judo-Christian stuff.
Well, Jesus was a rabbi. He was a practicing Judaite. He was a rabbi.
That's like saying your great-great-grandma was a Jew, ergo you're a ethnic Jew. It's not the same thing.
No,
he
a Christian
understood the rabbi doctrine, the Orthodox Jewish doctrine, and rejected it because it strayed from God. He said strayed from God's teachings, and that's why they killed him, because he was preaching against what the rabbis and the Jews had established as their theology.
No, Jesus said he was
in error.
No, he said he was there to preserve the law. He wasn't some sort of
He
anarchist.
fulfilled the law.
Yeah, so he was there to practice
Yeah. So
Judaism.
he corrected the mistakes that the Jewish rabbis had in
That's
the
still
Pharisees
Judaism.
and the Pharisees, or not Pharisees.
But that's still Judaism. Jesus is simply saying you're practicing a wrong form of Judaism. This is the true Judaism.
And
But
it's
he's
so
still-
different that we're going to rebrand it and name it Christiism.
No,
Christianity.
well, that's the thing. Jesus Christ didn't consider himself a Christian.
Of course he doesn't. He's Christ. Martin
Yeah,
Luther didn't consider him out the Lutheran.
Exactly. The early Christians didn't consider themselves Christians. They didn't call themselves that. They still
No,
consider
the early
themselves-
Christians called themselves followers of Christ. He was the Messiah. They were the followers of the Messiahs, and the Jews were the people that rejected the Messiah.
Yeah, they consider themselves the true Jews.
Yeah, and the term Jew was then poisoned by the previous Jews, and so they discarded that name, much like how, nationalism has been discarded in today's society, which, to tie it back into what we're doing today, nationalism is basically frowned upon, and no one ever likes to say it because it's tied back to the German state. And just like that, you can analogize and look back and say, we don't want to be tied back to what Jews did. We don't want to be tied back to the same people that put Christ on the cross. So we're going to call ourselves something different. We're going to call ourselves Christians.
What's
And
the
that's
thing?
what Christian is.
Aristocratic national republicanism, comrades.
Well, that's the thing. You can't be a nationalist under Christianity because of origins.
Not true.
No, there's a lot of people that think you can be nationalist
Isn't
in
it
Christianity.
Christian nationalism like the hot
Anglicanism
topic
is
of
a
the day?
subsect of
No,
that.
the problem lies in origins. If all races are just fluid or a fluid evolution of a single race of Adam and Eve, you don't actually have race being real. So you're essentially affirming the leftist position of gender fluidity, but applied to race. So if it's just it's in constant flux and constant change, it's not real.
Race
Because-
is
Yeah,
in
but
constant
don't they
flux and
argue that
constant
all the
change.
time?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as race?
Yeah, that you can't be a nationalist. Therefore, you can't be a nationalist.
You can't be
under
an
Christianity.
You can't have a
nationalist.
nation?
Can't be an
You can't-
ethno-nationalist.
You can't
Are
be
you
a-
literally arguing that you have to be racist to be a nationalist?
Yes,
Yeah,
because
That is
the original
It
the
does feel
original
like that was
definition.
like
What the hell?
That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
dumbest
yeah.
thing I think I've ever heard.
The original use of the word nation was always referring to race. It is only up
Was it?
until
Really?
recently.
America?
Yes.
America
It
is
is.
just one race?
It was a bunch
The
of whiteys
founding
for like
fathers-
200 years.
Yeah, the founding
That-
fathers
that-
didn't
The
even think
founding
black-
fathers, they were talking about modernity, my guy.
No, they weren't like egalitarians.
Yeah. America was founded as a
Regardless,
white nation.
regardless,
There's no question
how
about
many races live in America that creates America? There we go. All right.
How many
That creates
nations live in America?
How many
One.
nationalities?
No,
So,
nations.
so hold on, let me try to steelman what you just said, just
A nation of my
for your
house.
sake, right? You have to be racist to be a nationalist. You are
Yeah,
saying
You
that,
don't
right?
The
have to, but it
origins-
sure helps.
The origins of the word nation was referring to a nation. A nation meant blood and soil. It
So
was
is there only one race in America?
It was
Humans.
referring. It was.
Checkmate.
No, human.
Gotcha.
That's a
Yeah,
classification.
there's humans in America.
That's
There
a
you go.
classification. A classification is not a race. Well, it's a human is like a.
Oh, wait a
Class-
second. Hold on here.
This is getting really
Hold
semantic
on
now.
here.
You've contradicted
Like,
yourself twice.
Is it a
It's a
class?
different
Is
Times I've
race a
talked.
classification itself,
a-
dude? Like,
It's a different classification. My bad. It's a. I
it's a
misspoke.
different classification.
Yeah.
Oh, so like how a
Well,
hot
it
dog's a
is- wait,
sandwich, right?
Wait, yeah, no,
'Cause
it's a
words don't
taco.
matter.
It's a taco. Bread on the bottom. It's a taco. It
That's
kind of
gross.
it depends on how you define words and all that. I mean, technically, a mutt is in and of itself its own race. If you mix
Yeah,
together,
what is a
and
word?
everyone's- Yeah,
Exactly.
mean by word?
Exactly.
words. Semantic.
What is a word?
Semantic.
If a dog,
This is
if a
so
wolf,
bad.
that's the thing. If a wolf can evolve into a dog, if a man
There's
can
no proof
evolve
of
into
evolution
a
if you
woman,
were
It
watching
doesn't.
last
it-
night.
It doesn't evolve.
it becomes fluid.
It changes genetic
Changes.
strands between its
Okay.
species.
Yes, if a
Its
man
species
changes
is
his
still the same.
But no one's saying humans are different species. We're saying we're different subspecies.
Yes.
You can still interbreed subspecies.
No,
That
not
sounds
even that.
You can
racist.
mix them.
You should
That
never
sounds
just-
racist as hell.
Doesn't make it
It's
wrong.
okay, I'm a
just
mutt,
because
I
they
get
think
to be
it's
racist.
So you are for nationalism, is what I'm hearing.
Real nationalism, because real nationalism implied the origins were different. Under the origins of Christianity, we all evolved from one race, so there is no actual race.
Well, would you say they're based in foundation and
That's not even true on
self-interest?
a Christian standpoint. The
No, we
Tower
all
of Babel
evolved.
Sec.
split the world into nations.
How would you define nation?
Blood and soil.
What?
Okay, like give me like a proper definition here.
Like that your ancestry,
No.
your ancestry has its origins in this soil. So like you can't just like say, well, my great ancestors came from the Middle East.
What's the
and
threshold on that?
Oh god, it's the Palestinian argument.
Well, this
That's
is what
stupid. Then I'm Irish, even though I'm American.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If race is something
American's
that just
not a
changed,
nation then.
Exactly. You can't
No,
be.
it's a
you
nation
can't
of
That's
claim-
dumb.
Uh-oh,
You
the
can't make a
world
claim
is
to
the
nation.
nation.
It just evolved from a Middle Eastern
It's
country.
like some globalist horseshit.
One world nation.
Yeah, Christianity is globalist. The whole purpose of Christianity is
Yes,
globalism.
Christianity is globalist.
No,
but
it
it's
isn't.
not globalist in the regard you're probably referring to.
Not
you
in
want
the
everyone
liberal
in the
sense.
globe
It could
to be
be.
Christian. That doesn't make it a global. Like
It's not
Christianity,
liberal. Not liberal.
render unto
globalism.
Caesar what is Caesar. Render unto
hear that, right?
God
Exactly.
what is God.
Christianity is very national.
No, it's not. It can't be.
Yes, it
Because
is.
you deny. You deny
Have you
racism.
read the Bible? Because I don't think you have.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
this
all
is
come from
crazy.
Adam and Eve in the Bible, right? We all come
I
from the
read
single
the
race
Bible
of Adam
butcher
and Eve.
book.
I
Does
don't-
that count?
I'm just not sure about all that. Hey, I just wanted to.
Wait, what
I
do you
just
mean
wanted
not
to hop
sure
in for a
about
second.
that?
I got to work, so there's no good time to do this. Just want to say shouts out to Easy, W Tareyak, W Shankfest for the debate. It's fantastic. I'm gonna go ahead and dip out. Also, the merch is super sick. You guys all have a wonderful night.
Have a
Literally.
great night. Thanks for
You too,
thanks for
Brandon.
coming up.
Yeah,
And I
really
just
wish
want to
we could've
remind
had
that what are
debate
we
right
at here? We're at 12:28 here, so a little 2 minutes over an hour. If we hit the 300 by 1:30, we'll end on a hot seat. And if we hit 1,000, we end on a verbal combat origins. And yeah, just like Rowdy mentioned, the merch store has been completely revamped. I'm using a whole new distributor and everything, so you all should definitely go check out the merch store. It's
Is it
fire.
a Chinese
Limited
distributor?
edition stuff.
Is it a
there
Chinese
already.
Looks like-
distributor?
So if you
shut
want
up.
a chance to get it,
Badass
get it.
shit.
Did
man.
you
Badass
sell out
swag.
your nation to China? Did you act in your self-interest?
Yeah.
So again, retail would not matter.
Badass merch.
Retail
made
would be capitalist.
awesomely.
Being able to make clothes doesn't matter to a nation. You don't have to make uniforms.
Yeah, retailers. That's fully private.
No, the making of the clothes, the manufacturing of the
Yeah, that's fully private.
What?
You fucking
Okay,
stupid
I-
piece of shit.
You're,
I think.
I mean, wait, hold on. Oh, my bad. I'm getting too much here. Hold on. Let me take a stoner break. I'll be back in a minute. I'll
I think
we.
we-
well,
trying to say
I
is,
just
like,
can't keep your
hotheads.
shit straight, Skankfest. I really can't. I just can't. You keep contradicting yourself and going all over the place.
No,
Which
what
is it?
Shankfest is saying, if you have people who are homeless in America, right, you would have to clothe them first before any of those clothes leave to China.
Based on a nationalistic
no.
view. What?
Yes, if
No,
you're a
that's
nationalist,
private
No.
sector.
no, man, you can't leave. You can't look. If you actually have interests, the best interests of the nation means you take care of the homeless. Means you take care of your people. So
And it wouldn't be
No, I was-
clothing them. It would be
No,
getting them the
wait,
help
one
they
sec,
need.
one sec.
Speaking, if you were a
One sec,
nationalist,
gentlemen.
you would
Where-
want the best for your.
Where
Okay.
Exactly,
where
which
in-
means the
where
homeless.
I'll let
in
you go.
where in my limitations of socialism did I mention homeless or clothing?
So you're not actually here to
I would have liked
for
to
the
gotten
best
there. That
interests of
would've
the
been fun.
people. So
Where in
so-
my opening statement did I mention
overall
that
people.
retail would be socialized?
No, your whole statement of nationalism is that you're.
Yeah,
it's
what you're
about the-
doing is straw manning. You're
No, I'm
trying to
not
do the whole
strawmanning.
like,
So-
well, you said
so is it
socialism, which
about
means you
the
have to
best
socialize
interest
everything,
of the people,
which
yes
is
or no?
not
Yes or
not
not?
what I'm saying at all.
So it's not
Yeah, we
about the
didn't-
best
we didn't-
interest of the people then.
Well, we didn't
Got it.
touch on that in our debate, but there is room for that in if we had a discussion on it. What I was trying to do is I was being sarcastic, asking Speakeasy if he had sold out his industry, the manufacturing capability of making clothes, to China.
And
Or
where
if he
did I
put his
mention
nation
retail
first.
being socialized?
Retail is the sale of the goods, not the manufacture of the goods. That's manufacturing. You said the
Yeah, okay.
manufacturing.
Yeah,
base
small
to China.
manufacturing. Where's that got to do with? Where did I mention that?
You said sending manufacturing out to China.
Yes, large scale manufacturing industry.
Yeah, that's an industry. Making
Yes.
clothes is industry.
Yeah,
Do you
no,
know
no,
what
no,
a
no,
textile?
no, no.
Do you know we actually really
no,
textile mills is one of the
I'll read it out
hardest hit
again.
industries in America.
National defense and military technology, core infrastructure and energy, education, money, finance and banking, food security and agriculture, justice, police and internal security, borders, immigration and demographics, cybersecurity and digital infrastructure, and foundational scientific research.
You don't need any
Meaning
clothes.
shops, factories, restaurants, tech startups, housing, entertainment, services, and most manufacturing are all fully capitalistic.
So we can have all of our novel goods manufactured by China. Dishwashers.
If it's
I don't know,
competitive.
like what the hell you're looking at here? Paint, clothes.
If it's competitive, what part of that are you not understanding?
The part where not being able to manufacture textiles domestically is not of the national interest. That's actually
If
one of the
it's
bigger
that's
national
what the
interests.
tariffs are for, to encourage domestic
See,
production.
that's a flip to yes.
How
we
is that a
should be
flip?
domestically-
You're just not
because
logically
you were just
seeing it
arguing
correctly.
that you just said that we didn't need
I
to have
didn't.
domestic textile manufacturing, and then you just flipped and said we need tariffs to get domestic textile.
I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
You did.
No, I did
Put those
not.
words in your mouth. Your original argument was we don't need to manufacture that domestically. You were agreeing with Tareyak.
You were.
Okay, yes, on that. But if they're able to compete with the tariffs, and it's still
No,
a
see,
better.
tariffs is different. Tariffs is importing that back to domestic manufacturing. So do we need it domestically or not? Start with that. Textile manufacturing. Is
No,
that a
not if
national
it's not competitive.
So we don't need clothes.
Yeah.
That's not what I
Clothing
said.
that's what
It doesn't need to be
talking about.
manufactured here if it's not a competitive thing. There
What if
is no
there was a
infrastructure.
pandemic and we needed a bunch of masks?
So, do I get to answer?
All right, hold on here. You know what makes the best business that you can have is competition. You got to be the best in order to make the best.
That's the thing.
Get this straight.
Where's the
bros.
competition at?
Get this
If the
straight.
manufacturing isn't here, there's no competition happening
And how do
here.
you rein that back in? Is my point.
Is
How do you
make
by
rein that
having the
back
free
in?
market, by
Competition
having the
here.
free market.
By
For
saying
example,
you should rein it back in with
That's
tariffs, you're implying that it's
capitalism,
what happened.
dude. That's capitalism.
he's
Free
just-
market is capitalism. Ding ding ding.
Like clothes
Durr.
is not like national security.
Yeah.
Clothes are very important to a nation if you want that nation to function. Like, say, if you
Yes.
need to produce a ton of masks in the middle of a
I
pandemic.
feel like you're latching
Oh,
onto
my
this because
dear
you've
boy.
had literally no other point, and like you
Yep.
kind of
I've
got to
had, like,
have
no,
victory,
it's
and
like
now
three
you're just
points.
like, oh, I'm going to double down on that.
I've had
it's-
at
But
least
even then, Dart, like it's this like bullshit thing where it's like, oh, it's national security is now clothing.
Mhm.
no, it's like you're saying
Where
it's
did
not
I
important.
where did I mention retail being part of national security?
It's a
again,
large
I'm
part of the
filing this
market.
under industry.
Plus, doesn't this
Textile
kind of come back to
manufacturing is
him
industry.
latching on to the whole socialism thing? Just
Yep.
because of the word socialism,
when we
he's still
actually
attacking
Which is
that
why,
part.
comrade, we do not call it socialism with the national limiting principle. We call it republicanism with the national limiting principle, comrades. Because
I
people
admitted that
get in
off the bat.
fifis, they do not understand logic. We have to use different language.
I admitted that off the bat that I didn't understand what he meant by National Socialism because it sounded like National Socialism and then it just sounded like, all this German and historical stuff.
But
And then
you
when we
didn't
actually
really
found
give.
the underlying principle thing, we latched onto that and then we actually had a productive conversation. So yeah,
Well,
all
that's the
that
thing.
jumping around, I admit that was bad, but that was me trying to figure out what the hell we were talking about.
Well, he's not even talking about National Socialism because National Socialism was like what the Germans had. They explicitly said they were not fascists. They were National Socialists. They believed in blood and soil, and that the state had a duty to its people.
Did you not listen to the definitions of the difference?
Yeah, because that would make
between
me Irish.
that Tareyak gave before.
No, the
Yeah,
actual nationalist-
socialism. Yeah, socialism has no limiting principle, meaning socialism will continue to go and suck up as much government control as possible until you end up with communism. If you read Marx, like this is literally like where he outlines the stages of how you get to communism, that you can't go straight to communism and just get rid of the state. You have to first do socialism and then eventually build up all control of the state, and then you relinquish control, you destroy the state. But if you have socialism with a limiting principle of the nation, then you never get to communism. That's why it's called National Socialism.
Well, he doesn't understand the whole limiting principles.
Principle, yeah, I know.
No, the limiting principle is just a marketing tool, just like Christianity. It just
How?
says-
You weren't
He
even
doesn't
able to
understand
define
it.
what
He doesn't understand it.
Oh
no,
my
like
God.
this
Just admit you don't get it.
I'm sorry,
The
brother.
marketing
Did your
principle.
mother take
you're
Tylenol
gonna toss
too?
that principle out the window when it's inconvenient. So the principle really means nothing. It's just a marketing tool.
I'm pretty sure these cunts are liberals.
Me too.
No, I'm an ANCAP.
In the defense of capitalism, which is even weirder.
Yeah, but that's why I keep that. This is
Yeah,
why I
Terry,
do this
this
debate,
is, I don't know if you noticed, but this is actually who was talking to you in the chat, said that they want to debate you. So
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Because this is what I want to point out. This is the conversations that need to be had, because there's plenty of people who will claim to be right wing, claim to be capitalist, but really they're globalists. They're anarcho-capitalists. They want to destroy the state the same way the communists do, so they'll support all this bullshit like mass immigration. We want cheaper products, right? All this kind of stuff. We need to expose these right-wing arguments that are used to undermine the nation.
What's the thing? You claim to be right wing, but you're not right wing. The founding fathers would not consider you right wing because you're not a racist. I am a racist. The founding fathers consider me right wing because I am a racist.
Yeah,
I don't know why you would even say
Easy,
something.
you know you're saluted to that, right?
Who cares? Like, I'm not a moralist.
You want to do the straight arm salute? You want to do the straight arm salute?
It's like, who cares? It's 2026. Like, Nick Fuentes is popular. It's normal. It's normal again to be a Nazi.
He's acknowledging people that paid him rather than your silly ass. I'm just gonna say it right now.
Are you giving your?
But that
heart out
clip
to
is
them?
gonna look wild.
We're normalizing Nazism again. It's normal. Can we just like not be
You're gonna
triggered
get me
by
with
it?
that clip for sure.
But no, I thought the socialism part was more of a. Oh, you go ahead,
But
Terry. Sorry, I didn't catch you.
Yeah,
sorry,
the
John.
whole debate
I'll
topic
give it off
is a
that.
red herring.
He's an ANCAP, but he's also in favor of Nazism.
Yeah, that's what the founding
Make
fathers
it,
were. They were
make
like,
it make sense.
On
The
Go ahead,
founding
Johnny.
fathers
That's new.
were extreme individualists who believed in the Second Amendment. So they believed you can own any weapon, and they were actually racist too. So they were ANCAP, a racist ANCAP.
Yeah, you're subversive.
No, the
Darth.
founding fathers were racist ANCAPs.
Darth, I would love. I don't really want to see you debate Tareyak. I just want to see you monologue for like 2 hours, preferably on a pedestal.
Hold
with,
on.
like, a giant
I'm
crowd
Darth.
beneath you. Wait. Sorry,
So
there's
dumb.
two Darths now.
No, faux Darth. There's only one Darth.
Yeah.
There's-
Yeah.
I see too.
The reins. I just want to see you like up on a balcony talking for like 2 hours with like a giant crowd of whiteys beneath you, marching in unison, one direction.
Well,
Video.
I'm an ANCAP. No, I'm an ANCAP. Like,
with one arm, with one, full, all fingers
Yeah.
pointed in the direction.
No,
Well, no,
but to be
I-
serious, I would love just to
Socialist,
hear you like
socialist.
monologue for 2 hours and like explain all this because I think it would be an amazing thing to listen to, like on my drive to work one day.
I should. Well, I am starting
it.
to like I'm starting to like start a channel. So there's if you want to see some of my debates, it's at the Darth Tyrannus YouTube channel. Got like
Yeah, I'm in
2
the
of
same
them.
boat as you, just starting out.
Yeah, same here.
Subverters to the nation, gentlemen. I'm anarcho-capitalist. I want to get rid of the state and just operate off like lawless capitalism, but then I also want Nazism.
If
I would
there's
want to
no
hear 2 hours on
look,
that.
if there's
That's why I
no
wanna hear it.
government, who's gonna stop us from removing the small hats? Who's gonna stop us?
Oh yeah.
The small hats, they own
Yeah.
everything.
Is that
Yeah,
a
but-
threat?
Exactly.
Is that
they-
a
they
realistic
only-
threat
they
right
only,
now?
They only owned everything because of the nation, the government. So the government is the one that gives them the ownership of everything. So if they don't have a right to it, who's gonna stop us?
This is proof that propaganda works.
You know, I am starting
And
to be
like the
convinced on
whole
that
thing of like
point.
the globalist, capitalist, like this whole thing of like, why would you open up the borders and do like mass immigration, all this kind of shit? I mean, well, if you just get rid of the state, that somehow stops the immigration. Well, if there's no state to enforce the borders, what's stopping all this mass immigration?
You realize
Well,
the only
that's
reason there's
the semantic
immigration here
argument
is
again.
because of the welfare benefits. That's the only reason they're coming here.
You're not helping yourself on that point.
I
Yeah,
It
but they
is-
all moved to California, which is like, how
Yeah,
can it
welfare
possibly
state.
be worth living in California?
because they have
Ugh.
welfare.
There's nothing
realize-
there in California.
You know, it's not going well there, right?
Yeah, they still have welfare. That's if you can get free
For
welfare,
now.
There's meth needles every 5 feet. You don't even have to buy one. You don't even have to stop at a store. It's so
Exactly.
community.
The government pays for it. Why wouldn't you move there?
Oh, that's the worst part. They actually do. I've seen it. Oh god.
They pay for it. The government pays for it. That's why they go to California.
You know, for the low price of 5 Leering centers, you too can have 1 mile of high-speed rail.
And here's the thing, like California's homelessness is inflated because other states treat their homeless so bad. They don't provide free stuff.
And
for
they
the homeless.
encourage it. They
They move
encourage
here.
the shit out of it.
Well, yeah,
Free
if you're
meals,
homeless,
shoot up
you should
centers,
move here.
Narcan out the wazoo.
Well, yeah, they want your.
Seems like we support.
Why did that come up
support
now?
merit and bring the true people with like reason and can actually put forward logical argumentation. Should prioritize them rather than people that have thrown their lives away and homeless
But
on the
that's what
streets.
the nation is. That's what the quote
just
unquote
because I
nation
wrote
of
this
California
short
is
book-
doing.
That's what I thought a republic
Hey,
would do.
salute
That's
to
like-
you, fucking button, and this is pertinent to what we're talking about. So I'll read this one. The people that don't believe in borders saying California is peak irony.
For the
Appreciate
record,
it.
I said California, and I do believe in borders.
Yeah, well, you
What the
fucked up there, didn't you?
Well, the irony is that the California.
California also defund the
is the-
police.
Well, no, California is the one paying for that, right? They're the ones setting
No,
the
they
rules.
doubled the funding of the police. They tried defunding the police, but they're
No,
also
you know what it
done,
is? Is
so
there?
it doesn't work.
Yeah, then they realize they need them. That's the problem.
What's
Yeah.
the
With
rate
all
of
the
people
riots.
moving out of
We
California?
need those
right now?
water in those hydrants in order to have fire.
Put out the riot
retardant.
fires.
After we stopped it because some fucking squirrel in the woods. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, California doesn't count for anything other than like what happens if you let a bunch of 3-year-olds build a nation.
But you
What?
Has a shit ton of votes.
That explains why you don't get the whole national part
Yeah.
first.
I mean,
Well,
that in the
California
system,
is a
you shouldn't
nation
use
of
them as an
gays.
example.
I'd rather they do better than not. Would I not? As a nationalist, I want all my
Look.
nation to do good.
That's the thing. Like, not
Yeah.
all nations are the
Brother
same.
man, thank you for the $5. Says please check out the economics of Leviticus in the Bible. Thank you very much, Southern man.
I think not all nations are the same. For example, the nation of California is run by gays. Their agenda is a gay
But that's not a
nationalist
nation.
agenda.
That's not a nation.
it
That's a
is.
state.
You can't say
under
no. You
a
can't say
nation,
that's
bro.
not real
That's a
nationalism.
state.
I fully
bro.
support
Hold
California.
on. So, based on what you're saying, though,
Um,
shouldn't the nation rail in California?
I would love if Trump did that. I would love that so hard. If he
So
did
you
like
do
20
agree.
Minnesotas.
Well, no, Trump.
Yep.
Trump is like pro-gay, man.
That's where it seems like
Yeah,
the
that's
Take what I can get.
socialism part is kind of like when you put
Alright.
it to like
What
a
do you mean I
republic.
agree?
Tareyak, that's when I was kind of like, oh, okay, like a national republic versus a like socialism seems like it's more of a giving more power to the government, whereas a republic would be the government working more for the people. At least from what I'm kind of gathering.
Yeah, so like Johnny, the best
So
way to go
look,
about
it's-
this is that like when you're talking to like right wingers, like the name you should be pushing would be aristocratic national republicanism, and if you're talking to left wingers, it should be aristocratic national socialism, because the left wingers will identify more with the socialism, and you can get them with that just by forcing them to respect the limiting principle of the nation. Because if California all of a sudden start putting in nationalistic policies, that would be great. Even though you could say, okay, there's maybe too much government spending, all this kind of stuff, but the percentage of tax is always a negotiable thing, depending on what way you're in the system as well. With right wingers, it would be republicanism, and from that you'd have a huge majority between. There'd be a lot of the left wingers a lot of their kind of like wants or desires would be addressed through socializing based on national security and national strength. And then on the right wingers, you'd have the Republic, taking care and prioritizing merit and reasoned argument and all this kind of stuff.
Well, Tareyak, you're assuming California isn't serving the interests of the nation. Wait, do you think homosexuals are not part of the American nation?
Yeah. So again, how do two homosexual men produce another person?
That's not the question. Don't answer the question with another question.
I'm actually.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get you to realize that like this whole thing of the nation isn't just like I'm just going to whack. It's not just I'm going to whack and it serves the nation without any reason.
Are
the reason why
the
reason you didn't want to answer the question, so I will. The reason why homosexuality does not serve the nation is because two gay men cannot produce another person.
No,
but
I asked you.
A heterosexual, a straight man, and a straight woman creating a family, that does continue on the nation. That does produce more people.
Yeah, that didn't answer my question. Are homosexuals part of the U.S. nation? Yes or not?
They do not reproduce.
Are they part of the U.S. nation? They do not serve the nation. Are they part of the U.S. nation?
It does not serve the nation.
Not the question I asked.
Okay, it's a red herring.
No, you're just trying to dodge it. Got it.
Sorry.
No, it's a fucking red herring.
I'm terrible at
Are people who don't contribute to the greater good of the society?
By the way, I will answer the question. No, homosexuals are not part of the U.S. nation, and neither are blacks.
They are. Yeah.
What?
Oh my dear Lord.
But this is why this debate is such a good debate, because it exposes the people who actually want to subvert what Donald Trump is doing right now. They'll come in, they'll act like the Fuentes, they'll act like the racist, all this kind of shit, and say, "See, he's a right winger. Right wingers are racist."
Wait, do you think Donald Trump is acting in the interests of the U.S. nation?
Yes.
Are you serious right now? This has got to be a troll, right?
Oh, this
has got to be a troll.
I think it is.
No, I think he's serious.
Tareyak. I don't know too much about it.
They want to subvert the nation. They want to destroy the nation.
Wait, who do you think wants to destroy the nation? Me or Donald Trump?
You, motherfucker.
Me.
I'd agree with that.
Who's closer to the founding fathers? Me or Donald Trump, the one who wants you to worship Israel?
Donald Trump.
How did Jews get involved in this?
Israel. Got it.
Oh,
so you get to assume intent, huh? You're the arbiter of that.
Donald Trump literally does that. He pulls out the chair for fucking Netanyahu.
Oh, so you know him personally?
It's on video, man. What the heck are you talking about?
Oh,
like I said, this is
He rolls out the red
This is a good example of propaganda works.
That's not propaganda. That's him literally.
That is 100% propaganda.
Netanyahu.
It's propaganda, man.
Thor,
falling into the hole.
Thor, I am begging you, please give me like a 6-hour monologue of you I want to hear everything that goes on.
I'm sure you do.
Every machination of your mind, because it
sub to my channel.
It would be such a good case study.
I'm gonna to my channel. Don't worry, I will put it up.
You're gonna have at least one view on that video. That's gonna be 100% through. Terry,
hey, real quick. First off, I want to say thank you for joining us and the Bears over here tonight on the Speakeasy Show. Second, if you could please go ahead, hit that like, hit that sub, and go ahead, hit that notification bell so you can continue to get notified when we have new streams, new videos, and new shorts. Also, if you would like to help us out with the Dono Goal, our daily Dono Goal helps us out with staff members, giveaways, prize nights, and much other things. Plus bringing you daily quality content. Also, one more thing. You could also become an official Bear, hit that membership, and become a member for $4.99 a month. But here's the most important part. I want to say thank you just for being here. Much love and God bless to you all. I think we need to get back to the show.
Tareyak, I got a question for you. You sound like diehard Trump fan. I actually don't really know your views on him. What do you think of him, and what do you?
I'm a nationalist.
Yeah, but Trump specifically is my question. I actually don't know. I'm curious.
So the tariffs, I love the tariffs because with tariffs you're able to protect your domestic industries. Reindustrialize in America. This whole thing of like Taiwan's no longer an issue if America's able to produce its own microchips. Pro-family, like putting tax incentives, supporting like family homes, making it easier for American families to have homes. Like fundamentally, like having a net negative border crossings is again like net negative immigration again is preserving the nation. So in terms of like the aspect here, he's killing it on all these fronts. But like we've kind of went over, we have subversives who wants to come in and say, yeah, black people, Jews, all this kind of shit, which again is all irrational mumbo jumbo.
Okay. So are you a nationalist in like all regards, or is it only certain places? Like I know you're not a big fan of Somalia for obvious reasons after I talk. Like I guess nationalist across the board, or Western nations are better, I guess. What's your...
The world would operate better if everyone was if all these countries had national sovereignty, which they don't have. Once you understand what the British imperial system is.
Yep.
I mean, I think Trump proved that every nation has its own national sovereignty because international law is just a joke that we all collectively pretend to agree to. But outside of that, yeah, I think I mostly agree with you on just about all those points. Trump is basically the best president we've had in like 20 some odd years. I won't really agree on the housing front, but the housing market is such a weird and kind of America specific issue. It's hard to understand if you're not in the housing market itself.
Well, it's not due to a lack of land.
No, it's not due to a lack of land. It's mostly due to developers. It's mostly due to HOAs are actually like the bane of America's home ownership existence. And then it's due to primarily boomers that are old as dirt trying to sell their $20,000 house for $3 million nowadays. My parents bought a house 10 years ago for $400,000. It's now worth 5 times what they bought it for. They could buy every house on my block for less than the equity in their house.
Yeah, but a part of it's also a consequence of the corporations buying up land, and then that's something else to like Donald Trump for, is he actually put a stop to corporations using their staff to actually buy up residential housing and trying to use it for commercial purposes.
Yep, that is a great Trump win. I actually was really surprised. I didn't think he was going to go that way on that. But
I can see it because he promotes the same stuff every time. If you actually listen to Trump,
he's a fucking businessman, dude.
Then he's actually wanting good shit for people.
The huge problem is that it's more beneficial, or it's a better way to preserve your wealth than leaving it in the bank. That's why you see like likes of BlackRock and all these like venture capitalists buying up like residential land, because it basically is a better way to like retain your wealth. Because as you're seeing, like in terms of the housing market and all this kind of stuff, but because we have Bitcoin now, that's why the Bitcoin strategic reserve, when all is said and done, is going to pay off the U.S. national debt.
Well, the whole reason corporations like BlackRock are able to scalp, because that's what they're doing, essentially scalping homes. And the reason they're able to do home scalping is because there's a limited supply. Now the question is, why is there a limited supply of housing? It's not because the housing companies who make these houses said, oh, it's unprofitable, now we can't make it, we lost the technology. No, it's because government said, because due to EPA or NIMSY regulations, we can no longer build new houses. So it is due to regulation that killed the industry.
Yeah, top-down regulation makes it pretty...
Zoning laws and...
Yeah. Not just at the national level, state level, community level. And that's actually the problem, is the compounding effect of that is you have your local HOA, you have your county regulations, you have your state regulations, you have your national regulations, and then every time you change counties, somehow every single one of those change because that county is registered as a different type of county as opposed to the other one. And it balloons out so fast. That's why it's basically impossible to get a prefab house these days. Like, you used to be able to order a house over an IKEA and just build it on a weekend on your property. You can't do that anymore. Trust me, I've tried.
But my environment.
Yeah,
evil corporations destroying
Fucking
Mother
guy.
Environment.
Which is a globalist policy.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's why he pulled out of the climate agreement.
Climate
Yeah.
Accords.
See, I still want to. I never got the chance to argue with you that climate is a globalist policy because all of the EU nations, and not EU as a whole, the individual nations of the EU, argue climate change as a national crisis. They argue it as we're not going to have air for our children to breathe in 20 years or 30 years or whatever it is. And, everyone's going to die of climate change. That's their national interest.
Did you mean global?
Yeah, so like in
No,
terms of like the
if
carbon
you die
production
in
in
Britain,
the
you die.
atmosphere. Yeah, like that's why. Like,
No,
there's a huge
it's
push on
complete
stuff, but
bullshit.
It's
I'm not
it's a
advocating for
scam
it, but
to
what I'm saying is that's
deindustrialize.
what they argue for.
Yeah.
That's their argument that they present.
But it's a scam to deindustrialize all these nations, right? And then
Yeah.
on the flip side, there is like some level of like environmental. You don't want corporations to be able to dump, like think of like The Simpsons when like Mr. Burns is dumping all this radioactive waste into the local lake. You want to make sure that you have policies in place that they're not able to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this whole thing of
Yeah,
like the
but
carbon
hypothet-
tax,
like,
that's a
let's-
scam.
Give me some leeway here. Hypothetically, if there was a guarantee provided by competent people saying that the world will end unless you deindustrialize or do XYZ for green energy crap, would it not be in the national interest to do that?
No,
No.
because all this is based off projections. Or
And so
predictions and all this
if
kind
you
of shit.
can't if you can't trust projections by your experts, what can you use as a foundation for your nationalist policy?
Well, we can look at like the sea level rise, the fact that despite the fact that they claim that the sea levels are rising and all this kind of shit, we see all these wealthy individuals, all these banks and all this shit set up project developments on beachfront property.
Look,
Okay,
whether the premises
you're arguing the hypothetical. You're not arguing in the context of the hypothetical.
Yeah.
Is my point there?
You're-
If
you're-
that
you're
the
questioning the
hypothetical is
premises.
if it could be proven that the world will end unless we deindustrialized green energy, all this bullcrap, would it not be in the national interest to do that?
It
Because
would
that's
not
the
make
position
sense.
held by these countries.
We're not
Would not
saying
make
the
sense to
premises are
make
true.
sense.
Why would it not make sense if
Yes,
hypothetically?
then it is it would be an
true.
invalid argument. Sorry, it would be an unsound argument.
How is
Look,
the
look,
hypothetical
we're
unsound if
granting
they
the
could prove it?
premises.
If they,
We're
for
not
instance,
saying
if they
it's
could
true.
prove that the sea level is rising, that would change. That would strip out your foundation, right?
Yeah,
That
the
would
key
prove
thing is
that
that
the
you're
world
saying
ends.
it's a reasonable argument.
Yeah, you're acting like it. You're saying like, well, if in the hypothetical, if a meteorite's going to strike Earth, unless we put in, $10 trillion into the NASA program to actually get everyone off the planet, would that be the thing to do? It's like,
No,
well,
I could present you the hypothetical that a meteorite is guaranteed to be coming at the U.S. and ask you if it's in the national interest to do something about that, and would you say yes? It is in the national interest to stop the
Yes,
meteorite
to
from hitting
protect the
country?
people. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
then-
hypothetically, all of these European countries are acting in line with their national interest by deindustrializing and doing
No.
green. They are acting
What?
wholeheartedly as though
Oh my God.
this is the
then
end
why
of
are
the world.
they? Then why are they not
Terry,
I'm not saying
controlling
they're
the
right.
rest of
Terry,
I'm saying this
Terry,
is the premise they are operating
Yeah.
with.
Terry,
You
you
have to
gotta
argue
come
with
with
the
unreasonable.
rhetoric,
countries where
man.
they are.
It's unsound.
It's unreasonable
not-
to believe 500 million.
What's the
peoples,
difference?
nations'
What's the difference between
opinion.
an unsound and a sound argument?
That the
Tell me,
premises have
I
to
don't
be
do
true.
any formal debates.
Yeah. So again, like this hypothetical that you're presenting is by definition unreasonable.
No, we're
What makes it
granting
unreasonable?
no, because he's saying that we're like he's not getting that we're granting the premises to be true, even though we're not saying they're in fact true. But we're
I
saying
feel
that
like
the
Andrew
nation.
Wilson would have
Yes.
I'm saying
So,
hypothetically.
yeah. So what you're saying is hypothetically this could be the case. So ergo, this
That
is
is-
the case.
No,
No,
they
I'm
believe
not
it to
saying
be
it
true.
is the case. Yeah, they are operating under
Yes,
that
but in
hypothetical.
reality, we know that it's a scam.
100%.
We know that they don't believe that.
but even
Which
in your
means they're not
hypothetical,
operating
you apply
in
to
the
it,
national
no one
interest.
can.
Yeah,
By the
they're
same-
global.
By
No,
your
they
same
believe
metric,
they are
by the
because
same
Let's
metric of
fucking
your
go.
unreasonable
They
argument.
can believe whatever they want.
Yeah,
No, that's
truth
the thing.
is
They
want
believe
to
it
truth.
to
control
be
the
true.
country. You
Hey,
better
let's
care what they
fucking
believe.
go.
Okay, so they believe it to be true. That their science says, "Hey, this is gonna
Just because they
happen."
believe it doesn't make it
Hold
true.
up, hold up.
All right. I want you to entertain the hypothetical for me for like 30 seconds here. So you said if it was true that it could be verified that, climate change is going to end the world, that we have to do all this deindustrialization, green energy crap. And you said, entertain that hypothetical for 30 seconds. Is that the correct course of action if that was true?
If you can get everyone on board in the world, not just in a nationalist policy, but in the world, then sure, yeah. So
Even
now what
if-
is the actuality of
wait,
getting everyone in the world to agree, hey, oil bad, green energy good, we need to stop oil now?
Let's see where he goes with Johnny.
Yeah,
Okay, I grant,
But anyways, hold on here. What the
sec,
fuck
Dogs.
was that? Why did you come back and just totally interrupt and didn't even acknowledge the host's fucking thing, dude? Like, you just
did I do
so
it bad?
self-interested that like you have to have that.
I'm completely run by self-interest. Sorry, it's kind of my limiting principle.
Yeah, which guesses don't work. So I grant the whole thing, Shank. Where does that get us?
Well, now we can move on to the next step of you dispute it on a statistical or database basis. Now, what's stopping that from happening in the inverse, where they dispute you and they operate in that methodology instead? Like, just because you guys, like, even if you can prove one side or the other, there's a fundamental disagreement. One of them is at the nation state operational level, and you are not at the nation state operational level. So do you understand what I mean when I say the nation state, while it may have the best interest in mind, it is operating clearly down the wrong path and clearly going, into a non-productive means for the society?
No, I granted the hypothetical. Where does that get us in terms of modern day? In terms of the actual, like, in reality?
That gets us at the point was that you just admitted that countries at a nation state level can be wrong. And so if a nation can be wrong, the national interest can be wrong. And if the national interest can be wrong, then the national interest is not what you should use as your limiting principle.
Yes, because they're using unreasonable argumentation. They're using projections that cannot be founded in actual fact or reality.
Yeah,
Like I
but
gave
we're
the example of the
granting.
beachfront
So
property.
nations are capable of being
You
wrong.
say we're granting the premises.
No, like
He's
again, like
granting
saying
the
that, like,
hypothetical.
I've already
granting the
granted the
premises.
hypothetical and say yes, like this, like if the world was going to end and we needed to do mass deindustrialization, all this kind of shit, I granted that, and now you're trying to do the thing that I presume that you're going to do is like, well, what happens if the EU is actually right? And I'm trying to give you the rationalization that they're just operating off projections. There's no actual facts behind it.
No, I'm
It's
not
just
granting
projections. Like,
under the-
let's say
I'm not-
the
granting
temperature's
the
going to rise X
I'm
amount
not
and all this kind of
operating
shit.
under the idea that the EU is right. I'm actually with you on agreement. I think the EU is completely wrong. The climate
Yes,
crap,
because it's
climate crap.
unreasonable.
So then why
Yes,
are you
but
that
presenting
means
the
sake of argument,
hypothetical?
granted
Yeah,
it to be
this is
true.
what I'm saying, Johnny. It's like, yeah, but hypothetically, if
That's
they
what
were
I'm saying.
right,
Like,
it's like,
I
yes, but
really
they're
addressed
not.
it with my
Like,
response,
that means
and
that
then you even state it like
No, for the
that means
sake of
that
the
every
argument, you're
nation
granting the
in the
premises.
EU is wrong and their national interests are wrong because that's the premise that they're operating under.
yeah, and then then you're also saying that, well, then you wouldn't follow that interest, or it'd be out of your interest to not follow the national interest, which is what we all said from the very beginning when you presented the hypothetical. We were all against it. We were the other nations, and you were the one trying to promote the green energy being good, whatever.
No, I was operating under the national interest origin. You would say that the self-interest of the individuals is to ignore the national interest because the national interest says we need to do this green energy stuff.
No, you're the one that's saying the self-interest. I'm saying the national interest.
I tried flipping the system around to give you an internal critique, and I must have.
No, you definitely missed the Elliot. It's all right.
Yeah.
Put that thing down, flip it, and reverse it, man. I get it.
No, like it would follow that if the premises are true, then if the nation says, "Hey, we're going to put all this environmental regulation," yes, it would be behaving within the national interest because the premises are true.
Yes, I granted that.
And that's
Yes.
what the that's
And
what
then
I'm
I said,
arguing.
okay, where does that take us?
I'm
Yes,
arguing
then-
with you that that's
Yes.
what the countries are operating under. That's what the nations are operating under. That's what the nations are calling their national interest. Their limiting
Yes.
principle national interest.
But it's not
you
true in
agree?
reality.
I
Like you're
know
saying,
it's not true.
hypothetically,
Look,
if they were
that's
true, and I said,
granting it.
yes, in that case, you would want your nation to look out for its
now
people.
I'm lifting the hypothetical. We agree it's not true. The nations disagree with us. They think they wholeheartedly act as though it's true. So the national interest is that green energy
untrue.
is the only way to survive.
My
But
guy,
that
within
doesn't
the
change their
So it's
interest.
untrue.
They can
My
be wrong, but that's still their interest.
Are you operating within the hypothetical premises to be true? Yes or not? Because you're flip
I
flopping.
just one sec. I
we
just
moved on from
granted you that in the hypothetical, I would say, yeah, sure. If this was true, if we were about to get hit by a meteor or whatever the fucking hypothetical you want, yes, you want the nation to act in its interest. But currently, right now, in reality, these nations are not acting in their national interest.
Yes, but
Okay,
they
your
think
argument, your
they
argument
think
is
the
that
premises are
nations are
true.
not acting in their own national interest currently in in Europe.
Yes, they're not sovereign nations. The
They're not
EU
acting in their
supersedes
own
the
national
nation.
interest.
The national policy is secondary to the EU policy.
Even Britain or Ireland, the UK,
Canada is Canada
they're
part of the
subject
EU?
to the EU.
Yes.
I don't understand the distinction of how, because
It's like a
they're simply
conspiracy.
wrong, that makes them a globalist interest instead of a national interest. Because hypothetically,
Coming from
if
the
they're
dude
right,
that
that'd be a
said
national
Trump is
interest.
serving Israel, that sounds like a conspiracy. This
Yes,
is
that is
Like I said, it all comes down to the
This
propaganda.
is-
How is Trump not serving Israel?
Here, maybe we
Yeah.
can steal me on this thing. Like,
Propaganda.
Like as an individual, just out of curiosity, like him by
He's
himself is just doing that?
taxing. He's taking away U.S.
He's
tax
secretly
money
Jewish.
and literally giving it to Israel.
How do you feel about the color orange? Just out of curiosity.
I love
You
it.
know-
Cheetos are delicious.
Cheetos. I don't eat snacks.
so just trying to run this back here. You present the hypothetical of green energy being the way that we should, if we want to save our nation, that's what we have to use of green energy, correct?
No,
Yes.
what the elites in the the
No.
elite who are currently in power of the nation think the science is correct, that if we don't implement these green green policies, the world is doomed. So they're implementing these green policies based on the premises being true. So the elite think it's true. We're not saying it's true in reality, but within the minds of the elite.
Well, now you're throwing the we think in there. Before you said if
yeah,
this
you're
was-
throwing in belief.
Now you're turning it into now you're giving it room
That's
for
what they-
error.
No, that's what they believe to be true. They believe it to be true.
They're
it's a
acting
belief.
as though they act as though it is true.
Yeah, before I thought you said that if like we needed to do this, like if green energy was the
The
way
hy-
to save
Oh,
America or
you're-
whatever.
You're
If
not.
it actually was true,
Let me clarify.
then yeah, you'd
The
want the
hypo-
nation
hypo-
to go on green
Yes.
energy, but we know
if
it's not true.
hypothetically, yada yada
No,
yada, it
the
was
elite,
true.
the ones who are in power, think it's to
Give
be
me-
true 100%.
Sorry, give me 10 seconds here. So theoretically, if it was true, yada yada yada, you guys said if that was the case, then that would be the correct course of action. What I am saying is apply this hypothetical to the leaders of the nations of these European countries, Britain, Spain, France, yada yada, Germany. That is the premise upon which they are operating. Does
But that
make
premise
sense?
is untrue, which means it's unsound reasoning.
But
I
they
know
unsound
that-
argument.
They've
We
accepted
know-
the hypothetical. Whether or not they're right or wrong is irrelevant. That's the premise upon which they're operating. They're
No,
operating
that
as
is-
though-
That-
so
what?
they're
It's
operating
like
as
you're
though they
intentionally-
So reality is
Oh
not
my
reality.
god.
They're
Reality
Trying to
is
tell
not
you to
reality.
help you
Okay.
out. We're trying to explain
Hypothetically,
solid
if I
branch,
was
but you
if
keep
I was
thinking how
right,
you move into it.
would I be right?
They've accepted the hypothetical.
No, answer the question. Hypothetically, if I was right, would I be right?
No.
We're granting the
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a red herring.
Holy shit.
That's a red herring.
Alhamdulillah, habibi.
Yep.
What
Rhetoric.
I'm
This is
saying
just
is
rhetoric.
the
They're
leaders
just
of
simply
these
not trying to
nations
get
have
argument
granted
being-
the hypothetical.
being made.
Does that make sense?
In
So the
that
leaders-
hypothetical, the nations would be acting in the best interest of the nation, but
Yes.
in reality,
Now
they're
I'm-
not.
Now the argument I'm making to you is that the leaders of these nations have seen that same hypothetical and granted it. So they're operating under the principle that we acknowledged was reasonable in the hypothetical.
No,
So
Nobody's
the Green
acknowledged
Deal,
anything you
because
said
the
is
premises
reasonable.
are not proven to be true, meaning it is unsound. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
Look,
are we,
we
saying that the
understand that
leaders are
you
acting
don't think
completely
it's
logically?
sound.
No.
Oh my God.
I didn't say they were acting logically. I said
More
they're operating
preferences.
under this premise.
It's not perfect.
Yeah. So what does aristocratic mean?
you can't guarantee aristocratic at all times, and you
Rule
can't
by
guarantee that
reason.
it exists right now.
No, rule
Meaning,
by the
if it's
best.
unsound reasoning,
Now you're
it
the
gets
one
ruled
living in a
out.
hypothetical
how am I living in a hypothetical?
because you assume everyone in charge of a country is the most reasonable person and the most qualified and the most highest
Yes.
IQ or something like that.
Reasonable meaning sound reasoning.
You're
And these are
assuming
people
they're the
operating-
reasonable.
Which means the conclusion necessarily follows from the premises, and the premises are proven to be true.
And you're hypothetically saying that
asserting the
exists right now
conclusion.
today.
I'm not hypothetically saying anything. You're the one that brought in the hypothetical, and even when I granted it, then you said, "Well, no, let's just oppose it back to reality." Even though
No.
I constantly said,
I'm
in
not
reality,
opposing it to
they're not
reality.
operating off
Yeah,
sound
yeah.
reasoning.
I'm
I
making a
wouldn't even so much
reference.
that, Tareyak. He changed the hypothetical.
You're
Originally,
assuming the
it was
conclusion because
true that the
best
green
is going to be
energy.
subjective.
All
I
right,
don't
can
think-
someone weigh in here? Am I saying this right? Am I just like
Go ahead, Johnny.
That's
unable
why
to
we were
speak
trying to
straight?
steal man it for you, man. Because like you changed your hypothetical. But originally, it was if we knew that it was the green energy was the only way to save our country or whatever, and we had to follow that, would that be the good thing to do? And we all said, okay, in that hypothetical, if we knew green energy was going to save our country, then we would follow. Then yes, we seeded that, we gave it to you, and then you said,
No.
okay, well now what if the other nations oppose that view?
No, that's not what I
That's not what
said.
it was
Okay,
said.
maybe that's where we're confused. So I'm telling you now that I believe, and if you look at the track record, I think it's
Believe.
supported by,
You
and
keep
I
using
can,
believe.
I can provide evidence for this if you would like. I can go into detail. My point is that the leaders of these nations are operating under the premise of that hypothetical. Does that make sense to you? They
But I
act
Are these
believe you're wrong.
as
premises
though
proven
they
to be
act-
true?
They believe it to be true.
I didn't.
Just
There it
so
is
Are they
again.
proven
Believe.
to be true?
Yeah, and I believe
Every
you to be
time.
wrong.
Keep using
believe
believe
not
now.
to be true.
So help
That's
us
just
out
based
with
on
this
your belief.
hypothetical. Make it concrete.
haven't-
Give us
you
a yes
haven't
or no. It
proven
either is true or it is not true.
You need to prove
Just
their
try to-
science is
Is it-
wrong before you can
Is
claim
it true that
it's not
carbon
just a
levels are
belief of
rising?
yours.
Let's go with
No.
that. This
No.
is a
Yes, you
concrete one.
do.
Is it provable that carbon levels are rising?
No, you need to prove without a shadow of doubt that if we do not switch to green energy, that we will be wiped out. Where's the proof?
Carbon
Clarifying
levels
this
go
because
up.
you asked for something concrete.
More water.
Is
Okay,
it
well, then-
concrete
then-
that we
well-
can prove that CO2 is rising?
You know how many years they've been saying this shit?
At what rate? What is the
Just never
current rate
fucking
of
happened.
CO2? How
Is
much
Al
has it
Gore
risen?
understanding?
Do you have that number? Because
The
I'm pretty sure it's like
only-
0.002 over the last
raised
like
by, like-
25
Yeah,
years.
so
And the optimal
minuscule.
CO2 you want in the atmosphere is
Oh, yeah, dude.
2%.
Yeah, it's raised by
Yeah.
like 10%, but it's not significant at all as a percentage. But the point is, I can present to you a chart, a scientific study saying it is provably true that carbon CO2 levels are rising. You
Is
can't
that
argue
bad?
with me on a factual
By
basis.
What was
such
the
a
one
small
sec?
percentage. Over time, it doesn't mean
what was
shit.
the original thing? What was the original premises we need to prove?
I'm not a climate alarmist, but
I
that's just a
wasn't
simple
asking you to
fact.
prove any
That
premises. I
switching,
was asking
yeah,
you
that
to
Not
switching to green
facts.
energy was the only way to save the nation. And you're saying, well, CO2 is rising.
I wasn't asking you.
That does
to
not prove that the nation's
prove a-
going to get wiped out.
Wait, if we're not
He's all
all
confused
underwater, we're
I
not
get
going to
it.
get wiped out.
Logic's hard.
Yeah.
But, like we're trying to help you engage with
For
this.
some people, it
No,
is.
no,
apparently.
like this is just like you're just trying not to.
I don't
get the
think you guys
argument.
are understanding. I'm not asking you to like just presume liberalism is correct. I'm asking you to presume that someone believes liberalist views to be correct.
Once
Your
again,
belief has no
believe.
bearing
You
on the
keep
argument.
using believe.
We
My
want
guy,
to follow you
you
on the
also believe
train here,
your
but you're not
position to
laying
be
the
true.
tracks
You
for us,
you
man.
to
Lay
be-
the
You have
tracks.
to debunk their science and prove your science.
I'm not making a proven fact-based argument. I'm making a person exists in
Feels
the world
argument.
that believes something argument.
Yeah.
A
Do you think
hypothetical,
that
right?
belief.
people believe this is hypothetical?
Belief
yes.
is not objective truth.
You have believed too,
I'm
man.
not
You believe
talking
they're
about
wrong.
that, man.
You have to prove they're wrong.
So let's just present us the hypothetical. man.
So you
Okay,
you're
the
relating
science-
to
the-
logic.
the-
you've used
The
so much.
science, according to the leftists, goes like this:
So we've
the CO2
agreed-
levels are rising, which means there's more green gases in the air, which leads to the ice caps melting, which means everything goes underwater. We cannot live underwater, so this is within the interest of the nation not to go underwater.
Why do some say that the ice caps are growing?
Look, you're gonna have to fight.
This is. I feel like I've hit a. If you skip.
Hold on. Do you know that
yesterday,
actually,
like,
since China cut down on all their pollution, that it actually, they found out that it's causing the ice caps to melt more because the smog cloud that was going up over that was actually preventing it from melting. So
First
how
of
do you
all,
explain that?
China's emitting more CO2 now than they were ever before today. But yeah. So, all right, maybe this is the second hypothetical I need to qualify this with. Maybe this will help. Can someone have a belief that is wrong?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can
it's
that
called
person
absolute
be
truth.
in power, like a position of authority, like say a leader of a nation?
So run that back again. What'd you say?
Can a person have a view that's wrong, and can that person have a view that's wrong and simultaneously be in a position of authority, say the prime minister of a nation?
Or yeah, like Kim Jong-un. Sure. Yes.
Yeah, so they can be wrong and in power. And so if they can be wrong, they can hold a incorrect belief, like say believing that the world's going to end unless we solve climate change.
Yes.
Yes,
Would that not
because
be
they
the
don't believe in
logical?
absolute truth.
Yes.
Would that not be the logical basis to presume that's what these people are operating under? Or do you think that they're doing this green energy stuff for shits and giggles? Or do you think they've tried to rationalize their beliefs?
So I'm just
I think they're doing it for underlying reason.
What do you think that underlying reason is?
I don't know. That would be presupposing.
to promote a
Their
technology that
self-interest,
has
they
not
get
been discovered or
So-
Yeah, they could be just
perfected
getting
by
paid
another
for it.
field.
So
People
when they
just
say
say
that,
shit because they get
so when
paid.
they say they're doing this on
Conspiracy
behalf
theory
of the
now.
interests of the nation, they're lying.
You are.
Yes, I think that people who alarm with I think people who alarm with the climate crisis and literally put it on this pedestal of this world-ending event, that they are lying. Yes, 100%.
Oh my god, dude, Jesus!
You think they don't believe
100%.
anything that they spout?
No, I actually don't believe that.
Right
Yeah.
up in conspiracy theory territory with Trump being a pedo on Epstein Island type stuff.
And that has more legitimacy, by the way.
Epstein, like, see the way it's like we're not
It's
dealing with the argument,
conspiracy
fellas,
theory.
but these guys are
No.
bringing up the
I'm
Jews,
pointing
Israel,
out it's
Epstein.
everywhere on there.
That's all they got.
I don't know why
Brain
you're doing it.
disease.
I am making an outlandish claim.
Well,
here.
isn't the
I
whole
understand.
discussion about the future,
indoctrinated,
not
you
the
don't
past?
even realize it, which is the point of indoctrination. You realize that, right?
Yep,
So
propaganda.
you're
Like I said.
My guy, you think
Yeah,
you're not the
I
one
just want you
brainwashed
to
here.
say flat out that you believe in a theory that has absolutely zero evidence to support it. You believe in a conspiracy theory that
You believe
Just
in a theory that has
because
no evidence.
scientists say so doesn't mean it's true.
What theory do I
I'm not
believe
talking
in?
about the scientists at all. You said just now that you believe that all of these high-level government officials are flat out lying to their people for some type of nefarious personal gain to push this climate.
Yeah,
agenda.
or
That's what
ignorance.
you said.
Yeah.
Are you saying that
Because
they
Or
would
they
their
never
could just
do
be
that?
that dumb.
No,
That's
Tareyak,
possible
that
too.
Because their
specifically
argumentation
said that
is
he thought that there was some type of
unsound.
conspiracy running. He said that there
Because
was a
their
conspiracy
argumentation is unsound. You know what
Yeah.
unsound means?
No,
Do you
you
think that
They're,
assume
they are
are
making.
able
Okay,
to
you don't
they're
understand
lying
what
to
it means.
themselves, man.
Do you think people are able to be
It
unsound?
means that they are the ones making the claim, which means the evidence rests with them, not prove that they're wrong. All they do is point to their faulty logic, their faulty reasoning, their
No,
unsound
you're assuming
argumentation.
they're lying about their beliefs, man.
So you
I'm
believe
not
that
assuming that they're
flat
lying.
out
Where's
I
the
assume
proof?
that
Public.
she's lying. You know the
Jack
facts.
made that claim.
Do you know the
that they're
facts?
just
Do you know
lying
the
to us.
facts? Absolutely.
Where?
Yeah, because I'm
where's
not
the
seeing the proof.
Yeah, where's the facts?
You made the
Absolutely.
claim. that
Otherwise, I
there's
can
You
some
believe in
assume
the
it.
charts,
going
man.
on.
No, I
in the
don't believe in the
Yes,
charts.
What charts?
No,
Point-
they do.
big
Not
Yeah,
you.
chart-
I'm
are you
pointing.
pointing
Yeah, I'm pointing to the fact that their whole kind of basis is based on projections. It's unverifiable.
This
I
goes
can't
back to
believe
the,
you have
this
us
goes back
defending
to
the
the
lefties, by the
hypothetical I
way.
posed earlier. Can a person be wrong in their beliefs, and can that person be in a high position of government?
Yes.
We already said
Yes,
this.
And-
we said yes to
That's
both.
my point.
Oh,
Doesn't
so
matter
we're
if
gonna
it's
take
wrong,
you know.
it matters that they operate on the
This
premises
is what
that it
this
is
is.
not.
How do we
So this is
prove
the problem.
that they're wrong?
We prove them the same
Just
way.
point
we
their
to
science.
But the point is that
yeah,
they're
we,
not
we
operating
point
under
to
the fact that it's wrong.
unsound argumentation. We
You have to
prove
prove
that they're
that-
illogical. It's
Yeah.
an objective thing.
Exactly.
You have to prove the
And has your
conclusion of the
objective
charge
been
is
to
false.
change the EU's policy around?
And
or
not
is it
only that, you're
my hypothetical?
promoting the minority yet again versus all culture.
What? No.
I'm not doing
Yes.
an is-ought thing here. Or,
Yes, you are.
ought thing here.
So,
I'm doing an
so
is
you
thing
can
here. I'm
take
asking,
these
is it possible that this is
extreme
the premise that these countries
circumstances
are
to say
operating?
like this could happen, for
No,
saying
I'm asking,
in reality
is it possible that someone
this
believes
usually
this is happening?
happens. No.
Is it possible? All right, here. Is it possible that the Prime Minister of Britain is wrong and does believe wholeheartedly that the climate crisis is the end of the world and they have to do absolutely everything to do green energy and deindustrialize and that shit?
Yep, sure,
That's-
sure. Yeah. Yep.
That's my point.
I
They've
was
accepted
just
the
saying this.
hypothetical.
Yeah,
They've
they're,
accepted
yeah,
the
but they're
hypothetical.
wrong, which means that they're not putting the nation first.
They're in
not looking out for the
charge.
national interest.
They
So
are the
in
national
this hypothetical, with those
they
people
direct
being in
the
charge,
national interest. They direct the policy. You're operating as a nation under, well, not you, but
Okay,
Britain is
do you
operating
know
under
the trans
policy
woman?
of
Do you know the whole trans woman? These people believe that they're women. Are they actually women?
They literally
they're
believe
wrong.
they
This is all the
They operate under the fact that they are women.
this list here is all the
Yeah, lefties
claims
believe it to be
that-
true.
that not they made, right, all the climate and environment predictions. This is all of the ones they've made, and that none of them ever came true.
I think
Yep.
Ever.
Back since
Ever.
1966 on that
Hold
list.
up. Let
Ever.
me go through this for a
I think it
second.
goes back to 1940. if I
Oil
remember right.
oil gone in 10
Yeah, people
years, right? By 1970, they were saying there's going to be an ice age by 2000, right? Then 1971, there's actually a new one that would be actually 2020 or 2030.
Look,
Then you can go a little further. We were going to reach our peak oil in 2000 now. Then we were going to have peak oil in 2022. That's what they were saying in 1996. That we're going to peak oil in 2020. 2002, they brought it down to 2010. Both of those ended up wrong. So, like, if you go through this list here, you see, like, they make massive predictions, completely end up wrong every time.
well, here's the thing: oil eventually
They've
will
never
run
been right,
out.
they never will
Just
be
because,
right.
just because they've been wrong.
Or have you
Eventually-
seen the new studies?
How many
Hold on,
times
let
can
him
you be
answer,
wrong?
guys. Let him answer. Don't all go at the same time. Come on.
Yeah, like the lefties' predictions are all false, but eventually oil will go. We will run out, and that will become a issue for future generations and future nations. So they will have to address that, even though we won't have to.
And how long is that going to
can
be?
you add that to the list for
It
2026?
doesn't matter how long. It could be 1,000 years from now.
That's how
1,000 years from now, we're going to be out
Dumbest
of it.
argumentation I've ever heard in my life.
Now, and you even defeated yourself with your just you
The
saying
only
like,
reason, and I
all the
think you would
leftists are
agree with
100%
me,
wrong.
I
But
think I can get. Wait 1 second. I think I can get Darth to agree with me. The reason you don't know that is because people could run out before the oil, right?
So well, look, that's kind of ignoring the problem. It's saying like,
No, I'm saying it's a possibility that
Say
people
what?
run out before the oil.
Yeah.
yes, we could get hit by an asteroid, but that's still just kind of
Or even like we just
sidestepping
have
the
like
problem.
such a crazy declining birth rate, we can't replace ourselves.
Yep.
Society goes to shit and kind of crumble.
Yeah, but that's a red herring. It
No,
still
it's a
doesn't-
No,
hypothetical.
no, not. I'm
God,
not trying to oppose an
What
argument
about
here.
the
The
sun
reason I'm pointing
exploding?
this out.
People
One
think about
second.
that
One
too.
second. The reason I'm pointing this out is because, like, to say we know the oil's eventually going to run out just
It will.
sometime, we don't know that because, like, what if we just stopped mining it?
No, that's the thing. It's not infinite. It will run out. This is not something that just grows naturally. This is dead stuff.
Yeah.
Actually,
What?
as a matter
Yeah.
of fact, if it's in the earth,
Stuff's
did it
dying
not
all the
come
time. That's
from-
my
No,
point.
no.
Right?
No,
exactly.
No,
the way
fossil
you-
fuels will never renew again. It existed from a
Have you
time
heard of
before
ethanol?
fungi.
Are you
and-
fucking? You're so. Oh my god.
That's not
We're
ethanol
gonna
is not
do this
fossil
again.
fuels.
No,
Fossil,
it's not the
all right,
same as
first
oil.
of all, scientific basis. Fossil fuels are a finite resource. No more fossil fuels will ever be created. Fossil fuels existed or were created from a time before decomposition.
Wait,
of
hold
trees
on,
existed.
hold on.
That's
you
actually a
cannot create more
pro-Christian
fossil
Are
fuels.
you
point
up,
there.
saying like it just happened
That's a
once,
scientific basis.
or is not a scientific means of things?
At a certain point in the Earth's history, there was no way to decompose trees. That's where fossil fuels come from. Fungi did not exist at a point in Earth's history.
So Darth, can I
We
ask
now
you
have
something?
fungi. We
Are
decompose
you
plant matter.
Actually,
pro
that's
oil or
completely
you
wrong.
pro
Fungi was
green
one of
energy?
you go through.
I'm
I
pro
missed
oil.
that. I can't hear you.
Mhm.
You're kind
I say
of
we use it up
in and out.
before you
Sorry, I have a shitty mic.
unusable.
I usually get over talked and stuff, but no, I just
No,
asked you if
I'd
you're
say,
pro oil or pro green energy.
no,
I'm
I say
not
we use the
pro-green.
only way we
I'm
can.
pro-oil. I'm
I'm pro-oil.
pro-nuclear, actually. But that's why I'm trying to get through to you guys. I'm not trying to argue in favor of this green energy crap. I'm trying to present to you a logical series of events that will explain the current situation Europe is in. I'm not trying to argue an ought statement. I'm trying to explain and justify a position that they're in so that we can then argue a way forward.
So from
Yes,
that,
and we know that they're
hypothetically-
not putting.
Oh,
Go ahead, Johnny.
sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say, so from the hypothetical you presented earlier, if we were worried about the continuation of our nation and what's best for our nation, then why would we really care what's going on across the pond?
The thing is, if we use up all the oil now, we're fucking up the future nation, right?
No.
We're screwing over.
I want to move
the
out this
later
oil
part.
argument.
I bet you do.
Okay.
I bet you.
We're
But that's
not
the
going to
thing,
run
like-
out of oil in our
I bet
lifetimes. We're
you
not
Not
gonna
do.
run
in,
out
not
of
in our
That's
lifetime.
right.
Not in our lifetime.
Hey,
It's not
I
gonna
mean,
happen.
I would need like
Yeah,
30
dude.
minutes to explain the scientific base of all this. Long story short, we're not going to run out of oil for another
That's
100
all
years
right.
at least, and by
They
then
ain't
we're going to
giving
have
you
nuclear
30
energy that'll take care of
And
anything
Speak just put up a
that.
list
So what
that
we
he can
don't-
add your theory to, so it's all right.
Yeah, but I think that like there should be some sort of reservation for it, because this is not stuff we can grow.
Yeah. So, anyways, Shank, like if a man believes he's a woman, does that make him a woman?
I'm not arguing if he is or is not a woman. I'm telling
just
you.
answer the
No.
question.
Your hypothetical is incorrect and unanalogous to my hypothetical. My
If it just answer the question.
The analogous
Why are you getting so upset?
hypothetical-
So you don't
because
straw
we
man.
were
Identity
talking
trap
for
now.
an hour and a half.
I'm just asking a question.
And because
If a man believes he's a woman, is he a woman?
I'm not arguing a truth claim. I've said that 6 times now.
No, I'm just asking a question, though.
No. If a man thinks that he is a woman, do you think
Does it make him
that he will do you think that he will operate under the premise that he is a woman?
Does it
That's
make him
my
a woman?
question. I
Trying
didn't
to smuggle?
ask you a truth claim. I asked you a hypothetical.
Yeah. So because your argument essentially boils down to it's like, well, these leaders believe they're putting the nation first, ergo they're
And so
nationalists.
they act as though it is true.
Yes,
So
which
the
means
left
it's
is-
not true, which means they're not
Sorry,
putting
am I
the
allowed to
nation
say that?
first.
Which
No,
means
the
it's a
lefties-
lie.
The lefties
Exactly.
do believe.
Jack.
No, the
They
lefties
are
do
in
believe
charge of
that
the nation. They are
transgenderism
the
is
one
real.
directing the nation. How
You
can
see
a
the way you
national
wouldn't even
leader-
answer the question
How can a
because you
national
knew that
leader
your
not-
logic was faulty in terms of your
because
hypothetical and all that.
It was a red
What are you
herring.
saying?
It was a red
Yep.
herring. You gave me a red
It
herring.
wasn't a red herring.
It was. It was
No, it
dishonest.
wasn't.
what I had
analogous.
said.
No,
It was
it's not. It's a straw man.
I did not argue a truth claim.
Is that
It's
like
a red
Swedish
herring or
fish?
it's a straw man?
He just asked a question. It's not a straw man.
Here, look.
It was
Here's
a
the
straw.
steal.
I didn't
Here's
say
the-
straw man. I said red herring.
Here's the steal.
No, but
man
it
of
goes to show, Jack, that they understand like that what they're doing is goofy, but they still continue to do it because
I think you don't understand what I'm saying now, and I'm actually kind of disappointed because I really tried here.
I'm
Like,
not mad.
Oh,
Shank, I understand what you're
I'm
saying.
sad.
It's
I
like
have big
they're
sad.
intentionally not trying to get it. These lefties actually believe
They're not
transgenderism
lefties.
is real.
We're not lefties.
They're not. They don't believe transgenderism is real.
No,
The analogous. No. The analogous. Here. Let me do it this way. Maybe this will help explain it. If a dude thinks he's a woman, will he act as though he's a woman? That's what I'm asking you.
All right. Here, whoever he's asking that, go ahead and answer that quick. And then, there's no good time to do this, but we did not hit the 300 by 1:30. So there's going to be no hot seat tonight. But whoever wants to answer that, go ahead and answer that. And then whoever wants to give a shout out, tell everyone where to find you, all of that, make sure you guys do that too. We'll start with Tareyak and politics for that.
Yeah, so to answer the question, it's like, no, we wouldn't actually make them a woman the same way that just because they believe they're putting the nation first does not actually make them nationalist.
Wasn't the
But
question.
I want to give a massive shout out to Easy for hosting this debate. Like I said, see how it attracts the flies, the subverters, the people that are not actually pro-nation, but will, like, you know, pretend to be oh yeah, we're like nationalists too and all this kind of shit, but they're actually anarcho-capitalists or they're actually communists. And they're just trying to basically subvert the movement. That's why they come in here and they say, yeah, like the blacks and the Jews and Israel and all this kind of shit. They just want to cause internal division. You can check out Reddit as well. There's actually a huge push for this for all these like liberals and all this stuff to infiltrate the nationalist movements and try to destabilize the nation. So please keep an eye out for the argumentation that you're seeing on this panel, especially this whole thing of like Israel and the blacks and racism being a good thing and all this kind of shit, because it basically detracts away from the nation.
Where's everyone find you?
Oh shit, yeah, sorry. You can find me Tareyak, Tareyak. You can find me over the rainbow. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on X, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, all the good places. And yeah, I appreciate you Easy again for having me on.
Word. And political?
You can find me at Political Shankfest on X or on YouTube. You can find some clips there. I'd just like to say that was not my hypothetical. That's not the question I asked. It was great fun. I would love to come back and do more. I am really trying my best here to be straightforward and steelman and ask honest questions, but I feel like I'm not getting the equal part back here. I'm going to be honest. But hey, I'm happy to come and fight it out every day. Violently American.
Let's go. Definitely love to have you back for sure. And does anyone else have anything they want to shout out coming up or a channel or anything like that?
Well, yeah, motherfuckers, fucking chat, you let me down. Come on. Want a motherfucking hot seat? Y'all fucking let me down. Did my best, bro. I did my best. Y'all fucking let me down. What is this shit? Come on.
Sorry, dog. I would have activated the bed, man. Shit.
Anyways, I love you guys. And thank you for the stream, Speakeasy. God bless, brother.
Yes, sir.
Tareyak, so when do you think of setting up a debate? We can do Anarcho-Capitalism versus I'm not sure what you call it, Aristocratic something.
National Republic.
That thing.
Yeah.
Or socialism, depending on the validity.
Yeah,
Well,
Doug, did you join the Discord?
I did.
Okay, perfect. Just shoot me, or if I see you there.
Another thing to say. I have another thing, real quick.
Cave here.
You're the.
Oh, there you are.
allowed
1
to be
second,
Darth.
dogs. 1 second. I'm shooting you a message right now, Darth. Just gonna say yo, and then I'll message you after so we can set up a time that's good for you both.
Nice.
All right. Anyone else?
What were you saying, dogs?
I was saying you're not the right Darth. I know one Darth, and that's it. All right.
Well, I do have something to say, and that was going to be the first part. Is I'm Darth. You're the fake Darth. You're not even a Sith. But
yeah, you're Garth.
Who's the real Sith here?
I do have a channel that I'm doing consistently. It's Rule of Two, but it's with a V. But it's the 420 Lounge. It's just open panel, people getting stoned, talking fun shit. It's like a green room, kind of.
Word.
So yeah, look it up, check it out. I'm on YouTube and Rumble. Same name.
That's what's up. Anyone else got something for us?
Hopefully getting some debates set up. So looking forward to that. Other than that, thanks for having me up as always. I love coming up here. So
can I just offer Darth some critique? Because Darth is a title, so you're supposed to follow up Darth with something else. For example, like Darth Sidious, Darth Jar Jar. So Darth is a title, and then you follow
it's Darth, not Darth.
Jack
but
is a title.
You're correct. My original screen name is Darth Evitz, but I changed it. Yeah. It's just, I don't have to tell you my Darth real name.
Well, it's just part of your Darth origin, because
that sounded so emo.
It's also an identifier. You can say they are Darth. You know what I mean?
No, but I'm still Darth Evitz on Rumble. because weird shit. But yeah, that was my OG name. I just removed Evitz because that's my first name, but I'm also known as Steve, so I don't care. When I rebranded. Just saying. I know the rules.
I'm gonna call you Jeff.
Darth Jeff.
No, it's Steve Hill, you motherfuckers. Respect.
My name is Jeff.
My name's Jeff.
My name's Jeff.
All right. Anyone else?
Jeff.
Just another
Johnny,
great
got anything?
resolution. I actually think everyone did a pretty good job. Make sure you're tuned into everyone's channels. Of course, you can catch everyone here on Speak Easy. Make sure you're tuned in, Bears, and yeah, that's pretty much all I got, man. You don't have a channel, so
Yeah.
I always like coming in because it's definitely the best chat ever, man. So
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Dogs is raging right now. I will say, I am raging right now. Come on!
Down with no hot seat. I know.
I'm so sad that we're not going more. I was so into this.
BB and me all the way, you mother suckers.
Shit. What's that?
Well, how much were we short of a hot seat tonight again?
We were at 232.
So less than 70, like 68.
Do it. 69.
Do
it.
It's gonna be weird. Oh, it's
Do
too
it.
late.
Executive number.
Do it.
Yeah, execute.
But
69.
yes. So nobody's got nothing else. I'm gonna put y'all in the backyard. But whoops, sorry. Clicked through twice. Chat. Can't thank you enough for all coming out and joining me tonight. All right. Can't thank you enough. Tomorrow, I think we're gonna do our first daytime show that I was talking about in the Discord there. For anybody who pays attention in the Discord. Yeah, I think we're gonna do our first one tomorrow. I think so. And also, we're going to be doing a panel purge tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Well, today, but tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Wednesday, yeah. We're going to be doing an open panel purge. All right. Yeah, so we're gonna be doing a daytime stream tomorrow and a open panel purge at night. All right. Hey, Johnny McVito coming in with a big 50 at the end. You fucking legend. Thank you. I appreciate you big time. I appreciate you big time for that, Johnny. Thank you very much. I'm gonna be sending you guys off to Tareyak. I think I figured out how to do the raids on Rumble, but I have to search it up to make sure it's done correctly so I can get Tiny to do the raids over there as well. So Rumble's not getting sent anywhere tonight. But yeah, I'm going to send you guys over to Tareyak. He's doing a Wheel of Madness, all right? So you guys can go and get up on panel, spin the wheel, put different topics on the show, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes there's little 1v1s, stuff like that. He'll explain the show, how it goes when you guys get there. What else is there? I feel like there was something else. Oh, the merch shop. Make sure you guys all go check that out. The merch shop is looking really fucking good. All right. So make sure you guys all go check out the merch store. And I'm working on putting new stuff in there consistently. All right, because I have a bunch of designs that I'm want to get up there. But go check out what we got there so far. I think you guys will be happy with the stuff there. We actually sold another mug today, for instance. All right, I see that. I just noticed there was an order placed for a mug. Shout out to you. I appreciate that big time. Let me think. You guys wanna hear a new song I made before we go? This isn't an extension of the stream, though. We didn't hit the hot seat by the 1:30. That's it. Average has a hoodie, by the way. That's right. And it's a limited edition. It's only $12.40. Well, it's $140, but we've been doing a thing here, okay? That if we're not at the hot seat goal by 1:30, we wrap it up. All right. It's the way the routine goes, all right? Well, you guys are hours behind, so that's why. That makes sense. Couple hours behind for some of you. Yeah, one of you's 1 hour. Jesse's 2 hours behind. Yeah, that's why I say we gotta get in here. All right, you guys wanna hear this new song before we go? Yeah, because I wrote out these lyrics and I wanted to test how they'd sound. So I put them into my program, and a couple of them turned out kind of shitty. But I like how this one turned out. Some of you don't like this style of music. Fair enough. Which one is it? Oh, it's this one here. It's this one here.
Yeah. Mad Hatter with the laughter in the booth. Rap master punch stack and put a rapper in a noose. I'm passionate.
I just wrote all this.
Of them captains you should choose. I'm gifted from the master. This the path I couldn't lose. The past me had wounds with my back against the moon. Then that became the fuel. Now I'm cashing every move. Track snapping when I groove. Pack captions full of truth. Black jacket with the boost. Bad habits get removed. Every track become a tune. Cash stacking by the tools, mash cracking when I move. Past average, I improve. Smash records when I do. Mad savage in the booth. Clap back if they assume. They asked me how I did it. I was built inside a fire. Turn the pressure into purpose. Turn the pain into desire. Every scar became a blueprint. Every loss will take me higher. Now they watch me from below while I'm still climbing even higher. Hey, yeah. Paint packaged in a tune. Used to move the Snow White at the cast, I couldn't lose. Now I'm back attacking tracks, black magic when I prove. Every verse a shattered room, leave a crack inside the stool. Fast patterns when I move. Last laugh when I am through. Haters gasping at the view, still active with the truth. No acting for the fools. Built this from the dirt, now they no passion breaking through. Stack fractions in the blue, past trapper then I grew. Cash flow like rivers move, mass anger in the youth. Bad grammar in the schools, now the fans recite the captions. Every track become approved. Yo, they asked me how I did it, I was built inside the fire. Turn the pressure into purpose, turn the pain into desire. Every scar became a blueprint, every loss would take me higher. Now they watch me from below while I'm still climbing even higher. Yeah. I'm Picasso with the music. For you it's probable, for me impossible to lose it. Struggles and the hustles, it's profitable to use it. To me you just an obstacle, the ops they call me ruthless. Turn pressure into product while these other dudes abuse it. They fold under the weight but I adapt and just maneuver. Your bars are looking rentable, my verses feel exclusive. Every loss became a dub, the vision feel intrusive. Now they all who's this? Unstoppable the movement, the moment got them tuned it. I'm guarded from the pressure, every scar became a blueprint. Turned pain into a language, every wound became the fuel kit. They asked me how I do this, built inside a fire where survival got me suited. Darkest nights around me had me sharpening a toolkit. I took the broken pieces, turned the rubble to a movement. Yeah, they asked me how I did it, I was built inside a fire. Turn the pressure into purpose, turn the pain into desire. Every scar became a blueprint, every loss was taking me higher. Now they watch me from below while I'm still climbing even higher.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, I like it. I like how it turned out. I like how it turned out. I didn't actually write it to the craziest thing is I wrote that to just like a very simple beat. Where I was able to just go bar after bar. All right. All right. All right, guys, listen. Again, can't thank you all enough. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a daytime show. That'll be up scheduled soon. And then we're going to be doing a panel purge in the night. All right. So I hope you guys have fun with that. Hope to see you all there. All right. If I don't, you suck. No. Shit. Just kidding. But yeah, I'm gonna send you off to Tareyak, and like I always tell you guys, it can be 30 in the chat. It can be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. And Rumble, by the way. Love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And for now,
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?